June, July, August, September, October before it reached this second peak. Okay. I think this is where we're headed. Okay. We're going to dip hard. We're going to be able to accumulate down here and then ride it up to the top. Okay. And then come back down. This is Bitcoin. But look at your precious Bitcoin. It's always ever got higher and higher, right? Oh, it only ever gets higher, guys. It's only ever going to go up higher. It's going to go to $1 billion. No, this is a bubble. Okay? And what I'm seeing in the charts is right around regulation time, head and shoulders. Head and shoulders all the way back down to 25K, 30K, maybe 35. More conservatively, 40. Okay? With regulations comes investigations, people. We're going to take a short little intermission right now to give you guys a chance to send in your donations. I appreciate all the donations you guys send. That's also, we are on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. Come on over to Twitch, guys. You can send your donations to Cash App or Venmo. That's Aussie 122-33-504. So $ Aussie 122-33-504 for Cash App, and the @ symbol Aussie 122-33-504 for Venmo. We're going to take a short little 2-minute intermission to give you guys a chance to take care of that, and we will be right back.
And we will have a readout from the White House physician. Last night was...
Oh. Never mind, no intermission. Intermission didn't happen. So let's go back to XRP. I don't know what happened. Somebody's logged into my YouTube account, probably the kids, and they kicked me off. Dang kids. All right, let's have a look at what was said today about the tariffs, guys.
At Walter Reed Medical Center, and we will have a readout from the White House physician. Last night, Casina arrived back safely in the United States after being detained in Russia for more than a year. Since Inauguration Day, President Trump and his team have secured the release of more than 40 detained Americans abroad. This is more than half of the number of Americans released by Joe Biden in 4 years. And President Trump has brought these Americans home in 80 days. This administration will continue to work hard to bring Americans home from around the world. As I've said before, and I will say it again today, everybody in this room has access to the most transparent and accessible president in American history. The cabinet meeting yesterday was further proof. President Trump asked each secretary to provide an update to all of you in the media on the critical work they are doing at their respective agencies to deliver on his agenda. And according to new reporting from the Washington Times, who I believe is in this room today, President Trump answered nearly 100 questions from the press, all of you, during his first 3 open press cabinet meetings this year. That's nearly 20 times the number answered by Joe Biden in cabinet meetings during his entire 4 years in office. In more excellent economic news that was released yesterday, the Consumer Price Index report showed inflation fell to 2.4% in March, smashing expectations for the second straight month in a row. This marked the first drop in consumer prices dating all the way back to the COVID pandemic. Prescription drug prices saw the largest monthly decline on record. Prices for airfare, used vehicles, and car insurance all decreased as well. And energy prices fell 2.4% in March, driven by plummeting gas prices around the country. Also yesterday, House Republicans answered President Trump's call to move forward the budget resolution and officially set the stage for the passage of one big, beautiful bill. The American economy will boom after this bill is passed and the rest of the president's pro-growth agenda goes into effect. The largest tax cuts and deregulation in history, coupled with our energy industry unleashed and renegotiated trade agreements that put America first, are the ultimate formula to usher in the golden age of America. On that note, more than 75 countries have now reached out to the Trump administration, eager to address the trade issues that have exploited America and hurt our workers in the process. The phones have been ringing off the hook to make deals, and these countries wisely heeded President Trump's warning not to retaliate, and as a result, they were rewarded with a 90-day pause and substantially lower reciprocal tariff rates during this period so potential solutions can be achieved. Past presidents just willingly accepted the failed status quo on trade that ripped off our workers and our companies. But that's not who this president is. He creates his own leverage and negotiates deals better than anyone else who has sat in the Oval Office before him. And that process is currently underway. On another matter, the deadline for registration under the Alien Registration Act is today. All foreign nationals present in the United States longer than 30 days must register with the federal government. Failure to comply with this is a crime, punishable by fines, imprisonment, or both. As President Trump and Secretary Noem have both said, if you register and you leave now, you choose to self-deport, you may have the opportunity to return later legally. But if not, you will be arrested, fined, deported, never to return to our country again. The Trump administration will continue to enforce our nation's immigration laws. We will not pick and choose which laws to enforce. We must know who is in our country for the safety and the security of our homeland and for all American citizens. I also have a note from the First Lady to share with you on this Friday. On Tuesday this week, First Lady Melania Trump celebrated the advancement of the Take It Down Act in the House Energy and Commerce Committee. The important legislation passed the committee with bipartisan support, and as you may remember, the President talked about this bill in his address to a joint session of Congress last month. The First Lady remains dedicated to her championing child well-being, ensuring that every young person can thrive, and of course, championing her Be Best agenda. We urge Congress to swiftly pass this important legislation. Here in our new media seat today, we have Jordan Berman. Jordan is a social media content creator and influencer and a lawyer who grew up following breaking down the news from a neutral perspective. Jordan is the host of her own podcast called Unbiased Politics, where she dissects the top stories from the week from a legal perspective. Jordan focuses on bringing back real journalism from a nonpartisan perspective and has mastered explaining complex legal decisions to a mass audience in the short-form context. Her two biggest platforms are TikTok and Instagram, where she has roughly 500,000 followers.
What's up, B?
With that, please kick us off, Jordan.
Thank you. As you know, yesterday the House passed the SAFE Act, and many married women, soon-to-be married women, are concerned that the new voter ID requirements may inhibit their access to the polls. What assurances can you give women voters in America to ease?
By the way, you guys are allowed to send
Well, the SAVE
emojis
Act,
and
as
stuff
you
in the
mentioned,
chat now.
was
I
passed
had
by
the
House
tech guy
yesterday.
fix all that.
This is the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act. I believe I'm getting that correct. And this act is a common sense measure. It would require proof of citizenship for voting in our elections. The Democrats have been fear-mongering about this bill, have been saying that married women, if their name has changed, they didn't change it on their identification, would not be able to vote. That is complete fallacy. There are outlined in the bill about how to avoid that. The president very much supports a common sense solution to ensuring that only citizens can engage in our elections. This is critical to improving the integrity of our elections and also the trust that American citizens need to have in our electoral process. So the president supports this bill, and that is a myth that has been proven wrong by the text of this bill. And I believe some of the co-sponsors of the bill have been very vocal in addressing that. And certainly I myself, as a married woman, would not stand before this podium if the president did not support such a common sense measure.
Thank you. For my next question, I actually want to give a voice to the American people. I sourced a question from one of my listeners. Her name is Bryn. She is from Oregon. And she asked, what, if any, plans do you...
That's a good question. Do I think the crash will go all the way down when it happens? Yes, but it will happen slowly. slowly. That's why they put out fake news to stop it. Okay. It will always go down slowly like frogs in a pot. But yes, it will have bigger and bigger crashes as people start. The further we get away from the $2 zone, guys, the faster it will crash. Okay. But it will hold at support lines and they'll allow it to come back up to 180, 190 and then fall back down and make people think that it's going back to $2 and then it won't.
You have the administration for the money that will be generated by tariffs imposed on foreign goods. How will the administration facilitate the development of American industries when many critical components, labor, parts, etc., are much cheaper and more feasible from foreign entities?
It's a great question from your listener, and I want to thank her for submitting it to you to ask. That's the part of the new media seat is so that everyday Americans across the country have a voice in this room. So thank you again for being here. Thanks for the question. The president's point about his trade and tariff agenda is to bolster our manufacturing industries here in our country, to bring down the cost of living here in our country, and to ensure that we are maintaining critical supply chains here in America. We cannot be dependent on countries like China if we want this country to be strong and wealthy. So the president wants to restore wealth to America by shoring up these jobs here at home, which will result in good paying jobs and higher wages for the American public. And so Americans should trust in that process. He effectively implemented tariffs in his first term while driving down the cost of living in this country, and that's what he's focused on doing again. Thank you.
As a follow-up question, could I just ask, are there any specific ideas that the administration has as to what that revenue, specific tariff revenue, will be used for?
Yes, to the heart of your question, the president has spoke about the trillions of dollars that he expects in revenue from tariffs and how we can use it to pay down our debt and to ensure that we are no longer faced with a crippling national debt in the trillions that is going to bankrupt our nation for future generations. So that money coming back home will make America in the green rather than in the red, which any small business owner across the country, I believe, can appreciate.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kelly.
Hey.
Tomorrow there will be negotiations between the United States and Iran in Oman. What are the president's chief goals for that, and is he satisfied with how Iran is responding to this? They don't want direct face-to-face negotiations. Instead,
Yeah, the market reflects crypto reacts.
So is the president comfortable with the arrangement there, and what is the chief objective?
Well, I have spoken to both the president and also his national security team who will be engaged in these discussions. These will be direct talks with the Iranians, and I want to make that very clear. I also spoke to the president just last night about his goal when it comes to
Yes, sell in May, go away, and then we'll see you in the last quarter of the year.
His ultimate goal and the ultimate objective is to ensure that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. The president believes in diplomacy, direct talks, talking directly in the same room in order to achieve that goal. But he's made it very clear to the Iranians, and his national security team will as well, that all options are on the table, and Iran has a choice to make. You can agree to President Trump's demand, or there will be all hell to pay. And that's how the president feels. He feels very strongly about it.
And can you update us on Mr. Witkoff in Russia and what's happening with direct communications with Vladimir Putin?
I can confirm that Mr. Witkoff is in Russia to have direct communications with the Kremlin and with Vladimir Putin. This is another step in the negotiating process towards a ceasefire and an ultimate peace deal in Russia and Ukraine. As these negotiations are ongoing, I obviously will not get ahead of the president or his team, but I think the president has been quite clear that he's been continually frustrated with both sides of this conflict, and he wants to see this fighting end. He wants the war to end. We believe we have leverage in negotiating a deal, to a peace deal, and we're going to use that leverage, and the president is determined to see this through.
Thank you. Sure. Thanks, Caroline. President Trump has said China wants to make a deal on tariffs. The president says he has a great relationship with Chinese President Xi. He's willing to speak with him directly. Why doesn't the president just pick up the phone and get this ball going?
All of the things the president just said are true. The president, as I said from the podium just a few days ago when I was up here, would be gracious if China intends to make a deal with the United States. If China continues to retaliate, it's not good for China. The United States of America is the strongest, best economy in the world, as evidenced by the more than 75 countries who have called the administration immediately to cut good deals. So the president wants to do what's right for the American people. He wants to see fair trade practices around the globe, and that's his intention and his goal.
So is he waiting for China to make the first move here?
I'm not going to comment on communications that are happening or may not be happening, or either way. We'll leave it to our national security team to get these discussions underway. And as always, in the effort of transparency, we will provide updates moving forward. But the president has made it very clear he's open to a deal with China.
Why is he optimistic that China's going to make a deal or wants to make a deal if they're not talking? Where's that optimism come from?
He's optimistic.
Hey,
Sean.
why would any of our allies work with us to isolate China in a trade war if we're treating friend and foe alike?
You'll have to talk to our allies who are reaching out to us. The phones are ringing off of the hooks. They've made it very clear they need the United States of America. They need our markets. They need our consumer base. You saw Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the Oval Office with the president saying that he was going to bring down all of their monetary tariffs and their non-monetary tariff trade barriers as well. We've heard from South Korea. We've heard from Japan. The president has spoken to Vietnam. We have Italy coming to the White House next week. There's a reason for that, Sean, and it's because they need the United States of America and our business model and our markets to survive, and the president is using that leverage to our advantage. Michael.
Hey, thank you, Caroline. Two-part question on China. Beijing says it will simply ignore any further tariff escalations from the U.S. Does President Trump see this as China backing down? And as a follow-up to that, what do you say to people like Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary who say, you guys simply haven't tariffed China enough?
Look, the tariff rate on China remains where it was yesterday, at the 145% level. The president made it very clear when the United States is punched, he will punch back harder. And he hopes to make a deal that benefits the American worker and our companies that have been ripped off for far too long. And he's finally taking bold and courageous action to do that. You know, taking on China is, in the terms of trade and tariffs, is something that both Democrats and Republicans alike have spoken
It's
about
very
for decades.
important that we
President Trump is
listen to
finally
both
doing it.
sides, what they have to say, Guinea Marie. I know you don't want to hear it, but it's very important so that we understand and we know what we're talking about. And it's very important that we don't put ourselves in an echo chamber.
To facilitate the return, not to effectuate the return. I believe the Department of Justice just filed another brief in the lower court. I would defer you to that for any updates. But as you mentioned, President Bukele will be here at the White House on Monday to talk about the cooperation that is at an all-time high. And we very much appreciate President Bukele and El Salvador's cooperation and the repatriation of El Salvadorian gang members who the previous administration allowed to infiltrate our country. Sure.
Thank you very much, Caroline. The president spoke quite highly of the great relationship that he has with the Turkish president. We know that the president might be heading off to the Middle East very soon. Is he planning to meet with the Turkish president, either here in the White House or in Turkey? Any plans?
I don't have any details about the president's overseas trip other than to say he was surely going to Saudi Arabia. There could be more countries as part of that trip. We're working on the details, and as I've said repeatedly, we will provide the details of that trip as soon as possible.
A trip to Turkey, or his invitation to the Turkish president, is under consideration?
I'm not going to comment on the details of the trip, but once they're confirmed, I will certainly let you all know. Yes, Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I'd like to ask you about presidential health and also about tariffs. On presidential health, are there plans for the president's physician to come here and take our questions? And also, President Trump repeatedly makes remarks about the former president's health. Is he considering using his executive powers to bring any greater transparency there?
As I have said, the president is undergoing his long scheduled
They
physical.
ask
It's a yearly
soft
physical
questions
that
or
every
they ask
president
questions
receives, and
that
we will
there's no
provide an
answer
update
to.
on that,
It's a
by the president's
catch-22.
physician as soon as we possibly can.
And about the former president and transparency regarding his health, are there...
Well, I can tell you there was certainly a lack of transparency from the former president, from the entire former administration, and frankly, a lot of people in this room when it came to the health and the competence of the former president of the United States, Joe Biden. There was one of the greatest cover-ups and, frankly, political scandals this nation has ever seen. It's been unraveled in some recent books that are being written by journalists who engaged in that cover-up and scandal, which is quite ironic. But this president is clearly committed to transparency. You in this room see him and hear from him on a daily basis. You in this room know from covering him, it's hard to keep up with him. He is a machine working around the clock every single day. And the physician, after today's physical, will provide an update on the report in the effort of transparency.
If I could ask about tariffs, there have been big swings this week in the Treasury bond yields. There's a theory that it might be because of China dumping these as leverage, driving up costs for U.S. loans like mortgages. Does the White House have evidence that this is in fact a result of Chinese dumping, and if so, is there a message on that?
Not to my knowledge, but I would check in with the Treasury Department on that. I can tell you, I know our Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, is keeping
Zodiac
a very close eye on the
nailed
bond
it.
market.
We
He
are
spoke
not a
about it at
country,
White
we
House
are a
this week, and I know he's
corporation.
keeping his eyes on it
The
day-to-day.
states are the sovereign countries.
So the administration, I have an administration source who's telling me that we're weeks away from the first deal with the country over tariffs. Where is the administration? How soon can we see that? And what country is that first one?
I won't reveal or get ahead of our trade team as these negotiations are obviously ongoing, but I can tell you very good progress has been made. Jameson Greer was on television this morning, and I spoke to him, and he confirmed that more than 15 offers are already on the table, which is remarkable in just a mere matter of days. And as I said earlier, we've heard from more than 75 countries around the world. This is a team effort. The president has a team of great, brilliant advisors who have been with him every step of the way, and all of them will be divvying up the workload. And I just want to give the president and his trade team credit for taking this on. This is a massive undertaking. There's no doubt about it. We take it very seriously. The president is determined to renegotiate global trade on behalf of American workers. And again, you've seen people on both sides of the aisles calling for this for years, but I think no other president lacked the courage or maybe the work ethic or the stamina to take on such a task. And I know there were some questions about the president's delayed departure earlier to Walter Reed. I'd like to address it was because he is working on this very issue, so he was running a bit behind this morning.
On the 90-day pause, what would the president need to see in order to extend that 90-day pause for countries on tariffs?
Well, I think the president addressed this yesterday when he said he's hoping that there will be good deals made before the 90 days is up, and we will cut those deals as soon as we possibly can, country by country, tailor-made deals for each and every country as they all propose unique challenges and unique assets to each country, advantages rather, and when that 90-day mark hits, the president will make that decision then.
One more, if I could, on a different subject. So a bird earlier attacked my colleague, Peter Doocy, during a live shot at
I'm
the
wondering
White
if
House.
that's why Peter is absent from the seat. Is he doing okay?
He's recovering.
Has anyone checked on him?
He's recovering. Is anyone looking into that incident?
I could check in with GSA to see if anybody here is looking into it. I also understand there was a mouse in the briefing room earlier today, so I'm hoping somebody checked in on that.
Mr. Trainer, thank you for the
Run up
sub.
here and distract me. That would be a good way for all of you to distract me, actually. Have a mouse come run up here. So I'll get an answer for you on that, out of respect for our good friend Peter. Jeff.
Why is American consumer confidence so low?
Look, I think there's a great optimism in this economy, great optimism for the American people, a lot of reason for people to feel optimistic. The president is, as I just said, trying to renegotiate.
Dang, Zodiac's on
global,
fire right now.
Trade agenda that has ripped off the American people for far too long. As he said, this is going to be a period of transition. He wants consumers to trust in him, and they should trust in him. Look at what he did in his first term. And I just
Yeah, they
want to
don't care
reiterate
about
all the
veterans. They don't
institutional
care about
confidence that you asked
anybody.
Jeff.
They
For
care
those
about
watching at home, yesterday,
lining their
the CPI
pockets.
report,
The ship
inflation
is
declined
sinking,
massively,
and they are
consumer
stealing the
prices are
silverware.
dropping for the
And
first
as
time
for
in
me,
years.
I'm trying to get my
Energy
family
prices
to
are
the
down. In fact, Oil
lifeboats.
prices are down 20% since this president took office. Wholesale prices fell again. There have been trillions of dollars in investments into this country. Every day, the president is signing executive orders to cut regulation, especially when it comes to Environmental Protection Agency, our energy industry. That's going to unleash the economic boom in this country that we saw in the president's first term. So trust in President Trump. He knows what he's doing. This is a proven economic formula.
What is he asking of Americans at this time? He talked about transition costs, transition problems. Is he asking something specific for Americans to do?
No, I think the president is asking for Americans trust in Trump, as I just said, trust in his economic agenda and formula. It's a proven formula that works. And by the way, clearly the American people do in fact trust him because they did just overwhelmingly elect him to this
Yes,
office.
education and patience is everything.
I'm asking about the physical. Is he undergoing any general anesthesia? And can you outline any of the other tests that he's doing today?
He is not. He is undergoing quite a few tests, imaging. Again, it's a it's a yearly physical, so there's quite a lot that goes into it to make sure the president is accomplishing all of his goals, and we will provide a readout of that as soon as we can.
And will you be committed to releasing all of the results, as many of the results?
Almost over, guys. Then we're going to talk about it
The
some more.
president's position will do that. I spoke with him this morning.
Caroline, will you guys also consider releasing the president's fitness plan? He actually looks healthier than ever before. Healthier than he did 8 years ago. And
His fitness plan, oh, how important.
And is he eating less McDonald's?
I can confirm the president is in very good shape, as you see on any of
He's on Ozempic.
And in that vein, thank God it's Friday. It's been a very long and busy week here at the White House. We will see you all on Monday, and we will release the results of that report as soon as we can.
All right, guys. Yeah, he's probably on Ozempic. Makes sense. That's like the only way to lose weight anymore because the food is poison. People think Congress is bound by the Constitution, but they're not because we don't own it. Yeah, Constitution Swiss cheese now. B, you're on Ozempic? I'm on Zepbound, Tirzepatide. I've already lost like, I don't know, 20, 30 pounds. Honestly, I could not lose weight. I eat very healthy. Most of my food is homegrown and fresh baked, and I just could not lose weight. I think it has to do with the poison that's in the water, and well, I even get my water from the well, but it's in the air, it's in everything. And so I have a hard time getting around because I was hit by a drunk driver. It kills bone density. I didn't know that. I do know that Ozempic makes you lose collagen. So I'm probably going to start taking collagen. I noticed my skin. I get the opposite. I can't poop. I gotta go all the time. But who knows? Who knows? We can speculate on a million different things. It's crazy that they felt that that was even relevant to talk about. Your clients say they can't. I've had quite the opposite. As soon as I eat something, it goes right through me. But I don't ever eat. Food is poison. The water's poison. Yeah. Everything is kind of just screwed up right now. So, and I think, you know, that they want it that way so that they can give you a drug or a shot that you can take and it'll change. Yeah, I think it's different per person too. You know, it all just depends. Honestly, I've had nothing but good results from it. I'm able to finally lose some weight and keep it off, and I don't feel sick or anything from it. But let's get back to XRP, guys. So here's a fun little news article. Let's read this one. Let me zoom in so Mega can read it. I'm basically only catering to TikTok right now because Mega's in the live. Otherwise, I would totally be ignoring TikTok like I normally do and tell everybody to come over to Twitch. Yeah, your old eyes. You're not even that. You're like the same age as me. No, dude. Of course, we got a celebrity guest. We'll answer your questions. Glad to have you in here, Mega. Mega Crypto's watching on TikTok. Yeah. Oh, dude, I feel so old. So here's a fun bit of moon cheese for you all. By the way, I'm coining that phrase, moon cheese. The 1992 film Sneakers shows a cryptic reference to XRP Federal Reserve transfer mode. I don't know if you guys watched this, but I mean, it's kind of cool. I haven't seen the movie. I'm going to probably try to watch it maybe tonight. But it's kind of interesting about this this movie. At the same time, it's kind of a stretch and a bit of a reach, but people are really reaching for anything right now. But this is very interesting. This was April 8th that this was posted, but people have been kind of talking about this. Yeah, it's pretty neat. So basically, the XRP community has engaged in discussions surrounding an XRP reference from Sneakers, a 1992 movie around cryptography. The recent disclosure from MetaMan, a prominent figure in the XRP community, has triggered speculation with crypto circles. MetaMan shared a clip from the 1992 film Sneakers, a thriller directed by, who cares, but it's got Dan Aykroyd, Robert Redford, River Phoenix in it. But let's skip to the meat and potatoes. National headquarters among the options was listed. Was international telelink access with the code XRP 512723. And we'll take a look at it. So this is the actual image. Let me blow it up for those of you that are watching on Twitch. So this is the image right here. And it's international telelink access code line XRP 262. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm going to watch it tonight. I haven't seen it yet, but it looks pretty interesting. I saw the clip. Let's watch the clip.
It's not about who's got the most bullets. It's about who controls the information.
Anybody want to shut down the Federal Reserve?
Hey, don't screw around with that thing. It's all about the information.
So it's a code breaker?
No, it's the code breaker.
That's the clip. So that's pretty much all it is. It's a bit of a reach and a stretch, if you ask me. But it's been buzzing around. I figured it's worth talking about a little bit. And don't forget, guys, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, send in those lightning bolts. We got 42 lightning bolts. We need 50. And remember, guys, we are live on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. So make sure you check that out. Let me get rid of this now. So let's take a look at the charts here. So obviously we have a nice head and shoulders pattern that formed right here. And generally, it's very common to see a head and shoulders followed by a double bottom or another inverted head and shoulders. I think we could see either or. We could either see a double bottom here and bounce back up. And I think that's probably more likely what's going to happen because we're moving into the weekend and we're going to get that weekend sell-off. There's no like button. I know this is for TikTok, B. Quit trolling me. I'm actually acknowledging TikTok because we have a celebrity in the chat. So more than likely because of the sell-off. Yeah, I'm hoping we get a nice little weekend dump. I think the weekend dump will fall short, though. I'm thinking 180, and that's still technically a double bottom. Mega says a celebrity, bro. No. But I'm thinking we're going to double bottom here, or we're going to head and shoulders. So if we don't sell off through the weekend, and I mean, we could even sell off through the weekend and just, you know, hit 196, even like 190 and bounce between, you know, that 190 zone and I would say like 210 more round numbers, but not exactly the price points. But if we bounce between there, that's consolidation. And that would move us sideways, which would also potentially send us into a move upward, which I think the top is going to be, mind you, and Mega, this is for you because I know you're not on here all the time. I don't use indicators, and that's why my price points are so accurate. I old school trade, like back in the day. So I'm looking in the 1 day and I'm looking in the 1 hour and all the different charts. But I'm pulling my price points from the candles. So the top of this candle is about 233. So I'm thinking somewhere between 230, because that's the bottom of this wick right here, all the way even up to 240. And I mean, I would see us even hitting 247, but that'll be the top. I really don't think we're going to make it all the way to 247. I think more than likely we're going to fall short and probably hit like 234 to 233. Like that method. I just got to practice more. And keep watching, bro, because I'm teaching everybody how to do it every day. But also, mind you, you can't just look at the 1 day. Look at the 1 week and see where the stronger candles are at. You know, we got 223 right there, and then so 249 to 242, 244. You like the 1 day, it keeps you saying, yeah, I tell everybody to stay off the 1 minute. Fireman Joe says, what's up, Mega Crypto, from the Twitch side. Zodiac, thank you for subscribing. That's 5 new subscribers on Twitch. Thank you guys very much. So yeah, I think the 1 week is going to give us a little bit less accurate of a number. But it will give us the high side, which would be, 144. And then the day will give us the low side, which would probably be, I would say 136. Mega says howdy to you, Fireman Joe. Mega says howdy. So, yeah, I think that's going to be probably right about there is where we'll land. If we push up. And the only reason why, because the news says no, but the charts say yes. And, well, we could. B says hi, Mega. You got a bunch of people on Twitch saying hi to you, Mega. We are on the lookout this Sunday for the drop to buy in. Maybe buy in, but if we drop lower than 180, I would expect that maybe not. Because the charts say yes, but the news says no. However, they are spoon feeding everybody moon cheese right now. The rhetoric going around is that the tariffs are on pause when they're not. All tariffs are still in place. They've just been moved from 25% to 10% over the next 90 days, which 10% is a lot. We are raking in billions, guys, every day. Just because of the tariffs right now. It's crazy. And I think, in the long term, maybe things will pan out and get better, but maybe they're crashing all this on purpose. Maybe, in order to flip the switch, in quotations, to do the switch flip, we have to understand that there has to be an existential crisis. A lot of people think that crypto is the mark of the beast and all these different things, and it possibly could be, but we don't know. But there's a lot of people that are naysayers, and the only way that they're going to come running to crypto is if it's their savior. They will cripple the entire world's economy to get those who are naysayers to come running and asking for it. Exactly. I'm sure a big dip will come in 90 days or two. Yeah. And I got 4 ads to watch after my question. Still watching. Looks about a minute of ads. Yeah. I tried to make the ads as low as possible. So make sure you guys subscribe to get rid of the ads on Twitch. So, Mega, this one's for you, bro. Pay attention, as Calvin Hill might say. I know you think that we're right here. That this is kind of where we're at and we're about to dip. I think we're right here. And as you can see, we pumped up higher than, you can't really see it as much because of the ghost that's there. But I think that we're right here. And if you look at the chart right here, this is April right here. This first big drop, we get a jump up, a little bit of consolidation, and then May, June, July, August is right here. And I think this is where we're at. So, keep that in mind, that the timeline more lines up with this, and it also looks a lot like this. This sideways movement. So I think that we're here. And I think that that's great because that should drop us down to these lower levels. Let me show you. So if we're looking at the candlesticks, that brings us to like 125, 130 would be the top. And I'm thinking even as low as 75 cents, 76 cents. On the high side, like 85 cents, 86 cents. And I only say 75 cents and like 80 cents to $1 because there's a lot of people that are diamond handing the shit out of this. All right, let's see here. Read the chat. Once they crash it, the dollar will go away and digital currency will become the new currency. Exactly. Crypto will skyrocket when that happens. Yes. The question is what cryptos will skyrocket? What will actually be adopted? What will actually be used? And that's why we're interested in XRP. One, because it's been so resilient. A standard bull run looks like this. Okay. I took XCN down. But bull runs look like this. And we've been consolidating, moving sideways, which is very abnormal, and which is why I could understand why you would think that we're like earlier on and we could push up again. However, we have 3 very, very bearish signals happening here. Obviously, we have the Frankenstein formation of a head and shoulders, which I don't think played out, but it was. But they used fake news right here. And technically, the Brad Garlinghouse's announcement of the Ripple case being dropped is fake news as well. So they've been using fake news to prop it up, but that only works for so long. We thought maybe a cup and handle here. We thought maybe a cup and handle here. But because it was propped up by fake news, it can only last so long. That's why I think that we will pump because of fake news, possibly. But it will fall short, probably around 130, 135, and then it'll collapse from there. XCN is going down fast now. What happened with that? It's just a classic bull run. XCN looks like this because that's a standard crypto cycle. It pumps and then it tapers off like that. Yeah, man. So much manipulation, and that cancels out so many patterns or drops them way more. Yeah. XCN, I'm not a fan. Yeah, I'm not a fan either. It's basically a meme coin, but we have to take into consideration that because let me pull up crypto bubbles. Because coins like that are pumping. Okay, look at Fart Coin. Look at XCN with Bonk, Pi. I think Pi actually has some utility, but this is a heavy indication that we're in meme coin season. I think that we altcoin season is not over. And altcoin season usually has another pump later on in the last quarter. But this is a heavy indication that we are moving into meme coin season now, and people are literally waiting for altcoin season to start. Is Pepe any good? I think it's a meme coin. It's basically the same as Bitcoin. It just stores value. It's all hype. You might as well buy hype coin. Buy yourself some hype. I hear you, but Fartcoin has been pumping for months. I know, and I think meme coin season has been going for months. Imagine getting rich off Fartcoin. I know, right? You guys have to understand, I think we kind of skipped over altcoin season and went straight into meme coin season because everyone's kind of seen the pattern that, oh, it starts with Bitcoin and then it goes into altcoins and it moves into meme coins. So people were like, well, I'm going to jump into meme coins early so that way when it pumps, I get paid, you know? So I do think we kind of, yeah, October started meme coins. Exactly. Well, I don't think altcoin season is skipped. I think we're in the middle of altcoin season, but the middle of altcoin season is a sell-off. And that's what we're seeing right now. And we'll get another pump in November, and then that'll be it. But the reason why people don't think that altcoin season has happened yet is because it didn't pump as hard as it should have. And it was almost like under the radar. That's why people were thinking that we were going to get like a super cycle. But the fact of the matter is the liquidity is more spread out. There's more options than there has been in the past. And there's more meme coins than there's ever been in the past. So the money, there's only so much money out there. Obviously they're printing more and more of it, but there's only so much that can go into one place. And a lot of people are putting it into Bitcoin, they're putting it into different things. But when this first started, there was only a handful of options, you know, and now there's hundreds and if not thousands of options to pick from. And that spreads the liquidity out throughout the entire market, guys. So it's not more centralized in where it's going. Uh-oh, Calvin Hill's in the live. I don't know if you were watching, Mega, are you still there? I got into it with Calvin Hill the other day. Yeah, there's so many meme coins now. I got into it with Calvin Hill on his live the other day. I think the one that popped in here is not the real one, though. But me and Calvin Hill got into it, and I'm banned from Calvin Hill's live now. For those of you that saw that, hope you got a good laugh from that. And I did that for you guys because somebody's got to stand up and let those people know that they're being reeled in. Yeah, I basically told them all that he's a fraud. He was like, we watched the videos. He said that by the 9th, what's today? April 11th. He said that by the 9th, XRP would be worth $7,000 a coin. And I called him out on his bullshit. That was, what was that, 1 or 2 Fridays ago? B. Walter says that guy's a moron. Yeah. No, we did. We got into it on the live. You can say whatever you want. But there were plenty of people that were there. How many profiles does that man have? Well, just like Mega, and they're starting to do it with me now too. They make like shadow accounts, and then they use them to message people, and they're like, "Hey, how's your crypto experience going? Are you holding long term, or are you day trading?" You know, and yeah, those are just scam accounts. I don't watch him. Definitely see his content. Yeah, I see his content too, and I don't. It's not like his page isn't called Calvin Hill though. Like I was just scrolling through live on TikTok, and I just happened to pop in, and I just started going off on him in the chat. Did I actually go on like with my audio and video? No. Don't forget to claim your flare. What's the flare? What is that? You get 6 messages a day because I watch you. I know the fake Calvins, the Lori reports, the mega cryptos, the Oz tins, all of them. They're all kinds of them. It's crazy. And what they're doing is they're hoping that you're messaging me. But you'll know that if I'm messaging you or not, because you got to become a subscriber in order for me to message you. Flaring an airdrop that XRP had like a year ago. Now scammers are using it to say to connect to wallets. Oh yeah. I've seen that all the time. They're like, oh, we're totally sending out an airdrop. We're sending out an airdrop, guys. What's your wallet address? Yeah. And guys, that's why you need to get your Arculus wallets in cold storage. And I like to use 2 wallets. One that's connected to the exchange, and then one that I transfer from that wallet for my long term. That's just transfer wallet to wallet, so that wallet is never connected to the exchange, just for an added layer of protection. You own Flare. Yeah, I mean, back in the NFT days, they used to airdrop stuff. That was a real thing. But now, that's all just scams. Even, Coinbase doesn't do the learn and earn anymore. They do rewards now where you have to like sign up on some random blockchain that I've never heard of. And it basically like helps some blockchain random. But, those days of like learn and earn are gone. Flare is real and meant to make smart contracts on XRPL. However, there's better options. Nice. Yeah, I'm trying to stay away from the RJK subbed, thank you very much. RMark88 subbed, thank you very much. Kodak70 subbed, thank you very much. Service Tech 2000 subbed, thank you very much. I appreciate the subs. So yeah, what were we saying? Oh yeah, I'm trying to stay away from the new projects. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Mega. Anytime. Get Twitch, bro, and come see the show on Twitch. You're going to like it much better. Thank you guys for all the emotes. I appreciate it. In the old NFT days, yeah, come check it out, Mega. You're going to like it. It's more professional, like how your show is. I even have the VR thing too, like you do, but I didn't do that on TikTok because I didn't want to steal your shit. So I'm gonna leave that for you. But yeah, we have like the screen actually cast, and I'm gonna have the cameras set up very soon, and you'll actually get to see my face, guys. Those new subs might have been gifted by B. Thank you, B, for subbing those gifts. I do also have a sub to gift. I was gonna send it to B, but it looks like he already subbed. So We'll send that one to Awakened Mermaid Healer. You don't do it anymore? Yeah, it's a little busy. I don't really do it. I was doing it when I first started, and I just kind of got over it. You wanted your founder's badge. Nice. And don't forget, guys, you can send donations directly to me. We are no longer monetized on TikTok. So you can send those directly to my Cash App. That's Aussie 122-33-504 or Venmo at Aussie 122-33-504. And also, you those of you on Twitch, you can click the Stream Elements link and send your tip donations directly there. Thank you very much. That does help go to pay the staff, guys. We have an IT guy, we have a fact checker, and a news gatherer. I would call her the journalist. So we have a journalist, fact checker, we have an IT guy, and then we also have the stage crew that is building the stage. They're putting in new carpet, soundproofing, lighting. So anything that you send goes to pay those guys, because I've basically been paying them out of pocket. I'm about 15K and climbing into this venture. However, we've recuperated about 1,000 back. So we're only in about 14K, which is great. So those donations have helped to mitigate those expenses. So I do appreciate it. She deserves it after last Tuesday's show. If you know, you know. Yes, if you know, you know. Yeah, I think Awakened Mermaid Healer is the only other moderator that we have so far. I will add more people. If you want to become a moderator, send me a whisper and I'll add you as a moderator. So, looks like we fell down to the $2 zone. However, the weekend sell-off is coming. This could be a bit of like a triple bottom thing, and we could move up. But it looks like we did break this support line. So we'll see if we continue down or we move up. Definitely something to keep an eye on. We'll keep an eye on that. But that's the 1 minute, and that's this is going to tell us where we're going to go over the weekend. Because stranger things have happened. We have pumped on Sundays before, guys. I think it was, what, 2 Sundays ago we pumped on a Sunday? And guys, don't forget, if you are watching on TikTok, we are live on Twitch. Come on over to Twitch, guys. More professional show, professional audio, and you don't have the Twitch Ozthecryptogoat sticker in the middle of the live. So come on over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. Getting ads for the first time. Yeah, I'm monetized on Twitch now, so there's ads. So you have to sub. I know. There's nothing I can do about it. That's what happens, I guess, when you become monetized. You get ads. So I do apologize for that. But remember, if you do jump over to TikTok, there's a giant... you can adjust the ads. I'll have the tech guy look into it. I told him to put it like as low as possible for like 1 minute or less or something like that. It does help. And, you know, I also got offered like partnerships and stuff to sell things and stuff. And unless it's relevant to you guys, I'm not going to try to tell you to sell you DoorDash or Monopoly Go or anything like that. So, you know, I could just bombard you guys with shit, but that's not the intention. The intention is to have you become subscribers and regular watchers, and we can produce, you know, a small amount of revenue so that we can at least break even with this venture. I usually have pre-roll ads on. That's it. my tech guy said that it was better to not do the pre-roll and to have them happen later on. So that's why I did that. I guess I could do the pre-roll ads. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends if you're on TikTok. And those of you on Twitch, thank you all for your donations and for your subscriptions. Much appreciated. You guys are amazing. I couldn't have done it without B, and obviously without all of you together. But a special thanks to B, our moderator. Thank you so much for helping us with setting up the show and getting the followers that we needed. And because of those followers, we were able to smash through our goals of becoming an affiliate. So much thanks and praise to B. Thank you very much. It's been amazing, and I do thank you for your service. And don't forget to check out if B's channel. He does Twitch as well, playing Fortnite and stuff. I love watching him play Fortnite. That's one of my guilty pleasures. By the way, now that we are affiliate, if you guys want to watch me game from now and then from time to time, I will be playing Call of Duty Warzone. If you want to jump in and watch me play Warzone in the off hours, I may do that tonight. It is the weekend, or I don't do the show over the weekend. Maybe I'll do the Call of Duty, and we can still talk crypto if you like. But come on through and watch me play Call of Duty very badly, because I've never played with a mouse and keyboard in my entire life. So this is my very first time playing a FPS. Yeah, dude. And if you guys want to squad up with me too, definitely shoot me a whisper while I'm playing or whatever, or let me know, and I'll add you to my squad if there's space. Obviously, we're very new with the Twitch channel and everything, so that luxury won't last forever. So yeah, definitely if you guys want to squat up, since we're all new and we're just kind of getting off the ground, let's squat up. I'm down. I use a controller with my PC, and I use a PS5 controller. It's much easier. Yeah, so I do have an Xbox controller too, but it has drift. I do need to get that, but I'm more focused on getting the studio done right now. I can't spend money on things like that unless we get another buy zone and I get a nice little pump and I can pull out another couple grand or so. Yeah, I might get a PS5 controller. But I notice I'm so much more accurate with a mouse. So I tend to FOMO, I guess, with the aiming with the thumb controls. And it takes me like a lot of practice to get. I mean, there's times. So it's pumping. I wouldn't say that. I'd say it's probably dumping now. We broke support, so we're kind of watching it right now. But you know, I'm learning with the mouse and keyboard, because I noticed that with the mouse I'm a lot more accurate. So I want to kind of learn how to do it. But yeah, because of that, there's definitely a handicap. But yeah, if you guys want to squat up, we'll definitely do that. You guys got to decide whether to buy or sell on your own. I'm not going to tell you what to do. The charts say yes, but the news says no. It's probably another bull trap. It's been bull trap after bull trap. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get screwed over. But let's get back to the news. Let's zoom in. Ripple and SEC file joint motion to pause XRP litigation. Pause. Man, pause is the word going around right now. So that means it wouldn't be ended. The litigation is not over. The injunction is still in place. They're still probably going to pay a fine. They broke the law. They're not going to be able to sell XRP to institutions until Congress passes a new law. Even if the crypto summit meetings and the SEC heads all get together and decide that they want to do something, the laws will stay the same until Congress passes something. So if you think we're going to the moon right away because big investors are going to be buying in, think again, because I don't think ETFs will be approved until the settlement is dropped. That's why they approved the XXRP settlement and not XRP. That was fake news to pump XRP, guys. Do I think it could happen one day? Yes. But as of right now, the injunction is still in place. If things move smoothly from here, the settlement could be wrapped up in the coming weeks with a formal update expected in 60 days. Ripple Labs and the U.S. SEC just hit a pause on their legal tug-of-war on April 10th. The two sides filed a joint motion asking a federal appeals court to temporarily stop proceedings, strongly suggesting that they're finally nearing a deal to settle their nearly 4-year showdown over XRP. This high-profile clash began back in December. We know what happened with the SEC. Okay? Obviously, you guys got the gist of it. This is the court papers. All right? Joint motion to hold appeal and cross appeal in abeyance. The parties jointly request that the court place this appeal and cross appeal in abeyance, with the Securities and Exchange Commission directed to file status report within 60 days. So they're asking for a continuance. Okay? They want to negotiate some more. All right? So there is nothing that says that it's over. And if you want to look up the case, there's the information for you. But the case is still ongoing. Brad Garlinghouse lied to you all to pump the coin right before they dumped more XRP than they've ever dumped in history. 500 billion XRP coins. Normally they sell about 100 billion, and they keep 200 million of that 100 billion that they put back into escrow. This time they dumped 500 billion overnight. That was April 1st or 2nd. Yeah, that should show what a disgrace he is. People think, Brad Garlinghouse is for the people, and they view him like, oh, he's just like Jesus. No, he only cares about propping up the price of XRP for his shareholders, so that he can enrich himself and his business. Let me tell you something. If Ripple is unloading XRP like crazy, they expect it to go down. If they're going public, they expect the price to go down. Okay? That should tell you right there. They want to open a Ripple IPO. I first started trading with IPOs. Rambo, don't forget we're on Twitch. I first started trading with IPOs in the stock market, guys. And IPOs are pump and dumps, okay? A company releases a stock that's overvalued. People buy it up quickly because it first hits the market. It pumps super high, and then the company sells off their shares, and it usually drops lower than its original IPO price. Classic pump and dump, just like a meme coin, okay? That's what IPOs are, okay? We'll get into that, Guinea, just a second. So if a company is going public, okay, and they're offering an IPO, they're hoping on the idea of the FOMO to pump it up. And what happens is it's just like a meme coin. It pumps up, and then eventually the company unloads their shares, and they use those profits to build up the company and expand. That's the whole reason for going public. All right. So, when is the IPO dropping? We're not sure yet. It's just in rumor talks right now. But Brad Garlinghouse himself said that they're dropping an IPO. But isn't all crypto shady? I mean, technically, yeah, until we have regulation, yes. Until we have regulation, we have no idea what's going on with crypto. But the reason why crypto you can make money is it's more volatile than the stock exchange because there's less money in it. Yeah, and that's why people like crypto. That's why I like it. It's volatile. I can make these trades, what I would make in a year in the stock market, I can make in days in crypto. Well, I don't have to be lucky because as you can see, I can magically read the charts. Yeah, they pump and dump because there's no regulation. But however, some of them don't dump like Bitcoin because people see something in it. People see yes, it does take a lot of skill. Trust me, guys, the money that I make now, I paid for sometime along the road where I learned. Okay. This type of education and these types of trades don't come free, guys. It takes time to learn this, but that's why I'm here to help you guys so that way you can learn and make your own trades, but also have the knowledge and understanding of where things will more than likely actually go. So that you guys can become profitable more quickly. When I started trading, the internet wasn't like it is now. You can't just ask ChatGPT a question. You can't go watch some YouTuber or Twitch guy or TikTok guy to give you all the answers. Now you guys have the world's knowledge at your fingertips, so you guys can all learn that much faster. And that's why this show exists, because the knowledge is there. And, it took me years to learn all this stuff. It took me, a very, very large amount of liquidity to learn this. Okay. I've lost a lot. I'm in a place now where I've made more, than what I've lost in my entire career. But let me tell you, my first, 5 or 7 years of trading, I was not profitable. I was lucky to break even. Okay. But I usually always broke even by the end of the year. And what I learned was to be patient. I learned to stop trying to make short trades, to make longer trades, to not jump into something because it was pumping, but to jump out of it because it was pumping. I don't like XRP for reading anymore. What do you mean? I don't want it for trading. Oh. XRP is good for trading. I think I like it because it springs back. There's a lot of rhetoric in it that's keeping it up. So that means every time it falls hard, it rebounds. So there's a lot of money to be made in it rebounding like it does. That's why I focused on XRP, because other projects, it'll just go up and then it'll just drop. And that's why Brad Garlinghouse want to artificially prop up the price as long as they can, because that's more money that can be made. That's why I like XRP so much. Is XRP done long term? I'm not sure. It could, be worth $5 in the next 3 to 5 years. But if you think it's going to 10K, there's no freaking way. And by the time it could ever even reach those numbers, something else will come along that will replace it. XRP will probably never see above $10. It could see $50 to $100, maybe in a decade if it ends up being the end all be all. But in a decade, a lot can happen. I'm done long term, sold my 27K shares earlier March. Good for you. And that means that you're not going to lose everything. And what you do is, Guinea Marie, you're going to wait for it to come back down into these sub-dollar zones, and you're going to start dollar cost averaging and buying up because it could pump at any time. The glitches, those are just glitches. They happen with Bitcoin. They happen with Ethereum. They happen with everything. They're just glitches. Some people think it's the private ledger. It's all speculation. There's no hard evidence to prove anything. But right now, everything is crashing hard. The dollar's losing value. The markets are losing value. The only things that are really gaining value are hard assets, things that people can use, like used cars are going to go through the roof once the price of the cars comes out this year. That's one thing that I buy. I buy classic cars. I buy used cars. Real estate's about to crash. Real estate's a bubble that's been waiting to crash. I think right now your hedge is the used car market, baby. And if you got hundreds of thousands of dollars, you'd have to open up a used car lot. And even then you'd probably, not do so well. What just happened? Rambo. What was that? Yeah, you can't buy them cheap. I buy them cheap, and then I'll throw like a couple $100 into them and make sure that they're sound and sweet. And then I always have friends that are looking for a car. You're a jack of all trades. Oh yeah, I'm a workaholic. I can pretty much do everything. I'm doing all kinds of stuff right now. But also I have a little army that lives here. I have 5 kids. So I'm teaching them how to do things as well, and they're helping me because I can't physically do it anymore. That's why I sit at a computer and yap to you guys. I do teach how to trade. Yep, 5 kids. 5 kids. Bunch of little assholes. They all got an attitude and an opinion. I think interest rates are going to go up or stay the same. I don't think they're coming down. Yes, Head and Shoulders. And guys, those of you that are on TikTok and you're in the chat, make sure you come over to Twitch, guys. If you want to engage in the chat, come on over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. I'm not going to tell you if I'm wealthy or not. Relatively, no. Compared to like Jeff Bezos, I would say I'm not wealthy at all. Jeff Middleton, don't forget to come on over to Twitch. So guys, come watch the show on Twitch. They're you, but twice as bad. Oh, I know. And I was awful. I was a terrible little human being. All right, back to the news. Actually, wait. Before the news. Yeah, let's do the news. More news. Uh-oh. Hope I didn't just click yep, I totally clicked something. Hope I don't get a virus. My mom always said, I hope you have a kid just like you. Yeah, my mom too. I'm glad I have kids just like me. I actually think. So the fact that I have a bunch of free thinkers that question everything, I think is a good thing. All right, XRP price update. Bullseye breakout above 220 resistant. XRP is currently priced at, and don't FOMO because of this, guys. Okay, just wait, be patient. XRP is currently priced at $2 to 201 over the last hour, supported by the market capitalization over 24-hour volume. Trading activity has remained concentrated within an intraday range of 193 and 203 as technical indicators across multiple time frames shows signs of possible reversal and continuation setup in the near term. On the 1 hour chart, XRP reflects a consolidation phase with a slight bullish bias. The price has been established higher lows since bouncing off of 192 level, suggesting a gradual accumulation. Candlestick formations in this range hint a steady buying interest. Although volume has slightly declined, this contraction in volume alongside the tight price channel between $2 and 203 points to a likely breakout should momentum carry XRP above 204. A quick price acceleration towards 210, 215 zone may unfold, while any drop below 198 would invalidate the immediate bullish thesis. Okay. And this is the double bottom. I think this is more of a head and shoulders that's forming. It could end up being a double bottom where we drop back down here and then move up. But other people are seeing something similar. Jessica, thank you for the heart me. Much appreciated. By the way, if you do send a heart me, I believe you can click the little, it's like a present box. And then there's a little crown in the top right corner. And then there's like free gifts that you can send. So when you guys become heart me members, there's free gifts that you can send, so you don't have to even send money. You just send TikTok's money. The 4 hour chart reveals a more pronounced recovery trajectory following a sharp decline to 161. Since the drop, XRP has formed a series of higher lows and is now testing the 210 resistance level. Notably, buying volume has increased on green candles, underscoring positive momentum. A bullish pennant or ascending triangle appears to be shaping, signaling a potential for continuation. Okay, a bullish pendant and a descending triangle. We do not have an ascending triangle. This is a lie right here. We have a descending wedge, or it's a descending wedge, I think is what it's called. We do not have an ascending triangle. I do not see it, and that's because I'm looking at the candles without adding the wicks on the day, which gives a more accurate depiction. The day chart has more candles in it, so it's more accurate. Underscoring positive movement, bullish pennant or ascending triangle appears to be shaping, signaling potential for continuation and formed breakout above 212, 215. Oh, I think they're talking about this right here. Never mind. They're talking about the short term in the 1 day. Sorry. Resistance range could trigger a medium term rally While future to hold, the 195 support area may open the door for renewed downside pressure. So we have to see if we're going to start breaking towards 180, guys. And even if we break towards 180, 175, we could double bottom in the 1 day and bounce back up, or even triple bottom. I'm not going to read all of this. We'll see. We'll read the verdict. The bull verdict is if XRP remains support above 195 and successfully breaks through 212 to 220 resistance zones with convincing volume, the technical structure supports a bullish continuation, the formation of higher lows across timeframes, and signs of seller exhaustion on the day chart suggests a potential breakout towards 230 or higher in the coming sessions. Mind you, I said this before this analysis came out. This came out 13 hours ago. I've been saying this since yesterday. Okay? Early yesterday in the show, I was saying this. But, you know, they're saying the same thing. Bearish verdict, XRP failed to sustain 195 support and dropped below the critical 190 level. Bearish momentum is likely to resume. This would continue a breakdown from current consolidation patterns that could prompt a retest of the 161 capitulation low, reasserting the macro downtrend. Capitulation. Capitulation. Do you hear it? Are you listening? Capitulation, guys. What is that word? Where have we heard that word before? Oh, where is it at? Where is it at? There it is. Capitulation. That's capitulation right there. Yes. Remember weeks ago I told you should be fearful? And we may be moving into capitulation now, guys. Understand? This you are here has been here for a while. Over like 2 months ago, I said you're all in denial. Now we're moving into capitulation. So we could test 161 again. And if we do, that would be a double bottom. Okay? And retrace back up again. Still to 235. So the question is, should we be buying now or should we be buying later? That's the real question. What does that mean? That is the crypto cycle. So the crypto cycle has a certain... there you go. B clipped it right there. Capitulation is basically the middle on the way down to the very end. It means that the bull run is nearly over. It's not a pattern, it's the cycle. So it's the crypto cycle of every bull run. However, the middle to the end, exactly. However, I think they're really trying to prop up the price, and because of the moon cheese. So because of the moon cheese, I'm thinking that we get the pump up. Either we double bottom and come back up, or we head and shoulders and come back up. Maybe. But if we start dropping this weekend and bad news comes in, we could fall past, and that would take us into the new low zones, guys, where we would see probably, I'd want to say we'd probably, let's get them more accurate. Okay. If we go down low, we land at 155, 156, just to be safe. Yeah, 155. And you guys see how I'm getting these numbers? Okay. We're looking at the bull flags from the pump. Okay, and we have this candle to candle meet right here. We have a wick here and a wick here and a wick here. And it just kind of lies right there on that 155. And also, 155 is one of those strong psychological zones. So I would say probably put yours at like 156 to 158. You know, I'd probably say, you know, because like we dropped to 161. Okay, and I figured it would probably be about 160, 161, but I added a couple cents to the price. Yeah, to buy in for the next jump up. If it even does jump up, we could literally not do that at all, but I think they're really trying everything they can to not crash the market. But, you know, the only reason I think that to buy back in is because I do think they are trying to keep it up. I'm going to do small money to try to learn without anxiety. That's the best way to learn. And you can't really lose, because if you'd have just left it in anyway and never watched the show, you'd have lost it anyway. So think of it as you already lost it. You know, practice was something you can afford to lose. But, you know, and as you get that practice, you'll start to, you know, see, okay, I'm making money, I'm making the right moves, and start putting in more. But generally, you don't want to put in lots of money up here, guys. This is the top. You want to throw it all in down here, baby. Anywhere from 120 to 75 cents, baby. That's where you want to get in at, and then wait. That's what you did before. Good for you. So you made some money then because you watched this show. You got in early on. You took some profits, you know, not at the very top, but you did all right because you didn't keep eating the moon cheese. So if you know, play with a little bit of money on the way down to learn, because remember, there's still money to be made on the way down. That's why I like XRP so much, because it has nice swings in here where we've made some money. And it's because of the speculation. Did great. Usually only put in stocks. Yeah. Crypto is so volatile. I can make in like a week or a month what I make in a year in the stock market. But only during a bull run. You know, I can still, I can't do it down here because it doesn't swing enough to even cover gas fees. So only in a bull run. So that's why we like XRP, because it swings so hard. And that's why I think it's probably going to swing back at least to a little bit. I can see the bull run coming. However, I don't think the next bull run is going to be so far off. I think we'll see it in like a year, maybe 2 years instead of 4 years. So what's going to happen right now, please would really like to know. We don't know. We have to wait to see whether we break down or if we consolidate. Yes. Accumulate at the low. You want to accumulate at the low, but make your bag, you know, grow on the way down. That's the idea. As for Mark 88, your question, the answer is that we have to wait and be patient. Okay? We have to wait and be patient. We're in consolidation. In a consolidation zone, you generally don't buy or sell. You wait to see what happens. So either way, even if we do break down, I still think we'll bounce back up to 235, only because keep an eye on tariffs. Exactly. The only reason I think it's going to bounce up, everything in the news indicates down into capitulation and continue moving downward. However, they have been spoon feeding people moon cheese like crazy and artificially pumping up the markets. I think we'll see at least some kind of movement. And if we do drop to 162, we'll at least hit 194 again. At least, and then come back down. So there will be money to be made. But I do think that we'll either move sideways and kind of zigzag between 215 and 195, or we'll drop below down to around 165-ish, 170-ish, and then double bottom and come back up. But you guys want a magic ball, to give you all the answers. I recommend going to Walmart and buying yourself one of those magic 8 balls that you shake that gives you an answer. Okay? I know that I call the prices all the time, but there are areas like consolidation where when it's in that area, it's a 50-50 shot whether it's up or down. I cannot tell you what it's going to be. What I can tell you is that the news says that we're going to keep going down. You bought it $3. Oh my God. Don't feel bad. You're not the only one. The news. Oh, no, not me. People bought it $3. Exactly. And because they bought it $3 and they think that it's going to 10K, they don't care that it's $2. They want to load up on more. They're being spoon-fed moon cheese. That's the only reason why I think it's going to rebound up to like 230, 235. Okay? If it weren't for moon cheese and fake news, I'd say we're done. We're going to... Yeah, they're going to lose it all. And I think that's what they want. They need to make sure that they drain everyone of all of their resources before this happens, so that they don't have the money to buy in. And for you that said just keep dollar cost averaging, you're a fool. You need to be dollar cost averaging in these zones down here. Okay? Dollar cost averaging is not for when we're on a major decline to the bottom. It will go up at the end of the year, but it'll drop down to $1 or even sub $1, maybe 75 cents. And then it'll only push up to probably at the most $2.80 or $3. I saw TikTok that people put 100K in crypto and lost everything. Remortgaging too. It's crazy. Oh, I know. A lot of people did. They thought, oh my God, we're going to be billionaires. It's amazing. And it's just really sad. That's why I started this show, for that very reason. I started this show for those people because I feel it in my heart that people need to know this. Sorry, I'm getting emotional again. People need to know. Thanks for the cheer up, Octua. Yeah, people need to know, man, because they are the only way we're ever going to combat this new world order, whatever you want to call it, and not have to live in the pod and eat the bugs, is if we work together as a people, as the little guy, the serfs, the peons. We come together and we enrich ourselves financially in a way that we can fight back, because this war will not be fought on a battlefield. It will not be fought with guns and bombs. It will be fought in the minds of the everyday people. It will be fought with a pen and paper. It will be fought with your pocketbook. When you do introduce me as a streamer, would you be able to let people know I gear my stream towards helping others with PTSD and veterans, first responders, suicide awareness? Yes. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that. I thought I did. I must have got caught up. If you guys do struggle with PTSD, first responders, suicide awareness, veterans, reach out to CBEO1. He has a support group for those who struggle with PTSD, and reach out to him. Guinea Marie works with PTSD sufferers. Yeah. Very sad. I can only imagine losing so much when so desperately in need. Yes. It is just awful. You know what? I just saw something, guys. This kind of looks like a bull flag. I just saw something. It does. It looks like a bull flag. I think we're going to move up. We got to make sure. We got to wait and see. Yeah, I needed that other candle to form in order to see it. But look, that's a little itty bitty bull flag. And that's just big enough to take us up to about 232, 235, 230. So I see it now. That's our bull flag. However, it could be a bull trap. So let's watch and wait, because it is the weekend, okay? But if we see it breaking up above mind you, it's above $2 now. Okay? If we stay above $2 through Sunday, I highly anticipate it moving up. I highly anticipate it moving up. I'm going to wait, but Sunday will probably give us a nice 196 price point, which would still be well in that 197, 198. That would be your buy zone. But we'll see. You're in, like you're going to buy right now in, or you're already in? You know, and we were just waiting for this new candle to form to find that out. And hi, Avi. Glad to see you. But overall, it's a head and shoulders pattern. Yes. I would say it's more or less a descending wedge, which is, I don't put the descending wedge pattern up here because people are misled and they think it's a bull flag. So, but it is a descending wedge. I'm glad to have you here. I appreciate all you guys. And don't forget, we are monetized on Twitch now. So, AV, you can become a subscriber, and you can also donate as well. And then there's another donation thing that comes up. But mind you guys, your subscriptions mostly go to Twitch. I get a percentage of it. So if you want to maintain your, that's basically going to take care of your ads. If you want to maintain those daily price point videos that I post and message me directly, make sure you still subscribe on TikTok for now until we completely merge together, because I think we're going to be simulcasting, or I'll be posting and messaging and doing subscriptions on TikTok, and then you know, and you'll get that content from TikTok, and the live will be through Twitch. So we'll be doing both. And remember, guys, if you missed the show, I'm now recording the show. Does it benefit you if you subscribe to Twitch? You don't get the ads, and you can. We will eventually just be moving away from TikTok. But there are people who have already paid for subscriptions, so we're doing a slow transition over to Twitch. But yes, you won't have to pay for the ads on Twitch. And mind you guys, I'm working tens of hours. The information that I'm giving you, some people charge astronomical amounts of money to learn, to be taught what I'm teaching, you know, and, you know, so, you know, count them as two separate things. One is the live show, and the other is more, the TikTok side is more or less your price points and your daily coaching. Oh yes, it definitely benefits me. I get like, I think I get like 40 or 50% of the subscription. So it does benefit me. More than TikTok. TikTok puts fake things on me that I have to appeal, and then they don't even appeal them, but they issue those demerits against me so that they don't have to pay me. Yeah, your subscriptions go to me. I get about half that revenue, so I do appreciate that. And eventually we will completely move over. So it's just a short-term thing. But my account on TikTok is negative $8 today. I'll go live for an hour or two, and then my account will say that I'm like in the negative, just because they're stealing from me, guys. They're stealing from me. That's why we're leaving. They give me fake, I don't want to say the B word, but, you know, BANN, you know, and when they do that, it takes my money from me, and they're basically stealing. And that all happened since the tariffs. It got even worse. So I was like, okay, it's time to move. Also, Chad, if you have Amazon Prime, you can also sub to his channel for free once a month. Yes, you can. If you have Amazon Prime, it's free to sub. But you know, I'm gonna keep the Twitch and TikTok separate. So the Twitch will be catered towards the live show, and the TikTok will be more for like when you subscribe, you get those daily price point videos, and you get the personal coaching where you can message me directly. So there's a benefit to both. I know I feel like I'm stretching you guys a little thin, but I'm putting in so much work, and I have a staff to pay. That's why I literally have to ask for donations, because I'm literally in the negative now because of TikTok, and I have to continue to go live to continue to not be in the negative, because basically they're saying that I'm supposed to be doing a show selling stuff to you, even though I never agreed to any of that, but I guess I did. I don't know. I didn't read the fine print. So I'm not here to do a commercial show, okay? This is meant to be a Q&A, a talk, the news. I don't want to sell you guys a bunch of stuff. Even with the there it goes, the donations and the ads, it's all part of the digital element. You know, there has to be some type of revenue, otherwise there is no platform. So I get it. They offer that to you to make extra money. I know they offered it to me, but then I basically went live and didn't promote. I guess somehow a bunch of beauty products ended up in my TikTok to sell that I never added there. I don't know where they came from. And I was going live and they were being posted up on there. I'm wondering if I got hacked or something. But now I'm not earning anything. It's like, I don't know if somebody got my information and they're taking the money from there or what. But basically I somehow signed up to sell beauty products and I'm refusing to sell beauty products to you guys. So I'm paying for it. No, not the Twitch channel. This is TikTok. Yeah, TikTok is stealing from me. Poway Rock, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. So remember, guys, it looks like a bitty bull flag. We'll probably hit like 199 to 198 and then continue up. We'll see what happens over the weekend, guys. Keep that in mind that anything could happen, but we need to keep an eye on it. All right, back to the news. So much news. We've been talking about all kinds of stuff. Here we go. Now, if you've been watching the show, you know that Jessica, thank you for the 5 lightning bolts. Appreciate you very much. If you guys have been watching the show, you already, one tweet, one bad news can send it either way. Exactly. And I'm banking on the moon cheese tweet. However, we kind of already got the moon cheese tweet, which was the tariff pause rhetoric. So I don't know. I'm very conflicted right now. I'm very conflicted. I'm going to let the charts tell me where it's going right now because I feel like that's what it's going to be just right now. It won't be the trap because they have to lead people to believe that there's still money to be made. So I'm going to believe the chart right now. You see the bull flag better on the weekly chart? It's not a bull flag. It's a descending wedge. Not a bull flag. Look at the monthly chart. Monthly chart's a head and shoulders. Wake up. Do you ever jump in just to make extra money? I do. That's how I was able to build the studio and buy all the new equipment. I jumped in. I caught the Brad Garlinghouse candle where he said the case was over. But I was able to read the charts to do that. So I read the charts. Charts said we were going up, and then he came out and we got a moon candle. I just noticed there was an Oz subscript versus Twitch subscript. Just signed up for Oz. I think I still have to watch commercial. I'm sorry. So I'm Oz the Crypto Goat. I do apologize for that. I don't know how to change any of that. You may be able to message Twitch and like their help center, and they may be able to refund that back to you. But yeah, the reason I invested all of this money into you guys because it was profits from my XRP. But now I'm in like 5K. Well, 4K because I made money from going live. But I'm in about 4K in the hole. On top of that. So I've got about 15,000 invested into this venture. The real Eric's hungry. You gonna eat some moon cheese? Did you see the moon cheese, guys? If you guys haven't seen it yet already, on my TikTok, I made a new meme, the moon cheese. Check out the moon cheese meme on TikTok. Yeah, it's great. That's another thing too, guys, is I'm making all those memes. Like, my IT guy doesn't do all that. That's all me. I make all those memes single-handedly. All the little videos and clips. There's a lot of work that goes in just to doing memes, guys. No worries. I was asking about it to support you. I don't want to remove commercials for money if it didn't benefit you. It does benefit me. It does. But the best way, if you do want to support me, guys, the best way to do it is to send it to the Cash App or Venmo. If you send it there, I get all the money. I don't use the fibs. I don't use indicators. Nope. That's how I was able to call it to the cent. Okay. Those will mislead you. Expecting a dip soon? Maybe in a couple weeks. I don't know. We need to see what happens today. We need to see what happens over the weekend. All right. So if you've been watching the show, or you're just new, if you're new, you probably think that XRP got a new ETF. If you've been watching the show, you would know that there is no ETF for XRP. XRP is trading flat on Friday morning, hovering around 199 as traders digest a wave of bullish long-term news following the dramatic week in the crypto market. Mind you guys watching on TikTok, if you want to engage in the chat and not get skipped over, jump on over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat. All lower cases, no spaces. We're on Twitch. And you're going to get a much better video and audio quality. So jump on over there if you want to engage in the chat. While the broader altcoin market remains mixed after Wednesday tariff-driven rally, XRP is holding ground above the $2 psychological level, showing resilience amid short-term indecision. Despite the lack of immediate momentum, its chart suggests the asset may be gearing up for another breakout. XRP's price action is leveled out following a sharp rally earlier this week. The token gained nearly 15% Tuesday's lows after President Trump paused tariffs. He did not pause tariffs. God, I hate the news, man. Except on Chinese imports for 90 days. Lies! All tariffs are in effect. They were just adjusted at the rate they will pay. Everyone is paying 10% across the board. The biggest tariffs we've ever implemented in U.S. history. Okay, are happening. And the fake news is pushing that it's all paused. And the fact that we have Chinese imports at 140-something% tariffs, most of what we get is from freaking China. Y'all are crazy that you believe that it's been paused. It's crazy. What's happening? Did I miss something? No? Since then, XRP has consolidated near the $2 mark, drifting between marginal gains and losses. Blah, blah, blah. We read all this. So basically, everything is the same. The biggest catalyst for XRP this week came from an unexpected source. British banking giant Standard Chartered on Tuesday. The bank projected XRP will surpass Ethereum in the market capitalization by 2028, citing analyst growth dominance in the cross-border payment space. And that is possible, but it's not happening now. It's not pumping now. I just looked. Just look. Get off the 1 minute chart. Look at the 1 day. Whoa. Let's see. Adding to the bullish momentum, the New York Stock Exchange approved the Ozthecryptogoat 2X long daily XRP ETF, XXRP, earlier this week. The leveraged fund, which launched April 8th, is designed to deliver twice XRP's daily price performance via swap contracts. While not a spot ETF, XXRP is the first exchange-traded fund in the United States tied to XRP, signaling increased institutional interest. Analysts suggest that the launch could help normalize ETF exposure for XRP and potentially pave the way for future spot product. So, do you guys understand why they did a spot ETF for XXRP? And then they told everyone that it was for XRP to pump XRP. But the reason why XXRP got a spot ETF, because it's illegal for XRP to have one. And even after the injunction is dropped, it is still illegal until Congress passes a new law. Period. Period. Okay? There will be no ETF approval. There will be no institutional money in XRP until the injunction is dropped and the laws have been changed. Period. That's that. I'm not here to feed you moon cheese. I'm here to give you a nice, juicy steak. Listen, it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be the juiciest steak you ever had. We're all going to be eating steak and drinking Bud Light. It's going to be beautiful. So yeah, spot ETF Poway Rock with the steaks. Yeah. We're all going to be eating steak and drinking Bud Light. No crap from China. Whoever thinks, I'm sorry, don't mean to give you a hard time, but somebody said, way to close, Oz. I don't think we're over yet. I still got a few more things to go over. We could go till 9 o'clock possibly, but whoever said that we were pumping right now, you need to get off the 1 hour chart. Get off the 1 minute chart. And I would, if you think the 1 minute is the XRP is pumping, I would recommend you don't go any lower than the 30-minute chart. The cheese is here. Yes, we don't want to be eating cheese. We want to be eating steak and Bud Light. Oh, my imagination. You know, yeah. So let's see what CoinDesk has to say.
Bitcoin shedding gains as U.S. stocks tumble and Trump hikes tariffs against China to 145%. It's Thursday, April 10th, 2025. I'm Christine Lee. This is CoinDesk Daily. Bitcoin falling below $80,000 and the crypto markets turning red Thursday as U.S. stocks shed another 5 to 6% during the New York trading session, while European and Asian stocks soar after U.S. President Donald Trump hikes China tariffs to 145%. Yesterday, Trump reduced reciprocal tariffs for other countries by 10% and paused sweeping tariffs on non-retaliating countries for 90 days to allow for trade negotiations. The European Union also paused tariffs against the U.S. for 90 days. U.S.-listed spot Bitcoin ETFs saw 127 million in outflows Wednesday, according to Farsight Investors data. Nevertheless, asset manager Grayscale saying trade tensions could be positive for Bitcoin adoption in the medium term, as they can lead to stagflation, and this benefits scarce assets such as gold and Bitcoin. Grayscale adding that the U.S. dollar's role as the world's single reserve currency may be challenged, allowing room for new reserve assets. Paul Atkins, known for his pro-crypto stance, has been confirmed as the new chair of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission with a 52 to 44 Senate vote. Atkins, a former Republican commissioner, was appointed by U.S. President Donald Trump and is widely expected to be supportive of crypto-friendly policies. A swearing-in ceremony will soon take place. Atkins' tenure will begin with an incomplete commission, which is meant to have 5 members and whose sole Democrat, Carolyn Crenshaw, is occupying an already expired term. The White House hasn't yet moved to fill the 2 Democratic positions on the commission. Finally, Pakistan announcing plans to allocate part of its surplus electricity to Bitcoin mining and AI data centers. This initiative follows the recent appointment of Changpeng Zhao, the founder of Binance, as a strategic advisor to the Pakistan Crypto Council. The move is seen as a step toward integrating Pakistan into the global blockchain and cryptocurrency economy, with the potential to utilize up to 10,000 megawatts of surplus energy for Bitcoin mining. For more news in the morning, head on over to Crypto Daybook Americas. You can subscribe at coindesk.com/newsletters.
Sorry about the volume there. So we got a little bit more news. More about the ETF. Obviously, this is BS. Ripple announces one of the largest deals in crypto history. First US-based XRP ETF debuts with very respectable trading volume. Crypto News Digest you today. It's so misleading, guys. They mislead you. They want to lie to you and tell you that XRP has an ETF. That means institutions are going to get into it. They're doing everything they can to get you to FOMO and buy into XRP right now. They're doing everything they can to prop up the price. That's because the price is crashing. The price is crashing. The end is nigh for XRP for at least the next couple months. And they need you to still keep throwing your money at it so that you can be their exit liquidity. This is their exit strategy, guys. This is their exit strategy. Their exit strategy is to lie to you, cheat you, and tell you that the world is made of sunshine and rainbows. And it's not. Okay? They want you to buy up right now because after it dips down and it goes back up, it won't go any higher than it is now. Maybe a little bit more, but that's it. But then it'll start going up and you'll think, oh, I'm making money, and then you won't sell. I was pretty much expecting it would. The $2 mark is a magnet. Oh, excuse me. The $2 mark, whenever we get close to it, it's going to be a magnet. Whether on the upside or the downside, it is always going to consolidate. That's why I don't think we're going to form a double bottom. The only thing that makes me think that we'll form a double bottom. Look at who said we were pumping? Who said we were pumping? The only reason that I would think that we form a double bottom and not the head and shoulders is because the weekend sell-off and Asian markets may want to crash the market. Do you guys see this right here? Do you guys see how this is a head and shoulder or an inverted head and shoulders with a double bottom? Okay. Pay attention, guys. Do you see it right here? This is a AI signal. Okay. When you see this right here, it means that it's going to play out right here. The exact same thing, identical to it. Do you see it? Do you see the head and shoulders is also right here? Do you see it, guys? Do you see this formation right here? Okay. This is a heavy indication. This is an AI generated indication that this will play out. Okay. I've been waiting to see that. Yes. Okay. That is a strong indication. Look, this is also a cup and handle right here. Do you see it? And that would send us to 235. Somebody in the TikTok chat, I can't even say what they just posted. No, this is XRP. Yes. So we have a cup and handle. And mind you, the cup and handle is only bullish when we plow up into it like we did here. This is a strong indication right here. I almost say buy. But Sunday. Yes, to go up. Everything in the chart right now is pointing to an upward movement. Okay? Everything. I am tempted to buy. I am tempted to buy right now. However, we're moving into the weekend, but we have pumped on Sundays before. I'm pretty sure I said something like that the other night, but I was over everyone's head. I was a little too ignorant. Said something like what? You mean like to go up? And it's okay, guys, to ask these questions, okay? And to get clarity. You guys have, this is your money, okay? Morgan, I wouldn't say 50-50 anymore. I'd say it's a strong indication of upward movement right now. Everything is pointing to up. I kind of want to buy right now. I'm tempted to buy. However, look at this. Does look like this is an inverted head and shoulders. It kind of looks like a cup and handle, but we have the weekend coming, and this could form another inverted, another head and shoulders to bring us down. Oh, I'm pretty sure I said something. I was a little too incognito. Gotcha. If you buy, tell us, then I will. I won't tell you when I buy. I'm sorry. I cannot do that. However, I generally will post like a red alert video. If there's a red alert video that says, that it looks hella bullish or hella bearish, those are buy and sell indicators, okay? Red alert, okay? If you see a red alert video on TikTok, then, yeah, volume seems to be dropping, but that's just in the 1 minute, man. And when it's dropping, that's when you're trying to be buying. Everything right now is telling me that we're looking at a pump coming. But I'm going to wait to see what happens over the next couple days. Because if this is a head and shoulders, it will continue to move sideways. It just may pump up to like 210, and I'll only catch from like 210 to 230, 235, which is fine. I'd rather catch the middle than catch a big dump, you know? But usually, guys, I won't tell you whether to buy or sell. I never will do that. However, if I feel like there is an anticipation of a big movement in one direction or the other, I will post a red alert. So far, I've only posted one red alert. I think two. I posted one right here before we got the God candle right here. And then I posted the red alert before we dropped hard. You know, don't forget, if you make a bunch of money, to donate. Just kidding. But yeah, do send your donations, help support the show. When you send to Cash App or Venmo, it goes directly to me with no middleman, guys. And so that is the best way to give and donate. And you can send whatever amount you want. But if you do feel compelled to give to the show, send it directly and on Cash App or Venmo, or use the use the other service as well. That's fine. But just know that whatever you guys send to the Cash App or Venmo goes to pay the staff. I do have a journalist and fact checker that is going through the news. I have a stage crew building the new studio. I have an IT guy that's helping set up all the platforms and everything. You can add those. Message me about that, B, and how to do that, because I was trying to figure out that yesterday. I will 100% donate for advice that pays. Exactly, guys. But like I said, we have the stage crew building the set. We have all the materials going into that. I'm paying for out of pocket. I'm also making all the memes. I'm reading the charts all day long. I'm doing the show 5 hours a day. I'm editing the videos and posting them. I'm making all the price points, and mind you, that there's a lot of heavy toll and anxiety by posting the price points and red alert videos. It's your money too. So like, it's not just me. So I am like extra super careful, and there's a lot of anxiety that comes with doing all that. But I also want to make sure that everyone doesn't lose their freaking 401ks and pensions and retirements and their homes and stuff. So like, but sometimes it does feel like the weight of the world is on my shoulders. And on top of all of that, I'm also answering hundreds of messages every day. I get hundreds of messages. I'm helping people set up their wallets. I'm coaching them on how to day trade, how to long-term trade, everything. So there is a lot that I'm putting into the show. So everything that no anxiety for you guys, no FOMO for you guys. Let me handle it all and take on all that for you. However, that does come at a cost to me, not only me, but time away from my kids and things. But I feel like what I'm doing is important. But that's why I'm also taking a day off. When we first started this, guys, I was going live 7 hours a day, 7 days a week, because I felt like the message needed to get put out there, that it was important, that what I was doing was important. So I do not make enough money doing this, that's for sure. I'm really not making anything. I'm bleeding out. But I want to make sure that my staff is making money and that I'm not forced to let anybody go, because that's another part, is I want to make sure that I don't hire somebody and then have to pull the rug from them, because there's a bit of an obligation there as well. So I do appreciate anything you give. But moving on. Is this some more moon cheese? Do we have more moon cheese? Trump's tariffs. What is this one? This was Bitcoin. Oh, I think this one popped up by accident. Yeah. All right, that was a spammer. Here we go. Here we go. Some more news. All right. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Those of you who are on TikTok, don't forget to subscribe or follow us on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercase, no spaces. All right. Consumer sentiment tumbles in April as inflation fears spike. University of Michigan survey shows. The University of Michigan Consumer Survey mid-month reading a sentiment fell to 50.8 down to 5.7. March Dow Jones estimated for 5.46. Respondents' expectations for inflation a year from now leaped to 6.7%, the highest level since November 1981, and up from 5% in March.
Want a first look at market-moving trends and trades? Get tomorrow's big stock stories delivered to your inbox tonight when you subscribe to Stocks at Night, a free investing newsletter from CNBC. Sign up now at cnbc.com/stocksatnight.
These are not pretty numbers on our April preliminary look on University of Michigan sentiment. On the headline number, 50.8. That's 3 points less than we were expecting. That's about 6.5 points under our last look, and that's the weakest since June of 22. 56.5 on current conditions. That's also extremely light, weakest since June of 22. Huge drop in expectations, 47.2. And on the inflation front, 6.7% on one-year inflation. That follows a 5%. That would be the highest since the Thanksgiving of 1981. 4.4 and 5 to 10-year inflation, that would be the highest since the summer of 91. Now, these are, of course, not quantified, but qualified. They're surveys. And we just had good data in CPI yesterday, PPI today. But these are the worst fears, obviously, of those surveyed. And they really do underscore some of the underlying emotion that is in the marketplace to put forth these types of numbers. Right now, we're hovering at 452, 453 on a 10-year. And do keep in mind, it settled at 4% last week, a huge move, although it still hasn't challenged its high-yield close of the year in January. Sarah, back to you.
Okay, Rick, thank you very much.
Yes, we're looking for our
So yeah, inflation is up, and what you need to take from that, the information that you need about inflation is that with inflation going up the way it is, war's not ending, tariffs in effect, us sending money to Ukraine still, no end to that war in sight, us sending money to Israel, and I believe we're sending money to Gaza as well. Okay, we're sending money all over the place, funding both sides of every war. I don't think we're funding Russia, though, but we're sending money to Taiwan, I think, too, or at least we were. And all of that equals printed money. Inflation, inflation, inflation. Yeah, it definitely needs to stop, but it isn't. Trump said he was going to stop it, and he didn't. He did it for like, what, a few weeks? And then it's all back on the table. So inflation is going crazy. Inflation's going crazy. And what that means, guys, with inflation being like that, that means that interest rates are probably not going to drop in May. Interest rates are probably not going to drop. So everyone's saying that, oh, well, interest rates are going to drop and then the markets are going to boom, guys. I don't see it happening. Yeah, they may go up. Exactly. Interest rates will probably go up, if not stay the same. Fed official signals they are more worried about inflation than slow growth. Okay. And literally the Fed came out and stated, when Jerome Powell spoke last, he stated that the only thing that was going to get them to lower interest rates was if there was an unemployment crisis. And the other day we read about the unemployment in March, that the amount of jobs that were added to the market were more than double what they expected. So there's not even close to a unemployment problem. Okay? We have an inflation problem, and the Fed will stick with that. I think they'll raise it.
Fed officials signal they are more worried about inflation than slow growth. By Greg Robb. April 11, 2025, 7:04 a.m. Eastern Time. Several Federal Reserve officials in separate speeches Thursday expressed the view that the U.S. Central Bank needs to make sure to throw a wet blanket over inflation expected to result from higher tariffs. While the Fed can't stop the initial burst of inflation, officials said they need to make sure inflation doesn't spread or the public will come to expect higher prices for their everyday necessities. In the Fed's thinking, once that happens, the battle against inflation is lost. I intend to keep my eyes squarely focused on the outlook for inflation, said Kansas City Fed President Jeffrey Schmid, a voting member of the Fed's interest rate committee this year, in a speech to a finance group. At a research conference, Dallas Fed President Lori Logan stressed, it will be important to keep any tariff-related price increases from fostering more persistent inflation. Fed officials spoke after President Donald Trump's tariff plan was announced, which despite all the twists and turns on Wednesday, resulted in boosting the U.S. effective tariff rate to 27%, the highest since 1903. To hear the full story, subscribe or sign in.
All right, guys. So, yeah, interest rates are not coming down. Yeah, I'm having a little bit of an issue figuring out Twitch. However, it is a much better platform as far as being censored. So that's why we're using it. I have more freedom to say what I want to say without any recourse. So I do apologize for the learning curve for those of you that have switched to Twitch. However, it's necessary. It's necessary. We have to get away from the TikTok addiction. A lot of people know that we are moving and still continue. They'll watch on Twitch for a little while, and then they'll jump back to TikTok because it's that addicting that they can't watch the show somewhere else, because the TikTok, the way it works, it's just very addicting. So they have a hard time moving away from the platform. That's why we are doing it slowly over time, because a lot of people just can't cold turkey it. Maybe we should have a anonymous meeting for TikTok's Anonymous. And I say that somewhat facetiously and joking. However, it's a real thing, guys. That's why they want to remove TikTok in the United States, because it can be used as a weapon. It's being used as a weapon in the market now to literally drain everybody financially in XRP. TikTok is a weapon. They could literally assemble large masses of people to march on a building, or go to some random judge's house to sway a verdict. Anything. It's very dangerous. It's very dangerous. And I think it's important that we understand that, we move away from the platform. Yeah, and you know what? This weekend, guys, I'm probably going to be playing some Call of Duty. So if you want to come join me for some Call of Duty, if you want to squad up with me, let's play some Call of Duty. Can't stop watching the fainting goat videos. Oh, you guys are funny. I love it. Some of y'all be sending me like goat memes and stuff. It's hilarious. I love it. The whole goat thing. So today I was in the studio working with the studio guys, and they're laying carpet and stuff right now, right? And putting up like the soundproofing in the walls. And I was helping move a roll of carpet. And I pulled my back, and I was laying on the floor. And I was bawling like a goat. I was just like, I threw out my back. The goat thing is just a thing now. I'm the goat everywhere I go. By the way, I also am going to be having somebody design like a logo for us, and like some t-shirts and stickers and stuff to put on mugs. Censored by TikTok, thank you for the 3 lightning bolts. So I am going to be making merchandise, so you guys will be able to get your goat stickers and mugs and things like that, t-shirts, hoodies, so that way you can wear them around, and people will ask you, what is that? And you tell them about the show, and you can help them along their way, to spread the word. So I will be making some merchandise, some goat merchandise. I'm trying to figure it out. I want to get a goat stuffed animal that you guys can buy, and then when you squeeze it does the goat thing where I go "Mah!" So it'll be my voice, so when you squeeze the goat, you hear my voice. I do want to get those made. Definitely will at least have like a goat plushie that you guys can get, little baby goats. I think it'll be fun. TikTok, censored by TikTok, thank you for the 4 lightning bolts. Appreciate it very much. And don't forget, guys, if you are watching on TikTok, we are on Twitch now. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. I do think it's really funny how I just fell into the goat thing, and honestly, it's an honor to be considered a goat. I considered myself more or less an amateur, and some of you guys have told me that, like I was like, oh, top analysts are saying this, and people said you are a top analyst. That means a lot to me. because I do work really hard at this, but that affirmation also helps keep me going. So I do appreciate all that, guys. You are amazing. And it feels good to feel professional doing this. Not having a camera pointed at a screen, having, good audio. And guys, don't forget, if you want to donate to the show, click the link there or send it to my Cash App or Venmo. Let's take one last look at the chart before we go. But it looks like we're pretty much in consolidation, just as we were. Not much is changing. As you can see, it's pretty much flat line here, guys. Pretty much a flat line. Obviously, you can make it look like it's moving crazy. We'll probably start pushing up, but this looks like, to me, that pattern, I'm going to say I feel like the bullish push is coming, guys. I don't play that much Call of Duty anymore because their anti-cheat has gotten bad. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I know. The cheating on Call of Duty is terrible. HD Malicious, thank you for the goats. Zodiac, thank you for the GGs. I play Call of Duty because I enjoy it, but I also play Apex. I play some Fortnite. Yeah, we'll see. I don't even know how to do a lot of things. Like, I don't know how to crouch with the keyboard yet. I'm still learning so much by playing with the keyboard. So if we do play, yes, that is my first name. That's why it's Austin. So, if we look at I think it's the 30-minute. 30-minute looks like a cup and handle. Okay. When I play build mode in Fortnite, I use the Azeron. I don't even know what you're talking about because, like, I don't even build in Fortnite. I just run around and shoot people. So I don't even know how to build. But as far as in the 30-minute, looks like a cup and handle to me. And then on top of it, look at, this is that inverted head and shoulders with the double bottom head, which emulates in the 1 hour the exact same thing here. So I do feel like that's going to play out. We're at 201. I would say probably $2 is the buy point. I have a feeling that people are expecting the Sunday dump, so it's going to do the opposite. It's just a keyboard and mouse, except all the keys are at your fingertips. Google search it, and you'll like it. I'll look into it. I just have so much going on. It's going to be nice to have the weekend to just play some Call of Duty on Twitch. I've been wanting to do it since I started the Twitch live. However, I didn't want to do it until we got affiliate because I didn't want people to not be watching and it ruin my stats. But now that we're affiliate, we can do all that stuff. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And if you guys want to squat up and play with me, I'll put on my headset. We'll chat crypto. We'll do all the good stuff, guys. So I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see you guys there, and have a great weekend, guys. Hopefully we make some money in the next couple days. $2 is the entry. I'm not saying that yet. I'm going to watch it. However, according to the charts right now is when you would buy. However, don't do it just yet. This is also emulating a Head and Shoulders, which could bring us down to, 190 and break structure. So let's watch and wait. I would say I'd wait for, 210 to buy. Why be greedy? Catch between 210, 210 and 230, 235 and get out. You wait for the red alert. Yeah. And mind you, if you're always waiting for the red alert, you may miss them because sometimes they happen at 3 in the morning or I'm asleep and I miss it too. So just be careful of that. Just understand that's why we go live and we're talking about this, but be paying attention to the charts this week. If we continue to consolidate sideways, we should push up. If we drop down and then move back up, I would say that we'll form a double bottom and move back up. Either way, I feel like it wants to move up to 235. I think 230, but even as high as 240. But I do not, if it goes past 247, guys, expect to see 260 to 280. Okay, but I don't think it'll go past 247. It'll take news to do something like that. But keep an eye, guys. We do look bullish in the short term. Just for right now, there is money to be made. But here's the thing is, you guys can't always catch the very tip, okay? And you can't always catch the very top, but we can catch the middle. And I'm sure a lot of you bought at 163 and sold at $2, okay? And if you held on to it at 163, there's a potential to keep going up. But there's also the potential to drop down. So hopefully you took some profits if you're not selling all of it. Just pay attention. This is going to be a crucial week. You're going to either it's either going to make or break XRP this week, okay? If we break down from here and break past 163, expect capitulation and for us to drop into low zones, okay? Those low zones, I'll go over them one more time before the end here. Low zones are 155 to like 130. And if you want to roll the dice, 125 to 120. Okay? You missed it? That's all right. A lot of you got it, though. And don't worry, there will be more, okay? But at least now you trust me, right? Don't trust me too much. All of this is speculation. But you bought 164 and sold at $2. Good for you. Good for you. Hopefully that was because of me. But if you did it on your own, that's good too. But I hope I was able to point you in the right direction. That is the point. But we've got a bull flag, we've got a cup and handle, we've got an inverted head and shoulders. Everything is pointing to upward movement, but it could be a bull trap. Okay, we are moving into the weekend, so be careful. Don't eat the moon cheese. Make safe, smart trades. Wait for the breakout. We are still in consolidation. Wait for that breakout up to 210 or higher. Okay, or that breakdown between 190 or lower. Okay, depending on if you're putting in a short or a long. Okay, make smart moves, smart trades, guys. Don't always try to catch the tip. If you always try to catch the tip, you're going to get fucked. All right? Excuse my language. But if you think you're just going to get the tip, you're going to get fucked. You're waiting for the red alert, if not next time. Okay. But don't always just rely on me, guys. Do it on your own, too. Watch the charts. Try to notice those breakouts. Try to identify them. And if you feel like you're noticing that breakout, send me a message, and maybe if, I do sleep sometimes, but I'm here to help you guys learn. So if you're a deluxe subscriber and you're trying to learn how to do these trades and you think that, you're calling a breakout, send me a message and I'll say, I don't think we're quite yet. That's why I haven't posted a red alert. Or I'll say, oh, good job. I'm going to post the red alert right now. And then you get that pat on the back on the next live. Don't know how to even see a chart like that? Don't worry, you will. It's never just the tip. You always get the long shaft. Okay, so we're just trying to stroke the middle here, guys. We're not trying to work the tip. Let's just say I buy now, and it's kind of a stop loss. Would you recommend? Stop loss at 180, 185, 190. I don't use stop losses. So I wouldn't know. I mean, not that I wouldn't know. I mean, I just generally don't use stop losses because I'm usually right. And if I am wrong, I'm watching when I'm in the market. So I don't like to use stop losses. Have a good night. But I'm not recommending you guys don't use stop losses. I'm very advanced at trading. Okay. Even guys like Mega use stop losses. Okay. I don't use them because I'm very advanced. You work all the time, don't have the luxury to watch. Exactly. I have that luxury. So when I'm in it, I'm either in smart money and I don't even have to worry about it, or I'm in it to win it, and I'm making these trades in here. I'm not going to sleep because I suffer from insomnia. I would say, and we went over it earlier, I would say probably put your stop loss at like 186 to 180. You decide. I'd say 187 to 180. That would be your stop loss. But remember, it could fall all the way to 163, 160, and double bottom and bounce back up and still do the same pattern it's doing now. Honestly, despite the news, I still feel very bullish right now. Okay. I don't think a stop loss is very necessary. I think we're on the 1 day chart. You have days to watch it play out. All right. But this is your money. I'm not going to tell you what to do. You set your stop losses, but I stopped doing stop losses because, man, I'd set them and then it would just hit and then, oh man, it would rebound right after my stop loss would kick in. So I don't use stop losses because of that, because I figure if it's going to waterfall down, I'm going to know it, because it's going to be something really big and crazy, and big waterfalls like this don't happen every night. It's never just the tip. What is that, B? You clipped it? What? How do I? If it's clipped, will that show in my like when people go to my page, it'll just show it? What does it mean when you clipped it? So it's like saved in my page? Oh, nice. Nice. Thank you, dude. I appreciate you so much. Everyone, a round of applause for B, an emoji for B, a heart for B, some kind of love for B. He has put in a lot of work for this show for free. And I'll tell you what, any donations that are sent today, well, not all of them. I'll tell you what, 50% of all donations sent today, I will donate to B's channel. 50% of any donations. Nope, I already said it. I'm doing it. 50% of any donations sent today will go to B's channel to help raise awareness for PTSD, for first responders, military, and suicide awareness. Okay? So 50% of all of your donations that are sent today will go to B to support his community. So let's see what we can raise for our troops for suicide awareness. Everything I make on my channel goes to Save a Warrior. There you go. So anything donated today will go towards B's nonprofit of choosing. He's chosen saveawarrior.org. So 50% of anything you send today will be going to help our first responders, our men and women of the military, and those, not only those of the military, but those who are suffering from PTSD, and to help with suicide awareness, guys. So, and if you can't give, go and follow his show, or tell someone that may need that help to reach out to him as a shoulder to cry on, someone to talk to, and hopefully he can help or point them in the right direction. But we need to come together as a community to help each other and uplift one another. It's the program that saved my life. I was on the verge of ending it all. Man, I'm glad that you're here. I appreciate it. Yeah, Guinea Marie also deals with PTSD as well. So thank you guys. I do appreciate it. This is why I took a year off from streaming to work the program. Good for you, man. Good for you. My hobby is training service dogs at the prison for PTSD too. Oh, that's awesome. Wow, we have quite a community here, man. And I'll tell you, everyone here I've noticed has love for one another, peace, love, unity, and respect. And you know, we even have different political views and difference of opinions, and we've chosen not to hate each other because of our differences. And that's another thing that I'm trying to normalize with this show that we're doing, is that we don't have to hate each other because we have a difference of opinions, and that's the way it should be. Yeah, no hate at all. Yeah, we can dislike things, we can have differences of opinions, but just because our opinions are different, we all bleed red. Okay, we all bleed red, and we have a diverse background, but also we have a large community from all over the globe, not just the United States, but reaching to all ends of the earth. Poly boys, no go up or down. You talking about XRP? I think we're gonna go up, but we have to wait for a breakout. But thank you all, and remember, all donations that are sent today will go, 50% of it will go to Bees, what was it again? SaveAwarrior.org. So 50% of all donations will go to SaveAwarrior.org today to help first responders and veterans with PTSD and suicide awareness. So please, if you do give, today would be the day to do it. I'm going to be donating 50% to be. Use that link I gave you, Oz. Yeah, is that where you want me to send it to, directly to it? If you don't use PayPal, you can send it directly to the Venmo or Cash App. Okay, so anything that comes in, I will just send it directly to Save a Warrior. All right? Thank you, B. I appreciate you. So 50% of whatever comes in today from donations will be going to send the Venmo, just the Venmo. Awesome. Thank you very much. So 50% of that will be going to the Save a Warrior Fund, saveawarrior.org. And for those of you on TikTok, if you want to donate to the Cash App, that's $Aussie 122.33 504. OZZY 122.33 504. And the Cash App is at OZZY 122.33 504. Someone on TikTok said, all I do is fish for money. And I do ask for you guys to give because we are building something here. So it takes money to make money. And we have to work together for this community. But you know what? If you are salty about it, then you don't have to give. You can just watch and you can make money by watching, but obviously everyone watching here is trying to make money. So I don't understand what that's all about. We're trying to build a community here. And that's why I'm giving 50% to Bee's community as well for today. But no, I'm not trying to fish for money. I'm trying to build something. That's why I've invested over $15,000 into something that I've made $1,000 from. Okay. Because I want to provide you guys with something amazing. I want to build a community. I want to stop people from being spoon-fed moon cheese. I want to stop our servicemen and women from ending it all and from suffering with PTSD. My father was in the Navy and he suffers from severe PTSD, and it's crippled our family. And he does not deal with it. He refuses to acknowledge it. So there needs to be awareness. There needs to be help. So if you want to hate on that, then you don't belong in this channel. Last four phone number? What do you mean asking for the past four phone number? Your phone number or my phone number? Your Venmo wants your last four phone number. Really? Nobody else wanted that. 1934. That's weird because people sent it to me before and it, yeah, or you can use the link in the page. Exactly, guys. If you use the link in the page, you're not using PayPal. You just put in your card information and it automatically sends it. Okay, you guys can skip it, but I sent it to you anyway, just in case. I really don't want to be giving out my phone number. Somebody offered to pay me $100 a month just for my phone number so I could be on call. And I was like, yeah, I can't do that. I was like, I'd have to get a separate line, you know, for $100 a month just for that phone line. And then it'd be ringing off the hook all the time. I was like, not worth it. Remember, guys, 50% of donations will be given to saveawarrior.org. Thank you. Poway Walk, you sent 200? Really? Oh. I thought you said... Oh, he wants me on call for 200. Yeah, I'll tell you what. For $1,000 a month, I will let 5 people. I will let 5 people have me on call. It's not worth it to me, man. I want to have some time with my family. But I might consider it. But no, I don't really want to do all that. But I mean, money's money. If you were to give me successful trades, that is worth it. 12-hour window for half. Do you want the subscriber highlight on or off the chat? I don't know. I guess on. Is it on there? Yeah, let's leave the subscriber highlight. Is it taking up the whole space? Let me see. Let me move ground control. I don't see it. Yeah, I think when people subscribe, they should get some recognition for it. Let people know they've joined the community. But my IT guy handles all that stuff. I'm trying to do less of that and focus more on the show. Do the fact checking, read the charts, make the videos. I like to do the creative side of it. I mean, I guess that's kind of creative, but you know, I want to create the logos. I want to make the memes. I want to do the show. You're able to do it more as a mod? Nice. Yeah, I think we'll just leave it at what it is for now, and if we decide to change it, we'll change it. If you think, I think people should be celebrated for their subscriptions and things like that, and the things that they give and send, you know? And, you know, I think if you want to give, you know, donations anonymously, that's cool. But if you want me to shout them out too, I'll shout them out. Because basically everything you donate is going to someone else. It's not going to me. It's going to the staff. It's going to something for the show. You know what I mean? It's not going to me. And today, 50% of everything you send is going to saveawarrior.org. Yes, I do too. I have mine on. Yeah. All right, guys, it's 8:46. I'm going to end it early because it's a Friday night and we all know what's coming. Probably the dump, but the charts say everything bullish, so keep an eye on it. Thank you all. I will double check. I'm pretty sure I got the money, but I am live on TikTok as well at the same time. It looks like I got it. No. I don't know. Let me check. Wow. For the first time in over a week, I finally turned a profit on TikTok. After going live for 4.5 hours, I made a whopping 37 cents. And that's only because people sent roses. Let me double check. Yes, I got 2 donations. One from Avi and one from Virginia. Thank you very much for your donations, guys. Thank you very much. No, oh, sorry. I didn't say the whole name. I don't know who's who, you know, so, but yeah, so thank you to all of you who donated. Thank you very much. I'm trying not to dox anybody. Do you want me to say how much the amounts are for? All right, we'll keep it anonymous then. Thank you for your very generous donations. Thank you all. Both of you. I think we may have got a Venmo too. Let me make sure that everybody gets some recognition here. Oh yeah, we got a Venmo too. But it doesn't say who. Thank you guys. Wow, such generous donations today. Wow, that's amazing. And half of all of that is going to the Save a Warrior Fund. Thank you all very much. I appreciate you. I got to do the math on what it is that comes in, but it's going to be a hefty donation. Wow, you guys are freaking amazing. I'm glad I decided to do that. Wow. Thank you guys. All right, I'm going to go enjoy my weekend, go get in the hot tub and splash some water in my kids' faces. All right, have a good night. Thank you all for your support of this show and for supporting our first responders and veterans. We love them just as much. And even if you're from another country and, you know, we love each other and we don't want anyone to suffer. All right, thank you all. Have a good night. How's everybody doing today? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. I'm Ozthecryptogoat, and this is the Ledger Lounge. Welcome, welcome. We're going to be looking at ZBCN and XRP mainly today with our focus. Looks like ZBCN is finally getting its pullback. And if you saw the show yesterday, I said ZBCN would probably top at 0055, and it just fell short of 0054. And, you know, the price points I give out to you, make sure you're, you know, adjusting a cent or two, because those are psychological zones. And you want to make sure that you're adjusting those, you know, within a cent or two, to make sure that they hit, because you're going to want to set limit orders on this stuff. We do limit order trading here. So that's right where we went to, and now we're getting our first little pullback. The question is, do we flag from here and continue going up, or are we going back down for a 50% correction? And if we do, I would say 0033 for Zebic inbound. Unless we flag where we're at right now. Let's look at the 1 hour and see what the 1 hour is telling us. 1 hour is saying flag, baby. 1 hour says we're not done yet. This is a flag. That's textbook. ZBCN's about to pump again. I might just buy some right now. I think I'm going to buy some right now because I've been waiting for a little pullback and an indication of a move upward, and I think that's what we're looking at here. But it could fall short, but this is healthy, baby. This is a good sign. ZBCN is about to moon, baby. The FOMO is real. It's on Uphold. I believe so. There's one that has free fees. Let me find it here. CoinUnited.io is a zero fee exchange. Zero fees, baby. That's what we want. We want that zero fee. I don't know if it's safe. I don't use it. If you're doing big amounts of money, maybe go with something a little more. This is what ChatGPT told me. Smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. We're gonna get started here in a little bit. Do you guys like the picture in the back? We got a new picture. Look at the picture, huh? Turn the light off. That's kind of cool, right? I'm gonna get some different lighting. I need to get contacts because the reflection, and I can't see the charts without them. But I'm probably gonna get contacts. Just so you know, I will never recommend a platform or, you know, do your due diligence. But I'll tell you, with any platform, it's a risk. I will tell you that much right there. Any platform is going to be risky. Happy Memorial Day, by the way. And just so you know, 50% of all donations sent in today will go to Save a Warrior Foundation. So 50% of all your donations. We do this once a month where we raise money for donations. Last month we raised $75 for the Save a Warrior Fund. Thank you to all who donated that one. We were going to do Tim Ballard this month, but in light of Memorial Day, we're going to do Save a Warrior again. So we're going to do Save a Warrior this month, and then next month we'll be doing the Tim Ballard Fund for the SAing of children and trafficking. So we give back to the community here everywhere we can. So 50% of what you send into donations. So that's going to be the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. That's at OZZY12233504, and PayPal has 614 at the end. Jesse, if you're watching the live, if you could post that Cash App up on there. So that's OZZY12233504614. And send in some gifts. We need some hearts here, baby. Let's get this show on the road here. Don't forget to send in the heart me's as well. And the hearts. We are in 88th place on the TikTok leaderboards right now. That is incredible. Out of all of TikTok, the entire TikTok sphere, we are in 88th place. Jessica, thank you for posting the Cash App. So the Cash App is right there. That's OZZY122335004. And PayPal is OZZY12233504614. So there's the Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal in the chat there from Jessica. Thank you very much for posting that for me. 50% of all donations sent today will go to the Save a Warrior Foundation. SaveAWarrior.org. Turn the lights on. So yeah, Zebek's looking good. Zebek's looking good. Zebek is a bull flag in the 1 hour. I would say if you were going to buy Zebek, right now is the price, baby. That looks like a bull flag to me, baby. So hopefully it doesn't die. But it's looking really good. Looking really good. Just like it did here. It flagged right here. It took off. So it's got another big move up to, I'd say, 006, baby. Smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. You know, it's a holiday, so I'm thinking today's show might be a little slow. AV, how you doing? And if you're watching the show, don't be afraid to spam the chat or ask questions. No problem. 50% of all... Jessica, thank you for the heart me. 50% of all donations today sent to the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal will go to the Save a Warrior Foundation for Veterans Day. So for those of you that want to donate, today's the day to do it because we're giving half of it away to our warriors. And we love and appreciate our service men and women here. And next month, we're going to be doing the Tim Ballard Foundation. If you don't know who Tim Ballard is, what's up, B? B, I got a donation coming for Save a Warrior today. 50% of all donations sent today will be going to the Save a Warrior Foundation. Yes, for Memorial Day, I got you again. Last month, we raised $75. And this month we are gonna see if we can break that. Let's see if we can break that, but we'll see what comes in. It seems to be a little slow in the show for right now, but maybe it'll pick up. So yeah, anything you guys send today, the Cash App and Venmo, Jessica posted it in the chat right there. We have the Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. Send it there, and you will be helping the Save a Warrior Foundation. All right, Zebek's looking good, baby. Zebek's getting his first little pullback. I would say, if you were going to buy, If you were waiting for it to come back down, right now is a good spot. I'd go as much to say as we're green, baby. Turn the green light on. We're green. Even XRP. I think XRP is about to turn green. It's red today, obviously, but we call it before it happens. And XRP to me is looking like a diamond bottom. So we had a little diamond bottom right here, but in the, let's go into the hour. This looks like a bit of a diamond bottom here, possibly forming. You know, I don't see it as much in the 1 hour. A little harder to... Kind of looks like a double bottom. It's a little out of structure in the 1 hour, but in the 1 day, it looks pretty textbook. Let me get rid of some of these lines so you can see it here. So here we are. Now obviously it's not fully formed yet, so it could come down more potentially. But this is a possible diamond bottom forming. It has not formed yet, so it's not for sure. But it could be a bit of one. It could also just not be it. It's a little out of structure, but it kind of looks like it. Love what you've done to the studio, Jam. Yeah. Thanks. How you guys like the moon? We got the moon back here. I'm starting to lean. What was the last coin I was looking at? ZBCN, Zebic. Zebic looks good. It is flagging on the 1 hour. And it's just been running up for days now. Days, it's just been boom. And look at that flag, baby. So yeah, this one is, I would imagine it's at its lowest point right now. So if you're gonna buy this one right now, this very moment is your time. And I've been watching this one for a few days, waiting for a bit of a pullback. And I was like, I want to see it either pull back hard and I'm going to jump into it. Look at that. Boom. It's just mooning right now. And I was like, I want to see it pull back hard, or I want to see it hit resistance and flag, and then I'm in it. Boom. Zebic is going to the moon, baby. We got a moon back here for Zebic. I should probably put a sticker up there that says Zebic. This is looking good. How do you guys like the artwork? It's not lit perfectly. ZBCN, not ZN. ZBCN. Let me put it in here. ZBCN. Right here. What is Zebic? Sorry, I've been busy and crypto hasn't been on my mind. No worries, man. I know you got a lot going on. Zebic is RWA. real world asset. Let's ask ChatGPT to tell us about it.
Hi, glad to meet you. I think we're going to do great work together. Where shall we start?
Can you tell me about Zebic ZBCN and what its utility is, its market cap, and how many coins it has? Oh, it's going to make me log in here. Hold on. So I had to wipe the computer. We got like nonsense. Okay. Hello.
Hey there. How's it going?
Good. Can you tell me about Zebic Network and ZBCN, what its function is and utility, and what its market cap is, and how many coins are in supply?
Zebic Network's ZBCN token is currently priced at approximately $0.005. It has a market capitalization of around $391 million and a circulating supply of about 79 billion tokens. The total supply is capped at 100 billion.
And how is that in relation to XRP?
XRP, the native cryptocurrency of the Ripple network, has a much larger market presence compared to ZBCN. XRP's market cap is in the hundreds of billions of dollars, significantly higher than ZBCN's 391 million. As for supply, XRP has a total supply of 100 billion tokens, similar to ZBCN, but a larger portion is typically held or controlled by the Ripple company. Overall, XRP has a much higher market cap and is more widely adopted compared to ZBCN.
What is ZBCN's utility?
ZBCN, the token of the Zebic network, is designed to facilitate real-time, continuous payment streams. Its primary utility includes real-time payments. ZBCN enables instant continuous payments, allowing for automated salary disbursements, subscription services, and other financial transactions. 2. DeFi integration. It can be used in decentralized finance applications for lending, borrowing, and staking. 3. Micropayments. It supports small value transactions that can be used in various online services. Overall, ZBCN aims to streamline and innovate payment systems by making transactions faster and more efficient.
Will ZBCN partner with Ripple?
I don't have specific information about a partnership between Zebic Network and Ripple. Partnerships in the crypto space can develop quickly, so it's best to check the official announcements from both Zebic Network and Ripple for the most accurate and up-to-date information. Would you like me to search for any recent updates on this?
No, that's fine.
All right, if you have any more questions or need assistance with anything else, just let me know.
All right, there you go, guys. ZBCN looks like it's forming a flag right here. And I could see it going up to 006 here real soon. I heard Zuckerbucks is going after Ripple hard. Oh, man. Let's find out. Is Mark Zuckerberg going after Ripple in a negative way?
I haven't seen any reliable information suggesting that Mark Zuckerberg is targeting Ripple in a negative way. It's always a good idea to verify news from credible sources. Let me know if you want me to find the latest updates or if there's anything else you'd like to talk about.
What cryptos are central bank cross-border systems?
Central bank digital currencies, CBDCs, are digital forms of a country's fiat currency issued and regulated by the central bank. They are not the same as cryptocurrencies, but are often built on blockchain technology. Some central banks are exploring or developing cross-border payment systems using CBDCs to improve efficiency and reduce costs. Examples include 1. Project mBridge, a collaboration involving the central banks of Hong Kong, Thailand, China, and the UAE, aiming to facilitate cross-border payments using digital currencies. 2. Project Jura, cross-border payment project by the Banque de France and the Swiss National Bank, exploring the use of CBDCs for cross-border transactions. 3. Digital Euro and Digital Yuan. While not exclusively for cross-border payments, these projects by the European Central Bank and the People's Bank of China could eventually facilitate international transactions. These systems aim to make cross-border payments more efficient and cost-effective.
Yeah, it's just giving basic info. Jessica is actually our fact checker. But she's out sick today. But she's in the chat. So Jessica will be fact checking throughout the show. And Jessica, if you could, post the Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. Just so you know, today for Memorial Day, 50% of all donations sent to the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal will be sent to the Save a Warrior Foundation. Last month we gave $75, and let's see if we can top that today. So your donations are going to go to help that foundation. So help out and send in those donations. Jessica, if you could post that into the chat so that people can see the Cash App and Venmo. But yeah, we last month we gave to Save a Warrior, and I was going to do the Tim Ballard Foundation. However, because it's Memorial Day, we're going to give to Save a Warrior again. Ask why HBAR and XLM are they part of cross-border team in the document of central bank. All right, I got you. Why is HBAR, XRP, and XLM, and are they part of the cross-border team in the document of central bank?
Hedera, HBR, XRP, and Stellar are all cryptocurrencies that have been considered for use in cross-border payments. Each has unique features. 1. XRP Ripple. XRP is designed for fast and low-cost cross-border transactions. Ripple's technology aims to connect banks and financial institutions to enable real-time, secure, and transparent transactions. 2. Stellar, XLM. Stellar focuses on facilitating cross-border payments and remittances, especially for unbanked populations. Its network provides fast, low-cost transactions across borders. 3. Hedera HBAR. While not primarily focused on cross-border payments, Hedera's distributed ledger technology is designed for high throughput and low latency, which can support various applications, including payments. While these cryptocurrencies have been explored for their potential in cross-border transactions, their involvement in any specific central bank document would depend on the context and the goals of that document.
List off some of the documents that they're listed in.
I don't have access to specific documents or lists that name cryptocurrencies like XRP, XLM, or HBAR in official central bank documents. Typically, central bank documents discussing cross-border payments might mention technologies or systems rather than specific cryptocurrencies. For accurate and official information, it would be best to refer directly to documents published by central banks or international financial institutions.
I agree with that sentiment right there. I don't think that there's anything stating that. Even like XRP, everyone's like, oh, well, the SEC is they're planning on using Ripple for this and that because of the XRP proposal. But that's just a proposal. Anybody can send a proposal to the SEC does not mean that that is what the SEC has planned. So I could write that and post it and get it on the website. So it's all just FUD. We'll see what happens, but I don't think that XRP is going to do much until the case is over. All right, let's see here. Let's read some news, huh? XRP news today. XRP holds key support as Ripple Circle deal sparks bullish reversal hopes. And let me tell you this right now. Ripple is probably not going to buy Circle. I think that this is all just a ploy to keep the price up right before the end of the month. Will XRP be used by Japan in 2025?
Reports suggest that by 2025, many Japanese banks plan to adopt XRP for cross-border payments. However, these claims lack official confirmation. For accurate information, it's best to consult official statements from Japan's central bank and financial institutions.
Yeah, there's no official anything. And let me tell you right now, they have been saying like, oh, XRP partnered with this bank and that bank. And if you look it up and find out what those banks are, like they did this with Dubai. And you look up the bank and the bank is like super small. It has like maybe 100 employees. They're not anything. I'm telling you, it's all just FUD. It's all a bunch of misinformation to cause FOMO in the middle of a bull market. That's all it is, because Ripple profits off of XRP's price going up because they dump it every month. What blockchains have been tested for real use case?
Several blockchains have been tested in real use cases across various industries. Some prominent ones include 1. Ethereum, widely used for decentralized applications, dApps, and smart contracts. It's been tested for everything from finance to gaming and supply chain management. 2. Ripple, XRP Ledger, used by financial institutions for real-time, low-cost cross-border payments. XRP has seen adoption by several banks for remittances and payments. 3. Stellar, XLM, focuses on facilitating cross-border payments, especially for underbanked regions. It's been used by companies like IBM in real-world payment systems. 4. Hyperledger Fabric, a permissioned blockchain designed for enterprise use, particularly in supply chains, healthcare, and financial industries. Companies like Walmart and Maersk have tested it for real-world applications. 5. Tezos. Known for self-amending blockchain protocols, it has been used in voting systems and by large companies like Ubisoft for in-game asset verification. 6. Cardano. It's been used in real-world cases like verifying the education credentials of students in some African countries and in partnerships for supply chain management. 7. Solana, mainly tested for high-speed decentralized finance DeFi applications, offering scalability and low transaction costs. 8. Polkadot. Facilitates interoperability between different blockchains, with several projects using it for decentralized finance and cross-chain communication. These blockchains have been implemented in real-world testing, demonstrating their versatility in industries such as finance, supply chain, healthcare, and governance.
Interesting. The top 2 are Ripple and Ethereum. And if you saw the crypto summit, Ethereum admitted that they do not have the technology to operate on a global scale. So if you haven't seen that video, make sure you go back and watch it. But Ethereum spilt the beans, man. They do not have the ability to operate on a global scale. There's just not enough electricity in the world to power Ethereum the way it works. So I think that's why Ripple's the number 2 candidate. So let's see here. XRP holds key support as Ripple Circle deal sparks bullish reversal hopes. Let me zoom in here so I can see this a little better. XRP is carefully navigating a pivotal moment, balancing renewed waves of investor optimism with lingering legal and market challenges. As growing institutional interest and bullish sentiment begin to signal a potential turning point for the token's long-term trajectory. As of Tuesday, the Ripple Association cryptocurrency is holding firmly near the 230-234 support range, showing signs of resilience despite a recent pullback from the 265 high reached earlier this month. Ripple Circle acquisition rumors drive fresh investor interest. Fueling XRP's momentum is a wave of speculation surrounding Ripple's potential acquisition of Circle, the stablecoin giant behind USDC. While neither company has officially confirmed the deal, reports suggest that Ripple has held informal talks with both Circle and Coinbase, and rumored valuation for Circle stands at around $5 billion, aligning with its IPO ambitions. But let me tell you something, okay? Circle has a contract with Coinbase, and Circle is not allowed to sell without Coinbase's approval. So if Coinbase is trying to acquire Circle and Ripple's trying to acquire Circle, Coinbase is not going to sign it over if they're the ones trying to acquire it. So keep that in mind. All right, let's see here. Next article. Let me zoom in. XRP news today. Price fluctuates ahead of court deadline. Bitcoin and Dogecoin prices stable. How to start blah, blah, blah. SEC versus Ripple focus turns to closed door meetings as court deadline looms. XRP prices fell as the SEC Ripple impasse intensified, with investors keeping a close eye on key SEC meetings this week. The SEC silence on the matter after it failed to agree on a settlement to modify Judge Annalisa Torres' final ruling added to market uncertainty. On May 15th, Judge Torres denied the SEC's request for an indicative ruling that would be lifted the ban of selling XRP to institutional investors and reduced a fine to $125 million. Since XRP's price have plunged from a high of 265 before the court ruling to 226 on May 25th, the ongoing pullback reflects growing investor concerns about the legal impasses. Investors focus turns on the SEC's closed door scheduled for Thursday, May 29th. The meeting may determine the quorum required to restart settlement negotiations. Either Judge Torres pointed out that the SEC had made procedural errors and failed to convincingly prove that the proposed terms were in the public and institutional's interest. So that's interesting. We shall see what happens with that. I think that part of the issue is clerical error with the SEC, the prior administration. So maybe this will all come out to be a mistrial. Jessica, thank you for the heart me. AV, thank you for the heart me. TikTok seller, thank you for the 7 roses. Don't forget to send in the heart me's, guys. Let me change this goal here. Let's do heart me's. We need some heart me's coming in. All right, there it is. So if you want to help support, send a heart me. That's the best thing that you can do to help the show. And don't forget, is this a meme coin? No, this is ZBCN. It has utility. But just understand, this is the talk of the town right now. And it's bull flagging right now. This is going to take off again. Is it profitable that the blockchain that have been tested are the... You know, hold on. I'm going to move this so I can read the chat. Is it probable that the blockchain that have been tested are the one who will be used in ISO 222? Okay, first of all, let me address that. ISO 222 has nothing to do with crypto and has everything to do with the way banks communicate. And so it has nothing to do with crypto. ISO 222 is just the way that bank infrastructure communicates with each other. There are some coins that are ISO 222 compliant, but the switch to ISO 222 has no connection to crypto whatsoever. Yeah, it's just the banking standard of which, let's ask ChatGPT to explain it. What is ISO 222?
ISO 2022 is an international standard for electronic data interchange between financial institutions. It defines a common messaging framework for transferring financial information, including payments, securities, trade, and more. The standard provides a richer set of data, allowing for more detailed and structured information in financial transactions compared to older standards like ISO 15022. It aims to improve efficiency, security, and interoperability across global financial systems. ISO 2022 is being adopted by many financial institutions worldwide, and its implementation is seen as crucial for facilitating the smooth exchange of data between various payment networks, including blockchain-based systems.
Compliance comes from banks not built in tokens. I mean, I get that. And I
That's
guess...
right. Compliance.
ChatGPT is going on. Yeah, so censored by TikTok. Thank you for the heart me. Much appreciated. But yeah, I think there's just a lot of speculation with all this stuff, man. Everyone's being fed all kinds of nonsense. Nobody really knows. You should have the girl voice do it. I know. I'm trying to figure out how to change that. Change your voice to a girl's voice.
I don't have the ability to change my voice, but I can adjust my tone and style if you'd like. Just let me know what vibe you're going for.
Hi, glad to meet you. Hey, I'm ready to hit...
Hey, it's great to... Hey there. I've got a really great...
Hey, how's it going?
Hello. It's lovely.
Hi there. Nice to meet you. I'm excited to help you get things done. Let's get started. Hey, what's up? Feel free to ask me about anything that's on your mind. I'm ready to go.
I like that one. How's it going, ChatGPT?
Could you clarify what you're referring to with that one?
I was
just want to make sure I get it right.
Hey, ChatGPT, what do you think is the most promising form of digital currency to be used on a global scale?
It's a great question. The most promising digital currency for global use could be central bank digital currencies. CBDCs. These are government-backed digital currencies that are already being tested in countries like China with the digital yuan and Sweden with the e-krona. CBDCs are designed to be stable, secure, and widely accepted, offering a centralized alternative to decentralized cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin or Ethereum. However, Bitcoin and Ethereum also have potential in terms of global adoption, especially because of their decentralized nature, security, and strong community support. Bitcoin is often seen as digital gold and a store of value, while Ethereum enables smart contracts and decentralized applications, which could be transformative across various industries. The question might ultimately depend on what aspect of global scale you're considering, whether it's adoption by governments, use as a store of value, or enabling decentralized finance. What's your take on it?
I'm interested in what would be used for cross-border payments.
For cross-border payments, XRP Ripple seems to be one of the most promising digital currencies. Ripple's network is already being used by major financial institutions for quick, low-cost, and efficient international money transfers. The key advantage of XRP is its speed and scalability. Transactions can settle in just a few seconds with minimal fees compared to traditional banking methods. Stellar XLM is another contender. It focuses on simplifying cross-border payments, particularly for remittances and financial inclusion. Its focus on connecting different payment systems makes it another strong player for global payments. Both XRP and Stellar aim to solve the issues of slow and expensive international transfers, which could make them key players in cross-border payment systems moving forward. What are your thoughts on these, or are you looking into others too?
Don't you think that RLUSD would be more likely to be used for cross-border payments than XRP, and XRP would mainly be used for service of gas fees?
That's an interesting perspective, and you're definitely onto something. RLUSD, Ripple's stablecoin, pegged to the US dollar, could indeed play a significant role in cross-border payments, especially because stablecoins are becoming increasingly popular for this purpose due to their price stability. RLUSD could be used for faster and cheaper international transfers compared to traditional methods or other cryptocurrencies. XRP, on the other hand, as you mentioned, could serve as a bridge currency, essentially a tool for liquidity or for gas fees, which is the role it currently plays in Ripple's network. XRP facilitates the transfer of value between different currencies in the Ripple ecosystem, but doesn't necessarily get used directly in end-user transactions, especially in countries that are more risk-averse or have more stable digital currency solutions. The combination of RLUSD and XRP is plausible. RLUSD could be used for the actual value transfer between different currencies, while XRP could act as an intermediary to maintain liquidity and smooth transactions across different payment systems or blockchains. Are you thinking about how this would play out in real-world adoption, or more focused on their technical aspects?
I'm more focused on how this would affect real-world adoption, and also how it would reflect on the price of XRP, because I feel like XRP's value comes from people who hold it and don't sell it, not from the liquidity that moves through it, because it's like trying to fill a bucket with no bottom in it, because the liquidity does not sit and stay inside XRP. It goes into it and moves out of it.
You're absolutely right in noting that XRP's value is not so much tied to liquidity flowing through it, but more to the people who hold it and the network's utility. The key challenge for XRP in terms of real-world adoption and value is that it is not a store of value like Bitcoin or even ETH. Instead, XRP functions as a bridge asset, where its value is less about how much stays in it and more about how widely it's used for liquidity and transaction speed in the Ripple network. If RLUSD were to gain traction for cross-border payments, it could reduce the demand for XRP as a bridge currency. People might no longer need XRP as much for liquidity, especially if RLUSD could be directly converted into the local currencies in the destinations of the cross-border payments. If RLUSD becomes the go-to stablecoin for cross-border payments, it could lead to less demand for XRP as the intermediary asset, which might affect its price. However, it's also possible that XRP's price could still be supported by network participants, banks, financial institutions, and payment services, who are holding the coin as a means to facilitate liquidity and reduce costs when they make payments within the Ripple network, even if it doesn't directly store value. If XRP's utility as a bridge currency is still significant, it could retain value, but it would likely become more reliant on the adoption of Ripple's technology rather than just speculative buying from retail investors. Moreover, if Ripple is able to successfully position XRP as essential to the back-end infrastructure of cross-border payments, even if RLUSD is the primary currency used, XRP could still benefit from increased use in these financial systems. It might be more about network growth and integration than pure speculation or direct use as a currency. What do you think? Do you feel XRP's role might evolve in ways that still support its value, or do you see RLUSD as an immediate competitor that could hurt its future potential?
I think that XRP will serve some sort of purpose, such as facilitating gas fees and liquidity. However, I don't think that the use of it on a global financial scale with...
It sounds like you're leaning toward the idea that XRP's main role will be in facilitating gas fees and liquidity, which is a plausible scenario. With RLUSD potentially taking the front seat for cross-border transactions as a stablecoin, XRP could end up being more of a back-end asset for enabling efficient transactions, especially in terms of liquidity between different financial institutions or systems. If XRP does continue to be used for things like liquidity provision, it might not see the same level of demand as a transactional currency, which could limit its growth in terms of adoption by the general public. The price might be more stable in this scenario, fluctuating based on the utility and demand for network access rather than speculative trading. If fewer people are directly holding XRP for personal or transactional use, and it becomes more of a niche utility token for large-scale financial systems, then its price could be subject to volatility, depending on the amount of XRP in circulation, market sentiment, and Ripple's ongoing partnerships and adoption. On the flip side, if XRP remains integral to liquidity corridors, even indirectly through use cases like facilitating bridging stablecoins, there could still be a floor to its price because it's embedded in the infrastructure of global payments. Does this fit with your thoughts on XRP, or do you think there are other angles that could influence its future value?
My main concern is what will the price of XRP go to if it's used on a global scale alongside with RLUSD, because I believe that the future for cryptocurrency is CBDCs, and I believe that stablecoins will be the future as well. And I think that the more or less the coins or tokens would be more or less along the lines of real-world asset tokenization.
You bring up an important point about the future of cryptocurrencies, particularly with the rise of CBDCs and stablecoins. If the financial world transitions toward real-world asset tokenization and stablecoins like RLUSD become the standard for cross-border payments, XRP's role could become more niche. As you said, it could still serve as a liquidity provider or bridge asset, but its utility would likely be more focused on facilitating the movement of value between different payment systems, rather than directly acting as a medium of exchange for everyday users. Here's where it gets interesting regarding XRP's price. If RLUSD is widely adopted as the primary method of cross-border payments, XRP might see less direct demand from end users. Its value might become more dependent on the use of the Ripple network by banks and financial institutions who would still need XRP for liquidity, bridging between various CBDCs or stablecoins, and ensuring fast transactions. On the other hand, tokenized real-world assets could increase XRP's value because Even if the primary focus shifts to stablecoins, XRP could still serve as an essential tool for liquidity and settlement within these broader networks. This would make XRP's price more tied to the network growth and volume of transactions within Ripple's infrastructure, rather than direct retail demand. If CBDCs dominate the global financial...
Let's say that the scenario we just spoke about is what happens, and CBDCs are adopted globally, and XRP is just used for liquidity and gas fees. What would the price of XRP be used on a global scale like that?
If we're imagining a scenario where CBDCs are adopted globally, XRP is primarily used for liquidity and gas fees, and RLUSD or similar stablecoins handle the bulk of cross-border payments. The price of XRP would likely be more stable, but possibly lower than the speculative highs we've seen in the past. Its price would largely depend on the demand for it in liquidity corridors and network usage, rather than on individual retail demand or its role as a primary currency. In this scenario, the price of XRP would likely be influenced by factors such as 1. Network volume. The more financial institutions and payment networks that use Ripple's infrastructure for cross-border transactions, the more XRP would be needed for liquidity. This could provide some upward pressure on its price, though it would likely be tied to specific financial flows rather than speculative investment. 2. Utility and payments. XRP would likely see demand in situations where it's used as a bridge currency, facilitating exchanges between CBDCs or stablecoins. The price would depend on how often this happens and the total volume of such transactions. 3. Market sentiment. Even in a more utility-focused world, market sentiment would still play a role in XRP's price. If there's broad belief in Ripple's technology and its adoption by major financial institutions, the price could be supported. 4. Overall supply. XRP's total supply is finite, which means that even in a more utility-driven scenario, its price could be supported by limited supply and the growing demand for liquidity services. However, since Ripple has made a large portion of XRP's supply available and actively releases it into circulation, this could dampen price spikes that happen with highly scarce assets. Given all of these factors, it's possible that XRP's price in such a scenario would be moderately higher than current levels, but likely not see the extreme volatility that occurs when it's seen as a speculative asset. It could stabilize in the $1 to $5 range, depending on global adoption, network usage, and whether Ripple's partnerships continue to expand. To clarify, if XRP's demand is driven by institutional use cases and network liquidity rather than consumer adoption, its price wouldn't likely explode like Bitcoin or other assets that are seen as stores of value. However, as the backbone of a global liquidity network, XRP would still have a solid foundation, with a price reflecting its role in enabling fast, low-cost cross-border transactions. What do you think? Does that range for XRP sound plausible in this scenario?
I think that you are spot on right there, and that is the most likely scenario for XRP, that it would range between $1 and $5, and it would median somewhere around the $2 mark, and that's the price it would be set at on a global scale.
I'm glad you think that analysis is on point. Yeah, it seems like in a world where CBDCs are dominant and XRP is used mainly for liquidity and gas fees, a $1 to $5 range would make a lot of sense, with the median settling around $2. That would be a stable, sustainable price, reflecting XRP's essential role in cross-border payments, while still being influenced by demand within the global payment infrastructure. The price would likely fluctuate within that range based on the scale of adoption, Ripple's partnerships, and any regulatory or technological advancements.
So $5 would be 2.5 times for me. Yeah, and think about that. That's if it's adopted on a global scale. It's not even adopted on a global scale. People are it's only holding its value now because people are speculating that these things are going to happen. So even if it does happen, it's already at the top. It won't see much more. The people who are into XRP are already into it. They've already been buying it. And once everyone realizes that the future is CBDCs and RWAs, then they're not going to be FOMOing into XRP like they are, which is going to bring the price down not to $5, but bring it down somewhere around the $1 to $2 range. Tell me, hold on a second. Tell me about ZBCN, what its functions are, and how it could be used in a real-world global scale.
It seems like you're asking about ZBCN, but I'm not familiar with that specific ticker or coin. Could you clarify if you mean a particular cryptocurrency or token?
Yeah,
if it's something newer or niche, I might not have all the details just yet, but I can look into it or help with understanding its potential use cases on a global scale if you share more specifics. Alternatively, if it's a broader concept or a project related to a particular use case, I'd be happy to dive into that as well.
So
but
the ticker,
let me know how you'd like to proceed.
The ticker is ZBCN. It's the Zebec network. And what
Zebec network with the ticker ZBCN is a decentralized infrastructure designed to facilitate real-time programmable money streams. It offers services like real-time payroll, cross-border remittances, and payment cards, aiming to bridge traditional finance and blockchain technology. On a global scale,
who are some competitors with ZBCN?
Zebec Network faces competition from platforms like Superfluid, MeanFi, and Sablier. These companies offer similar services in real-time, programmable money streams. For example, Superfluid provides continuous cash flow solutions, while Sablier focuses on streaming payments.
Tell me about SXT, Space and Time, what its utility is, and what its potential is in a real-world scenario.
Space and Time SXT is a decentralized data warehouse that connects smart contracts and AI systems with off-chain verifiable data. It enables real-time, tamper-proof data access, which is crucial for applications like decentralized finance, DeFi, and AI integration. In real-world scenarios, SXT could enhance DeFi platforms by providing accurate risk assessments, improve gaming economies with transparent data, and support AI models with reliable data sources.
What would be a projected price for SXT this bull run?
Price predictions for Space and Time SXT vary among analysts. Exolix forecasts an average price of about 0.4019 cents by 2025. CoinCodex suggests a range between 0.595 and 0.0707, indicating potential growth. However, these projections are speculative and depend on market conditions. For the latest updates, it's advisable to consult current financial news sources.
I think somewhere around 50 cents a coin is where SXT is going to hit this bull run.
That's a solid projection. If Space and Time SXT continues to gain traction with its innovative approach to decentralized data and AI, it could definitely see significant growth. A price point of 50 cents per coin would indicate a strong market interest and a solid use case, especially as blockchain and Web3 technologies keep evolving. If SXT can successfully integrate into DeFi, AI, and other data-driven ecosystems, demand for the token could rise and the price might reflect that. The success of the bull run will likely depend on market conditions, institutional interest, and continued development within the space. Are you planning on getting into SXT yourself, or are you more watching it to see how the market reacts?
I'm already into SXT at 0.105, and I'm trying to consider what potential growth it has, but I'm also curious as to what partnerships it has with major companies.
You're in at a great entry point for Space and Time SXT at $1.10.5. The project has notable partnerships with Microsoft, Chainlink, and Polygon Labs. These collaborations enhance its credibility and potential for growth. Microsoft, for instance, is working with Space and Time to provide developers with tools for building advanced blockchain applications. Additionally, Chainlink's integration offers secure solutions for scalable, data-driven smart contracts. These strategic alliances position SXT for significant advancement in the blockchain and AI sectors.
Why would a company want to use SXT?
A company would want to use Space and Time SXT for several reasons, especially if they're involved in blockchain, smart contracts, or decentralized applications, DApps. Here's why. 1. Decentralized data storage. Space and Time provides a decentralized data warehouse, which ensures data is tamper-proof and easily accessible, crucial for businesses relying on accurate and transparent data, especially in DeFi or AI-driven applications. 2. Real-time data access. It allows companies to have real-time access to verifiable data for their blockchain applications. This is important for businesses involved in financial services where up-to-date and accurate information is vital for risk assessments, pricing models, and transaction validation. 3. Enhanced security and privacy. Companies dealing with sensitive data can benefit from Space and Time's ability to store data in a secure, decentralized manner, ensuring privacy while maintaining verifiable access to the data. 4.
Why would a company use SXT versus its competitors?
A company might choose Space and Time, SXT, over its competitors for several key reasons that could offer distinct advantages in their operations. 1. Verifiable off-chain data. Space and Time is designed to bridge on-chain smart contracts with off-chain data in a way that is tamper-proof and verifiable. Many of its competitors, like Sablia or Superfluid, focus on real-time payments or cash flow streams, but SXT's core value proposition is providing secure and decentralized data storage that can be used for things like risk analysis, decision-making, and building more robust AI models. If a company needs reliable and tamper-proof data for their blockchain-based or Web3 application, SXT provides that capability. 2. Integration with blockchain and AI. SXT not only addresses blockchain use cases, but also provides the infrastructure for AI models to access and utilize that verified data. While competitors may focus more narrowly on real-time transactions or data streaming, Space and Time is bridging the gap between data storage and machine learning, making it a more versatile choice for companies working with both blockchain and AI-driven processes. 3. Real-time scalable data. Space and Time allows companies to have real-time access to scalable, verifiable data. This is a big advantage for companies dealing with dynamic data, like financial markets, DeFi protocols, or gaming ecosystems, where having instant access to accurate information is critical. While platforms like Superfluid focus on streaming payments, they don't provide the same level of data infrastructure that companies may require for complex smart contract interactions. 4. Decentralization and security. SXT operates on a decentralized model that offers improved security compared to traditional cloud services or centralized competitors. This is appealing for companies concerned with data sovereignty, privacy, and trust in decentralized finance, DeFi, or other blockchain-based applications. Unlike centralized cloud services, Amazon AWS, Google Cloud, which can be prone to hacks or breaches, SXT provides immutable, verifiable records. 5. Cost efficiency for Web3 applications. Space and Time is designed to be more cost efficient for businesses running decentralized applications. Traditional cloud services can be expensive, especially when handling large data sets or integrating them with blockchain networks. For companies in the Web3 space, decentralized data storage with real-time capabilities is often more cost-effective compared to traditional centralized infrastructure.
Would
6.
SXT
Strategic partnerships. SXT has partnered with Microsoft and Chainlink, two massive players in the tech and blockchain space. These partnerships provide greater credibility and make it easier for businesses to adopt the platform, knowing they have backing from trusted, established companies. Competitors might lack these kinds of high-profile collaborations, which can be a deciding factor for enterprises. In conclusion, if a company needs more than just basic data streaming or payment solutions and is looking for a scalable, secure, decentralized data infrastructure that also integrates well with both blockchain and AI applications, Space and Time offers a more robust solution compared to its competitors. The combination of real-time data, verifiable security, cost efficiency, and AI integration gives it a clear edge for businesses looking to build more complex decentralized applications. Do you think these aspects set SXT apart in the market?
What use case could SXT have for the U.S. military?
Space and Time SXT could offer several compelling use cases for the U.S. military due to its strengths in real-time data access, decentralized storage, and AI integration. Here are some specific ways it could be leveraged. 1. Secure and decentralized data storage. For the U.S. military, having access to secure, tamper-proof data is critical. SXT's decentralized data storage ensures that sensitive information, whether it's intelligence data, mission logs, or surveillance footage, is safe from potential cyber attacks or tampering. It offers highly secure, verifiable data, which could be vital for military operations where data integrity is crucial. 2. Real-time operational data access. In military operations, real-time data is essential for decision-making. SXT's infrastructure allows for real-time access to critical intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance (ISR) data. For instance, during missions, commanders and military personnel could get immediate access to updated information, such as troop movements, enemy activities, or environmental conditions, improving operational effectiveness. 3.
Yeah, so SXT sounds pretty promising to me. And with it having military applications, I would say that, like it said, this is the most robust security infrastructure for information. So if they're moving to a global financial system, SXT is more than likely going to be the top choice. If it goes to 10 cents again, I'm grabbing it. I think the bottom's going to be like 11.5. 11.5, 11.6. It's kind of already hit its bottom, was at 10.5. But just so Jessica Puentes says, I can't stand AI. See you on tomorrow's show, man. So we're not going to be live tomorrow. Jessica is our fact checker for the show, and she's not here today. And so we're using AI as the fact checker. So she's a little salty about being replaced by AI right now. So that's where that comes from. She does not trust AI, and every time we fact check something or we use AI, she goes and like digs deeper. She does a way better job than AI could ever do right now. So we have her as our fact checker because AI will feed you some nonsense sometimes. So you have to be careful with it. You have to ask the right questions. Remember iRobot? And he's talking to the hologram of the guy, and it says you have to ask the right questions. That's the same thing here with the AI. You have to be asking the right questions. And you guys were right for telling me, hey, it's leading you on to the questions it wants to answer. And thank you for picking that out for me. But yeah, that's why we have a fact checker here, because a human brain is going to be able to decipher through, what AI is trying to lead us into and do. So that's why we have the staff here. Let's see here. Let's ask it about Chainlink. What can you tell us about Chainlink and its real-world use cases and how it's connected to SXT?
Chainlink is a decentralized Oracle network that enables smart contracts on blockchains to securely connect to real-world data, APIs, and payment systems. Essentially, Chainlink acts as a bridge between blockchain-based applications and external data sources. Since smart contracts are designed to run automatically when certain conditions are met, the problem is that blockchains themselves cannot access off-chain data, such as market prices, weather data, or real-world events, without an oracle like Chainlink. Here's a breakdown of Chainlink's real-world use cases and its connection to space and time, SXT. Hash real-world use cases of Chainlink. 1. Decentralized finance, DeFi. Chainlink provides secure, real-time price feeds for DeFi platforms. These platforms often rely on external data like the price of cryptocurrencies, commodities, or fiat currencies to trigger smart contract execution. For example, lending protocols like Aave or Compound use Chainlink's price oracles to determine loan collateral and liquidation thresholds. Without Chainlink, these platforms would have difficulty fetching real-time, reliable price data. 2. Insurance. Chainlink is used in decentralized insurance platforms to verify data needed for insurance payouts. For example, in crop insurance, Chainlink can provide weather data, like rainfall amounts, to validate claims and automate payments. This reduces the need for intermediaries and ensures fast and efficient claim processing. 3. Supply chain management. Chainlink can be used in supply chain applications to track and verify goods as they move through various stages. By linking smart contracts with real-time data, businesses can monitor the authenticity and conditions of products in transit, e.g., temperature, humidity, and ensure contracts are automatically executed when conditions are met. 4. Gaming and NFTs. Chainlink has also found use in the gaming industry, enabling smart contracts to interact with off-chain events like random number generation, RNG, or game outcomes. This is particularly useful for NFT projects where blockchain-based games need verifiable data to trigger in-game rewards or minting of NFTs. 5. Cross-chain interoperability. Chainlink provides solutions for cross-chain interoperability, allowing smart contracts on different blockchains to interact. This is especially important in multi-chain ecosystems, where various blockchains need to exchange data or value. It enables cross-chain decentralized exchanges, DEXs, and other multi-chain applications. 6. Enterprise solutions. Chainlink also offers enterprise solutions for integrating blockchain technology with legacy systems. For example, large corporations can use Chainlink to securely fetch data from their existing databases or from external data providers and integrate it into blockchain-based workflows and contracts. How Chainlink is connected to space and time. SXT. Space and time, SXT, and Chainlink can complement each other in several ways. 1. Data validation. While space and time focuses on providing decentralized data storage and real-time data access, Chainlink can enhance this by providing real-time off-chain data feeds. SXT stores verified data, and Chainlink can act as a secure bridge to provide real-time, trusted off-chain data, such as financial market data, weather conditions, or sports scores, to space and time's ecosystem. This allows SXT-powered smart contracts to make data-driven decisions with verified off-chain information. 2. Verifiable computation. Space and time's verifiable computation allows businesses to run queries and computations on secure, decentralized data, ensuring that the results are tamper-proof. Chainlink can extend this by fetching external data, e.g., price oracles or weather data, to feed into space and time's computations, providing a trustworthy input layer for SXT's decentralized applications. 3. Smart contracts and data oracles. Space and Time's decentralized data architecture can work hand in hand with Chainlink to power complex smart contracts. For example, a company using SXT for decentralized data storage might also need Chainlink's oracles to trigger smart contract actions based on off-chain events, such as external price feeds or market movements. This enables sophisticated automation in sectors like DeFi or supply chain management, where data needs to flow seamlessly between on-chain and off-chain systems.
All right. I've had enough of ChatGPT. Thank you for the heart me's, guys. Let's see here. Who gave? Let me see here. B subscribed. Thank you, B, for becoming a subscriber. B with a heart me and a level up. Sparks. Zell Shops with a heart me. TikTok seller with 12 hearts. And TikTok seller with a let 'em cook. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Were you buying SKT? No, SXT. Yeah, I already bought SXT at 10.5, and I'll probably buy it at 11. Anywhere between 11 and 10. That's where I'm looking to get it. But let me tell you, it's flatlined. It's bottomed out. It's probably going to go to 50 cents. And it's like getting in ZBCN before it did anything. This one is so new. SXT's only been on the market since May 8th. And I'd say it's at its bottom. What's up with the other channel? We're trying to grow. We've been a bit stagnant on TikTok, so we're going to be doing Twitch exclusives still. So everybody, don't forget we are on Twitch as well, because TikTok will most likely be getting shut down on June 19th. So if you want to continue to watch the show after that happens, you got to come over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. Find us on Twitch because we get hit with guidelines a lot here because we tell the truth. So we just got off of a 6-day removal from TikTok. So make sure you come over there. But right now we're kind of focused on building up the TikTok until the 19th, and then we will be officially moving over to Twitch. And for those of you that subscribed on TikTok, have no fear. We will be honoring any subscriptions, any services like that on Twitch if for some reason TikTok gets shut down. So if you subscribe on TikTok, you're going to be taken care of. I'll make sure of it if I have to message you directly. Yeah, Space and Time is SXT, baby. This is like buying ZBCN in the very beginning. I think by November on this one. And I would imagine, June it could go even lower. It could fall below 10 cents. I'm just going to keep buying it at any price under 11 cents. And just keep accumulating. And this one's going to be big. Somebody wanted to know if Link was a buy. Let me tell you something. Link is this pattern right here. This is an ascending, broadening wedge, which is bearish. I would imagine it's probably going to break down. And if you also look at it, it's showing another bearish pattern of a head and shoulders. So Link is not a buy just yet. Algo, baby. Oh man, I love Algo so much. I cannot wait for everything to drop in the next couple weeks so that I can buy all the RWAs. Yeah, don't forget to smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Double tap that screen We're at 34K likes. Those are rookie numbers. We need to bump those numbers up. Let's see if we can get to 275K likes today. That would beat our all-time record. We were at 270 is our record right now. Let's see if we can get to 275,000 likes. Casper? Yeah, we can look at that. Let's look at Algo first. But I'll tell you what, right now, everything is kind of showing similar patterns, these same bearish things. Algo is this head and shoulders. So everything's headed back down, in my opinion. This was an ascending, broadening wedge, but it's already starting to break downward. So I'm getting ready to get my bags ready to buy this stuff. I'm going to buy all of it. So you guys better FOMO into this one because there may not be any left after I buy some. It's more of a channel, but it's breaking down. So we have an ascending channel and it's broken out of the channel and it's showing a head and shoulders. So this is coming down to the low price minimum. Anywhere between like 17 cents to 14 cents. 14.5. This is Algorand. BTC to 105.7. I could see that. I could definitely see that. All right, let's read some news, yeah? Let's read some news. And we're going to, you know what? I'm going to do the news backwards because I want to talk about this one. Okay? You guys want to be turned on to a good project. This is not crypto, okay? But this one's going to be huge. Huge. And it's at the freaking bottom, baby. And if you know anything about defense contracts, oh man, we're going into World War III, okay? This is going to be incredible. Lockheed Martin, LMT, secures major contract for rocket system upgrade. LMT stock news. Lockheed Martin, LMT Financial, has been granted a substantial hybrid contract worth $214.36 million to upgrade its multiple launch rocket system to the M270A2 version. This contract was awarded following the online bidding process, which attracted a single proposal. The project is scheduled for completion by December 30th, 2030. And this is just the beginning price. This is going to go up. I trade news? Nah, bro. I bought Lockheed Martin when Trump got inaugurated. Every single stock pumped like crazy except for Lockheed Martin. It dumped. Look at this. This is October. Right here. This is October of 2024. And it just dropped like crazy. And I bought it right here. I bought it right down here, and it's been steadily starting to go up. And this is a bullish pattern right here. This is going to reach a new all-time high. This is going to be huge. It's funny, you can tell who is new here just by the way they chat. Oh, I know. They don't know. But we're covering the news because we are here. We've been talking about this for months. And I wasn't even going to tell you guys about it because it wasn't crypto. But I was like, you know what? Maybe I should tell people because it's at that low. I bought it here, and then it hit here again. And this is when I told you was in April at this second low. And I was like, y'all got to get back in this thing, man. You got to get in this before it's too late. And it's already, if you got in when I told you, you are looking pretty right now. Yes, this is investing, not trading. But this is going to be potentially, I mean, not even potentially. This is going to be massive. Did outlook for XRP change direction and head down now? We'll get into XRP in just a minute, Poway. I got you, bro. Based on the one-year targets offered by 19 analysts, the average target price for Lockheed Martin is $529. The high estimate is $670 and a low estimate of $408. The average target implies an upside to 12.82% from the current price of $468. And this is just based off of this contract that they got. Based on the consensus recommendation from 25 brokerage firms, Lockheed Martin Corp's average brokerage recommendation is currently 2.4, indicating outperform status. The rating scale ranges from 1 to 5. There's this signifies a strong buy and 5 denotes sell. I told you guys. I told you. I tried to tell you. I hope you guys bought some of this, man. We're going to be freaking rich. I know so many stocks that's low than this, and it has to do with cars using helium. This is a guaranteed buy. This is Lockheed Martin. This is military contracts, bro. You want to buy cars filled with helium? Cool, bro. But this is guaranteed contracts right now. Okay? Look at this. Donald Trump's Golden Dome timeline prompts head scratching. Experts are scratching their heads at Donald Trump's ambitious 3-year timeline for the Golden Dome next generation missile defense system he says is essential for the future of U.S. Security, intended to protect the skies over continental United States. Golden Dome would mark a bold move into space, promising a network of space-based missiles launched from satellites to intercept missiles launched from the ground. But the expensive, untested technology is still years away from being fielded. Okay, that's what they're saying. But this is what the Air Force General says. General says commercial space industry is ready for the Golden Dome. Advancements in commercial space technology could make President Donald Trump's proposed Golden Dome missile defense network far more likely to succeed than the failed Star Wars strategic umbrella initiative in the 1980s. U.S. Space Command top general said May 22nd. 10 years ago, if we had talked about constellations of satellites that had 7,000 plus satellites that could provide services anywhere on the globe, you might have thought that was crazy. Now we take it for granted. We have all that technology now. This was just, a few years ago. And so what? Maybe it takes longer than 3 years for this to happen, but the private sector already has this technology. Okay? Not even talking about what the military has. And let me tell you something. In 2020, Donald Trump signed the Release of Suppressed Technologies bill, which says that all suppressed technology is to be released and implemented into society by 2025. We have had this technology. It's been suppressed. This is going to happen. And you know who has the contract for the Golden Dome system? Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin is holding this one. Yeah, you should be able to get this one on Public. You should be able to get this one on Fidelity. This one right here, baby, this is your ticker. Look at that chart. Look at that chart. This is beautiful. And if you've been watching the show, I bought it here. Y'all bought it here. It's already up here. You're already making money. This is going to be awesome. I'll tell you what, Reese's Pieces, I'm going to invite you to come on as a guest, and I want to hear what you have to say. I'm not here to talk bad about you or demean you or anything, but I'd like you to come on. So I'm going to send you an invite. All right, so come on the show, and let's hear what you got to say. You know, anybody can talk as a keyboard warrior, but you got to have something to back up what you're saying, man. I'm not here to rag on you or anything, but it sounds like you have some kind of information or something to say, and I want you to tell me, because I am open, okay? I am non-biased here. Maybe I'm wrong, you know? Please tell me I'm wrong. If I am wrong, I want to know, because I want to get out and take profits now. But as far as I'm concerned, we're going into World War III, and what would you rather invest in if we're going to war? Would you rather invest into guns or bullets? This is like buying bullets. Stargate AI, oh yeah. Stargate's going to be a big one too. But the Golden Dome missile defense is going to be interesting. I'm hella bullish on this one. I'm probably going to buy more. Let's
and they want to be a part of it.
Let's listen to Donald here.
The American people that I would build a cutting-edge missile defense shield to protect our homeland from the threat of foreign missile attack. And that's what we're doing. Today I'm pleased to announce that we have officially selected an architecture for this state-of-the-art system that will deploy next-generation technologies across the land, sea, and space, including space-based sensors and interceptors. And Canada has called us, and they want to be a part of it. So we'll be talking to them. They want to have protection also. So as usual, we help Canada do the best we can. This design for the Golden Dome will integrate with our existing defense capabilities and should be fully operational before the end of my term. So we'll have it done in about 3 years. Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from other sides of the world and even if they are launched from space. And we will have the best system ever built. As you know, we helped Israel with theirs, and it was very successful, and now we have technology that's even far advanced from that, but including hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles, and advanced cruise missiles. All of them will be knocked out of the air. We will truly be completing the job that President Reagan started 40 years ago, forever ending the missile threat to the American homeland, and the success rate is very close to 100%, which is incredible when you think of it. You're shooting bullets out of the air. I'm also pleased to report that the One Big Beautiful Bill will include $25 billion for the Golden Dome to help construction get underway. That's the initial sort of a down deposit.
Hey, TikTok seller, are you in here? Reese's Pieces says, TikTok seller, he will use you all as liquidity. Oh, man. Somebody tell him. Don't become somebody's exit liquidity. Reese's Pieces, you've obviously not been watching the show and you're new here. And that's fine. You know, stick around and watch and you'll see. You'll find out. But no, I'm here to help you all to not become somebody's exit liquidity. Trump is making the market great again. Man, Trump is dumping the markets. Every time he speaks, the market dumps. But Reese's Pieces, man, stick around, watch the show concurrently, man. And dude, I'm right all the freaking time, man. XRP's on a downtrend now? I would not say that. LOL, you saying it won't buy? What do you mean it won't buy? The 170B Doge saved us on waste and fraud, can build the dome. I agree. They've already got the contracts for it, man. Lockheed Martin is locked in on this one. If Trump speaks, it dumps, right? Well, it depends. If he says no tariffs, then it pumps. But it hasn't been moving as much. I think people are more desensitized to it now. I think people really don't care anymore. They are just in the market, and they really just don't. It doesn't affect them anymore. All right, let's listen to this one from the Boston Herald.
Lucas Golden Dome idea out of this world. Star Wars would not have prevented this, Mike Dukakis said. This was in reference to the shocking September 11, 2001 Al-Qaeda terrorist airplane suicide attacks on New York's World Trade Center. Star Wars was the name given to former President Ronald Reagan's 1983 proposal to build a high-tech nationwide missile defense system like the later Iron Dome in Israel. The memory came back to me upon witnessing President Donald Trump's announcement last week of his Golden Dome defense shield designed to ward off missiles launched against the United States from anywhere in the world, including from outer space. It is expected that the program will cost some $500 billion in the upcoming years. Trump said once fully constructed, Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from the other side of the world, and even if they are launched from space, and we will have the best system ever built. I was with Dukakis, the former governor and 1988 Democratic candidate for president, at his office that day at Northeastern University, where he taught after he was defeated for president by George H.W. Bush. I was there to pick up the introduction to my book Rumpala, Rummaging Through Albania, that he had kindly written. As we sat there with the television set in the background, the story broke about a plane crashing into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. We, like most people, thought at first that it was an accident. Then, 17 minutes later, the second plane on live television struck the South Tower. Some 2,750 people were killed. America was under attack. Both planes, out of security-deficient Logan Airport, had been hijacked by Muslim terrorists, and there was nothing high-tech about it, which led to Dukakis' comment about Star Wars. The terrorists used box cutters. All the Star Wars technology could have done little to prevent the low-tech hijacking of the two other planes that day, one that hit the Pentagon, 184 killed, and the other that crashed near Shanksville, PA, after heroic passengers fought terrorists for control. 40 lost their lives. This is not to say that Trump's Golden Dome is not necessary, with potential missile threats coming from adversaries like Communist China and Russia. It is. Recall the long delay in even coping with the wandering Chinese spy balloon that made its way across America in 2023, gathering intelligence for a week under Joe Biden before it was finally shot down. If he could not shoot down a Chinese balloon in a timely fashion, what would he have done with a Chinese missile? The vast advances in technology will make the Golden Dome more efficient and protective than Star Wars, which never got off the ground in the first place. But there are still box cutters around, as well as thousands of terrorists walking around that Joe Biden waved into the country. In addition, by coincidence or by planning, the states that will benefit most from the billions the government will spend on creating the Golden Dome will go to, surprise, states that Trump carried in the 2024 election. Needless to say, high-tech, but anti-Trump, Massachusetts is not one of them. Back in the day, these defense contracts would have gone to well-established Massachusetts high-tech defense contractors and companies, no matter who was president. The late Sen. Ted Kennedy and Speaker Tip O'Neill made sure that Massachusetts had a seat at the table and was well represented when it came to obtaining federal defense contracts. Those days are gone. Sen. Elizabeth Warren and Eddie Markey cannot even find the door, let alone the table, but Senators Jim Banks of Indiana and Dan Sullivan of Alaska could. The states that will benefit most from the big dome big spending are Alaska, Florida, Georgia, and, by far, Indiana, all of which Trump carried in 2024. Believe it when they say elections have consequences. Veteran political reporter Peter Lucas can be reached at
Wow, that was the most biased news article I've ever heard. But basically they're saying that the Golden Dome isn't going to stop people with box cutters. That's not its intention. Wake up, people. We're going into World War III. Government was playing a game with people. Everyone knows who done 9/11. I agree. That was the biggest propaganda piece I've ever heard. And let me tell you what right now, if we're going into World War III, and you believe it, okay, Reese's Pieces is coming around. If you believe we're going into World War III, wouldn't you want to invest in a defense contract company that is literally at the bottom right now? It's at the freaking bottom, baby. Look at the chart. Look at the chart, man. The chart says everything. Where is it at? Where is it at? I know it's on here. Where's the chart? Maybe it's this one. Where'd it go? What? All right, we're going to chart it right now. We're going to chart Lockheed Martin. What I'm saying is if we're going into World War III, I don't want to invest into guns. I want to invest into bullets. That's Lockheed Martin. That's all I'm saying. And it bottomed when Trump got elected because everyone thought that because Trump was going to get elected, it was going to be peace on earth, goodwill towards men, no more war. And that ain't the case. That ain't the case. Let's look at LMT. LMT is going to be huge, man. I'm telling you. I'm just trying to help you. That ain't it. Oh, these are on. No, we want stocks. We want LMT. This should be it. That ain't right. That ain't the right chart. I normally only do crypto. But I bought Lockheed Martin like in October, November, somewhere around there. I can't remember what month I bought it, but it tanked because Trump got elected. And I was like, oh, I'm buying this. And I've been holding on to it for months now. And I've been trying to say, who built Israel's dome? So Lockheed Martin built Israel's dome. That's all Lockheed Martin. And I didn't even know that they were going to build this golden dome when I bought it. But let me tell you what right now, like, oh, I'm kicking my heels right now. Who's building ours? Lockheed Martin. I think there will be other, but this is why Lockheed Martin got this contract to upgrade its missiles. So here it is right here. Where'd it go? Oh, I must have closed it. Hold on. There it is. So Lockheed Martin just got a $214 million to upgrade multi-launch rocket systems. Why? Multiple launch rocket systems. Why would they need that? For the Golden Dome, of course. Come on. This is just confirmation. This isn't buying the news. Look at the chart. Lockheed Martin was up here in October, and it was December, January. That's when I got it. It was down here when it hit the bottom here. I bought Lockheed Martin down here. Maybe it was February. All right. It has just been down. And it started turning up. And I told y'all in April right here at this dip, I was like, y'all better get into Lockheed Martin right now. And this is the company that's going to be building all the missiles and stuff for the defense program. Okay? And it's like, yeah, there will be a satellite company, but what would you rather invest in? The satellites that they own that can be they can retrofit with rockets over and over and over and over again, and they just use the same satellite? Or would you want to invest in the rockets that are going to be loaded into the satellite, baby? Lockheed Martin, LMT, baby. You heard it here first. Nobody else is talking about this shit, man. And I've been screaming it. Trying to tell you guys, hey, you better get into it, man. You better get into it before it's too late. This is a great, if you're looking for something long-term hold that is going to be not so volatile like crypto volatility, long-term hold. If you're holding XRP long-term, you could get hosed, especially if they move towards CBDCs. But this is a guaranteed return, man. By 2030, this is going to be crazy. You put some money into this one and you're going to be doing well. All right, this one is going to continually climb upward. Just a little food for thought. And y'all can come back on the show and laugh at me all you want if I was wrong, but I'm telling you I'm right. RADS developed the Iron Dome. Yeah, but Lockheed Martin supplies the missiles for it. We want to invest in the bullets, not the guns. You know, when you go into war, right, you give a soldier a gun, right? But how many bullets do you give him? Hundreds, thousands, whatever, you know what I mean? Like, we're investing into the bullets of the system, not the gun. That's the difference. So all the missiles for the Iron Dome are produced by Lockheed Martin. And it's pretty much already been stated that Lockheed Martin is going to be taking this contract. I mean, this article alone, right here, where is it? It is this one. This one alone tells you Lockheed Martin secures major contract for rocket systems upgrade. Why would they secure that contract unless they're going to facilitate that system? They need the rockets for this system. This is where it's at right here, guys. Trying to help you out, guys. I'm trying to help you out. It seems like Reese's Pieces is coming around, though. I think Reese's Pieces is coming around. I mean, come on, Reese's Pieces. You saw the chart, right? You saw the chart. I just pulled it up for you. It's at the bottom. Mention a few brokers. Fidelity, Public. And TikTok seller. You're funny. Yeah, Fidelity is what I use for my stocks. That one I'll tell you, because that one's not like crypto. It's not like the Wild West. They aren't hacking like they can do on that. So yeah, I use Fidelity. I have multiple, okay? I've got Robinhood, I've got Public, I've got Fidelity, and yeah, my Lockheed Martin's in Fidelity, baby. I'm going to buy more. Yeah, it's regular. It's New York Stock Exchange. These crypto platforms, Coinbase, all of them, there's no, look at what happened with FTX, man. There's no security in all of that until there's more regulation in crypto. Crypto's the Wild West. I'm not worried about anyone accessing my Fidelity account. And even if they do, it's going to be backed and secured by FDIC. It's in a trust. Like, it's good. Like, no one can touch it. All right, let's see here. Businesses are finding a workaround for tariffs, and it's entirely legal. Businesses are finding a workaround to minimize the most significant hit from U.S. tariffs. The first is Big Baller in the chat. Big Baller, are you here right now? This one pertains to you. This is why I'm covering this. And I was hoping that you would shed some light on this one, because we were talking about this last night. And I think that this is what you're doing with BeerGator right now. TikTok sellers on the payroll? Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. TikTok sellers paying the bills around here, man. TikTok seller is making so much money. He's 18 years old, and he takes my coaching. So I offer coaching for deluxe subscribers, one-on-one coaching. And dude is just doing phenomenal. Guinea Marie as well. Guinea Marie, if you're in here, anybody that's been trading based off of what I've been posting or my coaching, anything like that, Poway Rock as well. All of you who have been taking advantage of it, you have all been doing exponentially well. And, you know, I've been telling you guys for months, since January 30th, I told you the markets were going to head down. And then as soon as the sentiment turned around and we were at the bottom, I said, hey, we're going back up. And we made a lot of money, man. We're making a ton of freaking money over here, all of us. Okay, so I guess Big Baller's not in right now. Man, I wish there was a way I could let me message him right now. Hold on. Let me message Big Baller. Oh, where is it? There he is. Hey, buddy, can you hop on the live? I got a question for you about BeerGator. Can you get in the chat for me? He's here. He was here, but he might be driving or something like that. This is more of a podcast than anything. So a lot of people they're driving, they're at work, they have their earbuds in, they're listening. Because we're not like your average TikTok show. We're a podcast. That's why we're on Twitch as well. And we're on YouTube as well. So Reese's Pieces. Definitely go onto YouTube, search for Ozthecryptogoat, and watch some of the past lives and get caught up to where we're at now. And you'll see the pattern of how this has happened and how things are changing. B says, Reese's Pieces, he's trying to educate to make smart money. Exactly. We're trying to make smart trades here. We're not trying to buy the news. We're trying to get into these projects. Me covering Lockheed Martin was about validating prior claims from months ago. I understand you may not need it, bro, but you've been on here hating, man. And we're just trying to let you know that you're in the right place. Like, everything you're saying, we're on board with you, bro. And we're a tight community here, and we all love and take care of each other. And we want you to know, like, we're not about that life, man. I am not looking to make anybody my exit liquidity. What did you want to know about BeerGator? Dude, okay, so we talked about BeerGator, right, last night. So you were going to be in Vegas for the meet and greet. And you said that you had to go to Malaysia, I think. So my question for you, Big Baller, is this. This is the article right here. It says, businesses are finding a workaround for tariffs, and it's entirely legal. Businesses are finding a workaround to minimize the most significant hit from U.S. tariffs. The first sale rule is a concept in U.S. customs law that allows importers to use the lowest cost of a good calculated duties. It's been around for a very long time, but everybody's beginning to explore it with more interest. So my question for you is this pertaining to what we were talking about? Actually, I'm headed to China to transfer it to Malaysia so I don't have to pay tariffs. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to ask you about is this basically that process that you're going through right now? And if not, do you know about this process? I want to, because you said this, and basically, yeah. So you're doing this right now. We talked last night, and then I saw this on CNBC today on the news, and I was like, that's what Big Baller's doing. That's exactly it. And that's amazing, man, that you jumped on that. You're a smart cookie, bro. And let me tell you what right now, if you guys don't know who Big Baller is, this guy is going to be filthy freaking rich, man. He invented Beer Gator, and one of these days, you're going to see a Beer Gator in every single bar. Guaranteed. We're out of China after the 90-day pause. Bro, so you're moving it to Malaysia. That's awesome, man. You know what? This is what I've been thinking. So I was going to talk to you about this in Vegas one-on-one, but it sounds like you're not going to be able to make it now because you're going to be in China. So this was my idea. Have you thought about maybe taking, because I'm not quite sure. I know you got several billion to build that business. However, I'm wondering, you could probably get another contract for several billion to build the factory here in the United States. That's what I'm thinking is a possibility. And, you know, I'm interested on this. I want to get in on it, man, because I'm like, dude, we should be opening factories to build Beer Gator right here in Arizona. You know, like, or Las Vegas. I would say probably Las Vegas because of the LLC laws. But that would probably cost. I mean, it would probably cost more, but I'm considering that getting the financial backing for it, we'd end up owning and operating the entire Beer Gator system. Manufacture, distribution, and retail. So that I'm thinking big picture on this one. So I don't know if you've considered that, but that was something I was going to run by you in Vegas. But if you're not going to be there, I figure we could talk about it right here on the show. If you want to talk more about it in private, you know where to message me. But I'm very interested. I'm all about it. I was hoping you were going to bring one to Vegas so that I could kind of see more of what it is and what you got going on. But I'm in, bro. I'm in. Let's work on this one. So, I don't know, something to think about, food for thought. No private. I want everyone to know about this. All right, cool, man. So, that's my idea. My idea, because I firmly believe the reason why there are no tariff deals is because the deal that Donald Trump is pushing for is manufacturing being brought back to the United States. That's why the tariffs are just going to remain high. They want to bring the companies back here on U.S. soil. So I'm thinking there's a high potential and probability to gain that financial backing if you're going to be building it here in the United States. Let's talk soon off the air. I have a big thing for you and TikTok seller. Dude, I'm about it. Message me, bro. We'll talk about it. But I'm on board, man. I'm on board. I think it's a great idea. And you've already got the financial backing. You're already started. I'm thinking bigger, man. I'm thinking, man, we could own the factories that build the thing right here in the United States. That's what they're looking for. They're looking to bring that infrastructure back here. Why deal with having to hop on an awful flight to China and Malaysia and all that, or wherever it is we're got to go to do all this business, man? Put it in our backyard. You know, it could be manufactured right here in Vegas. I'm thinking Vegas would probably be the best choice because it's cheap and the taxes and everything. My goal is to bring it here. Too expensive right now. I get what you're saying, but I'm thinking you may be able to get government subsidies because they're trying to bring the companies back. So there may be a way to be subsidized by the U.S. government where they're going to pay the difference, if not more. Just like how corn farmers work, you know? The government pays corn farmers to keep growing corn here. I think that there's an opportunity, especially right now with everything that's going on. And think of the publicity. If you were to go and start this thing and be that front runner in the space to, I'm going to bring business back here, Donald Trump himself may prop you up and promote the business. I don't know, just food for thought, you know? Too bad I'm not working with the Secret Service anymore. I would try to pull some strings, man, with getting a one-on-one or at least a phone call. But I could try to reach out to somebody and see if I can contact anybody. But everybody that I know is long since retired. You know, I was doing this, 15 years ago. Big Baller says you're hired. Yeah, I wish I had the contacts that I had then. All those people that were in power that I had contacts with, they've either passed away or long retired. So, but I think that there is a possibility where we could facilitate something like that. You pay good? Oh man, I don't know if you could pay as good as what I'm getting right now. I'm paying myself. I don't even make my money off TikTok. I make it in my trades, baby. My trades are funding this whole thing. We've spent $16K on building a studio that we made 71 cents this live. I do this because I like doing it, you know? I need you for the Beer Gator podcast. Dude, I'm about it, bro. I'm about it. You already know I'm on board. I'm on board. I want to work with you. I want to get on top of this one. I think that there's a lot of potential here. The product already sounds solid, dude. And you have the patents and everything. You have the funding. I think that this is a good venture. And why not go public? Let's open an IPO, man. I mean, you want to get funding to do something like build a company in the United States? If you're not going to get subsidized, go public. You know, I specialized in trading. When I first started trading, was nothing but IPOs, man. IT guy, when he gets 25% of that 71. No, IT guy makes way more than that. Let me tell you, on this entire show, the IT guy makes more than everyone combined. Yes, there is government money out there. B is correct. And that was what I wanted to talk to you in Vegas about. And kind of like my vision that I was seeing, you know. I've been thinking about this a lot, Big Baller. I've just been holding on to it, waiting for a face-to-face and to see the actual product, because you told me you were going to bring it to Vegas. So I was like, all right, I'm going to save it for then. But now that you're going to be busy, I'm like, we should talk about it. We get it for our family. I know. I'm excited. Big Baller says he's going to give me one. I've got a tap and everything here. I'm going to put a tap back here with the Beer Gator right in the background here. And I'm going to probably get like a lift that lifts it up in the air so you can see it on like a mechanical thing. So it comes up and down. And every once in a while, you know, I'll have a beer while I'm doing the show. I have a bottle opener like right here, and I usually have like my mug over here, but I don't do it on TikTok. But I got a pool tap, you know, so I'm like, man, I'll totally promote Beer Gator on the show. Farm, not family, right? Pull up this site. It's there. It's clean. Pull up his site. What is his site? Put it in the chat. I'll pull it up right now. TikTok seller, big baller, whoever it is, put it in the chat and I will pull up Beer Gator right now. Let me Google it. Let's just Google Beer Gator. Beer Gator. I'm getting kegerators. Beer Gator, the best tailgate accessory for beer tap. What? This is sick, bro. This is what I'm talking about. Yes. All right. I have an idea. I have an idea for this. Big baller, message me. I got you. Use it if you want. I don't want to put it out here on the internet because somebody's going to take this idea. I'm an inventor too. As you guys know, I hold several patents. I actually got some of my inventions in the desk right here. Some of them have been created, some of them not. I've got a big one. We're talking about $1 billion idea. And let me tell you, it would probably cost $20 to build each one of these units. And I think that we could sell them anywhere from $300 to $500 a unit easily. Yeah, this is beautiful. Look at this. What is Beer Gator? Beer Gator is an all-in-one system that provides cold beer or any beverage of your choice directly from the tap at any tailgate, backyard barbecue, camping trip, beach day, or highly professional business meeting without the hassle or cost of renting a keg or related equipment. This is cool. Beer Gator can hold up to 1.5 gallons. That's 32 12-ounce cans, 24 16-ounce pints. This thing is the coolest tailgating product I've seen in years. Easy to use and a snap to clean up. We run hurricanes and sangria through one and IPAs through another one. That is so sick. This is so sick. I need this. I need this and I need it now. I'm totally going to put this thing on tap in the studio. Oh, look it. It's so simple. This is cool, man. Big Baller, I hope you're still in the chat. This is awesome. I'm going to just start promoting this thing, even though I don't have a contract with Beer Gator or Big Baller. Your tanks have changed. That's what I heard. Yeah, we were talking about that. Look at this. $69. $90. Dude, this is cheap. You can get 4 of them for $236, and you could start, like, let's say you were a DJ or a party service or something. They're going to order 4 of these, man. You do like the picnic tables and the canopies and all that. Add this to your supply of stock of what you're going to get. This is cool. Look at that take. I'm trying to figure out how it works so I can make a knockoff version. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I would never do that. That is cheap. The people buying this will spend a lot. I agree. Think about it. If you have like a party catering service, something like that, everyone's going to have one. Everyone's going to have one. Every single party service, party planning, equipment rentals. This is going to be big. If you go public, bro, I'm in. I'll buy some stock in this one. We've got 102.8 CAD by 900 backers. Dang. This is sick, bro. Every brewery will have a tank to fill up your favorite beer. I know, right? I kind of just want one for like camping and like in the studio or whatever. And it's on wheels, man. Sold. And the price is right too, by the way. The price is freaking right. I do have a question though for you, Big Baller. are we purchasing just this? Or is it the entire thing? The ice chest and the tanks and everything. So am I getting the ice chest on the wheels? Am I getting the tanks? Am I getting what all comes with it? Is it just completely ready to go? Cooler, tanks, everything. Just got to add ice and liquids. Oh, I see it. Look at the little CO2 cartridge on the tank. Oh, you're a fucking genius. Everything but the cooler. Dude, you're a genius. This is, I know how it works now. I was wondering, it's got a small little CO2 tank on it. It's a mini keg. What? You could put root beer in this thing. You could put Dr. Pepper. Wow. Everything but the cooler. Dude, coolers are cheap, man. This is the main thing, though. That means I can use whatever cooler I want. So let's say I had a massive cooler. Could I get bigger tanks for it? That's what I want to know. If I've got a massive cooler, and let's say I could fit 3 units on this thing, right? So that would be 2, 4, 6 taps. Tanks are one size. Okay, I still think even then the tanks would take up about the same amount of size, and you could just add more ice. So I'm feeling it, bro. Because I have this massive ice chest thing, right? And I'm thinking, dude, I could get 6 of them on it, and I could have, beer, sangria, root beer, mixers, whatever, all on it. What? That's crazy. That's awesome. This is cool, dude. I'm about it. We're going to talk more. Dude, I think we could build this shit right here in the US. We could build a factory. I think we could get subsidized. We could own the whole operation. I mean, you could own the whole operation, Going to send you a video of my engineer showing the new tanks. All right, I'm down with it. But yeah, dude, I think that's smart what you're doing by doing this work around the tariffs. But I think that Donald Trump is going to stomp this out quickly. Okay? I think the goal is to bring the manufacturing back to the U.S. And I think that by doing that, you have an opportunity to jump on top of getting subsidies to bring the business and not just making the product and selling the product, but manufacturing it. Manufacture it at the facility, ship it out. I could see one of these, and we're talking about the cooler as well. It could come with the cooler, the entire thing, and I could see this at every Walmart. I went from launching in 2019, COVID, and now tariffs. I'm tired. I get it. That's part of it, man. I'm tired too. I've been trying to get this freaking podcast off the ground since 2020, man. And it's been an uphill battle, but I love doing it, and I'm good at it. You'll get there. We're going to promote the hell out of this thing. We're going to promote the hell out of this. We're going to do a Beer Gator infomercial channel. We're going to get a bunch of hot chicks in bikinis spraying each other with them. We're going to go big on this one. Let me tell you something. Every goal I've ever set for myself, I've always surpassed it and then some. Even now, I've surpassed my goal in social media. And I think that we're on our way to do so much more. Promote it, and I will build you the sickest podcast. Dude, I'm about it. I'm seriously down. Like, we could totally do that right here in the studio. There's plenty of room here. I have wireless mics as well, so we can do away with this mic, change the scenery is completely interchangeable as well. So I designed this studio to change for multiple shows so that I could do any kind of different thing. So there's plenty of dude, this goes way back here. Look at this. It looks like this room is small. And there's a catwalk behind it. There's another 4 or 5 feet behind all this. It looks small, but it's actually huge. Like that painting back there is massive. It looks small, it's huge. All right, back to the news, back to everything. Thank you, Big Baller. Big Baller is going to be our second, well, I guess technically our third sponsor on the show. We got to sign something. We got to get something going on this one. Can you sell it on TikTok for me? I want TikTok seller to sell it on TikTok for me. Yeah, dude. I think TikTok seller could do it. I think I could do it. What you got to do is figure out the contracts on that one. But I think if you promote it for soda, you'll have no problem. But yeah, I'll totally do some of that for you, man. Why not? You have 5 lawyers. I know I have one. I have one on this show. We had to hire legal staff because it's just crazy everything we've been going through. All right, let's see here. Next bit of news. Trump delays 50% EU tariff until July 9th. There he is. President Donald Trump speaks to the media before boarding Air Force One as he departs for Washington, D.C. President Donald Trump said Saturday that he has agreed to delay 50% tariffs on the European Union imports until July 9th. The latest instance of Trump declaring an impending tariff and throwing markets into confusion only to later walk back threatened levies. Trump said he and the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said a very nice call that led to the delay. Van der Leyen said she wants to get down to serious negotiation. Trump told reporters at Morrisontown Municipal Airport in New Jersey July 9th would be the day. That was the date she requested. Could we move it from June 1st to July 9th? I agreed to that. She said, we will rapidly get together and see if we can work something out, he added. So this is something. I think that there may actually come a deal, finally. I think Donald Trump is done playing games. I think a lot of these countries were like, we'll just drag out the delays and keep the 10% and wait till we get the deal we want. And I think he realized that, and he was like, we're not playing these reindeer games no more. Make a deal or you're going to be paying high tariffs. That's what China tried to do. And, you know, now it's looking pretty gnarly with what's going on with China. So, and look at the deal that is standing with China right now is basically the same as what it was before, but still, and I'd say it's a bit higher, but it sure beats the hell out of where it was. TikTok seller says, get on TikTok shop for sellers and I'll post and go live with it 1/2. I go viral every day and I blow up on TikTok. I guarantee 2 to 2. Nice. Yeah, TikTok seller is massive on selling products on TikTok. By the way, if y'all are interested in buying any products off the TikTok shop, make sure you reach out to TikTok Seller 444, and he can get you way better deals than what you're going to pay on TikTok shop. So make sure you reach out to him, and he can add it to his what's it called? Like promotional products or whatever. I think it's products. All right, let's see here. More news. Okay. I am leaning towards a possibility of a rate cut coming. Maybe not in July, but a possible rate cut coming soon, hopefully. I'm starting to get a little, if that happens, I'm going to be hella bullish. I've been kind of neutral lately, and in the past I've been very bearish. I'm a bit neutral right now. That's why the white light's on, okay? I'm neutral right now. But at the same time, I think we could be shifting towards a bullish sentiment. But we should have already started dropping in the markets, and it's just not happening. And I think that it's not business as usual. This market, this year, everything about it is different. And even this bull cycle, this is not your average crypto bull cycle. And I don't think it's gonna be average. I think everything is different, and don't expect to see things happen the same they've ever had. I also don't expect crypto to be the new world financial system this year either. But I think this, because people think that that's what's happening, that's why there's this change in the tides, change in everything, you know, because everything's a little bit different. All right, guys, start double tapping, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, send in some gifts, send in some heart me's. I need, we are not doing so well on engagement right now, so we need to get some gifts flooding in. Start sending roses, send in lightning bolts, send in some goats, send a galaxy, you know. If you haven't sent a heart me yet, send a heart me. Help me out, help me grow. I need Big Baller with the heart me. Thank you very much. TikTok Seller with the 5 let him cooks. Thank you so much. Keep smashing that like button. Keep helping out. And remember, donations that are sent in today, if you send them to the Cash App or Venmo, 50% of those donations go to the Save a Warrior Foundation. So I don't know if I've received any yet because I'm on the air. But up until midnight tonight, anything that comes in for a donation on the Cash App or Venmo, go ahead and send those donations, and I will put 50% of that into the Save a Warrior Foundation. Last month, we were able to raise $75. And B, if you're watching, let them know. I'm a man of my word. I'm not going to keep money from soldiers. That's just like the most evil thing you could possibly do. I would never do that. Let everybody know I'm a man of my word, and when I say that I'm going to donate money, that's what I'm going to do with it. So any donations you send to the Cash App or Venmo will go to the Save a Warrior Foundation. Jesse, if you're watching the show right now, if you could post the Cash App and Venmo. Jesse is our fact checker, and she's working off location right now, but she should be in the chat, but she's periodically in and out. As far as today, that's why we're using ChatGPT for fact checking. But Jesse, if you are watching the show right now and you could post the Cash App and Venmo, much appreciated. Let's see here. Seamont, let's see, Big Baller with a big shout out. Seamont with 3 let 'em cooks. Seamont with 11 roses. Thank you guys very much. Much appreciated. Jesse, if you're watching the show, if you could post the Cash App and Venmo, 50% of all donations sent today will go to the Save a Warrior Foundation. B, do you want to maybe put in the chat what the Save a Warrior Foundation is and what it does, and we'll go from there. I'm posting it. It's being taken down. Holy crap. So go in the chat, previous chat, and you should be able to see it previously. Let me see here. It was all the way in the beginning. Let me see if I can post it. Nope. Oh, it is going to let me do it. Nope, it won't let me paste it. All right. There it is right there. Jessica just posted the Cash App and the Venmo, and we have PayPal. Yeah, there it is now. All right. So if you and then B just sent the link. That's where the saveawarrior.org is. When you give to the show, we put 50% of it to Save a Warrior. The other half of that money goes to paying the staff here. So if you want to support the show and you want to support your veterans, give to the show. If you just want to support the veterans, you can give 100% to the saveawarrior.org foundation. They do, however, charge a fee for that. So when you give to the show, we just have to pay the fee one time and it all goes through. So that's another plus of sending it to the show, because you're helping the show and you're helping the Save a Warrior Foundation as well. And each individual person that gives doesn't have to pay the fee. So that's why we do it this way. And we're earning it, and not just for the show, but also for our warriors, because today is Memorial Day. TikTok seller with the 28 swords. Seamont with a heart me. And 3 dolphins. And Seamont with 12 TikToks. Holy cow, you guys are amazing. You guys are wonderful. I appreciate and love you all so much. Let's see here. I feel like, okay. Big Baller says, wait till 12.2 trillion comes to America. That's a lot of money. I agree. And then Big Baller says, I feel we are going to start pumping. I see bull flags, a lot of charts. I agree. I think we're going to start pumping too. We need to get at least 150K likes minimum. Agreed. Agreed. Start double tapping the screen. Start liking. Thank you for all the flood of gifts. Now that we've got some gifts coming in, let's get those hearts flowing. And if you haven't sent a heart me yet, make sure you send a heart me. But also, if you send a heart me and you send gifts, go back to the heart me and claim your free gifts. And that is going to help the show as well. And it's also going to help you. It'll sometimes gives you free coins for you to spend for the gifts. So make sure after you join the heart me, you send your gifts, you go back and you claim your rewards. Let's see. B says, I would put it in the chat. What is it about? But easier to go to the website. Yeah. And I appreciate you being here. But basically, Save a Warrior helps with like PTSD and I don't want to say, but soldiers are at high risk for unaliving themselves. And so that's what we're trying to do is give to that. Jessica got flagged. TikTok seller says, I'm level 21 on the heart me. Holy crap. Seamont with the 32 goats. Thank you very much. So hopefully we get some donations today. Most of my donators, you should already have it saved. But for the new people, look in the chat. It's there. Yeah, TikTok doesn't want you to send donations directly because they want you to send it through their platform because they take 60%. They take 60% of the money. And when you send it to the Cash App, I take 50% and I give 50% back to the charity. Jessica just pinned the Cash App on there. You can see it right there. And then the Venmo as well. B says Save a Warrior Foundation helps with PTSD and complex PTS without medications. That's awesome. And I believe that's like through support groups and all types of different programs and stuff. It's amazing what they do. Seamont with the 16 finger hearts. Thank you very much. Jessica's got the Venmo and the Cash App. She's going to keep that pinned up in the live. Thank you very much, Jessica, for working on your day off. Much appreciated. And thank you for coming into Mega Crypto's chat. I believe it was yesterday or the day before to help support his show as well. We want to help prop up the community and help each other in every way that we possibly can. B says it's for veterans and first responders. Yes. That's what the Save a Warrior Foundation's for. It's for veterans and first responders. And we're giving to that platform again, saveawarrior.org, because today is Veterans Day. So if you want to help out a veteran, send a donation to the Cash App or Venmo. And let's raise some money, guys. We raised $75 last month. Let's break that. Let's shoot for $500. Let's see if we can raise $500 for the Save a Warrior Foundation. That would be a total of $1,000 coming in. So we'll see how that goes. And that would totally help to pay for the staff. I think that pretty much pays the IT guy. But yeah, it's Memorial Day. Let's give to our veterans. So by donating today, you get to pay the IT guy off and support our veterans. Oh, excuse me. It's Memorial Day, not Veterans Day. My apologies. Veterans Day is coming up in November? Yeah, November. My apologies. It's Memorial Day. Let's give to our veterans on Memorial Day. I've gone live. Today's the 8th day in a row I've gone live. I am so tired. All right, let's see. Volvo to cut 3,000 jobs as Trump tariffs rattle auto market. Let's watch and see what they have to say.
The Supreme Court of the United States has determined the Trump administration is well within the law to remove the temporary protected status for hundreds of thousands of Venezuelan migrants fleeing political persecution and violence in their home country. There are approximately 500,000 Venezuelan migrants living in America currently. Around 350,000 of them were given a protected status first put in place by the Biden administration. But Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and border czar Tom Homan says the Biden-era program has increased crime within our own borders.
That's not what I was hoping it was. Oh, here it is.
Volvo to cut 3,000 jobs as Trump tariffs rattle auto market. By Jared Gans, Volvo announced it plans to cut 3,000 positions as President Trump's tariffs continue to rattle the auto market. The Sweden-based car company said in a release Monday that the move is part of its cost and cash action plan that is designed to build a stronger company as the industry faces considerable challenges in its external environment. The release states that the layoffs will primarily affect office-based positions in Sweden, representing 15% of its global office-based workforce. These structural changes are necessary for Volvo Cars to deliver on its long-term strategy, strengthening its foundations for profitable growth. The release states, the company said the specific number of job reductions will be determined after it has finalized a review of its entire organization and determined a new structural setup. About 1,200 of the layoffs will be employee-held positions in Sweden,
while 1,000 will be positions held by consultants, also mostly in Sweden. The rest will happen in other markets. The actions announced today have been difficult decisions, but they are important steps as we build a stronger and even more resilient Volvo Cars. Volvo Cars President and CEO, Håkan Samuelsson, said in the release. The automotive industry is in the middle of a challenging period. To address this, we must improve our cash flow generation and structurally lower our costs. Trump announced earlier this month he would scale back his planned 25% tariffs on imported automobiles and auto parts. The executive orders Trump signed spare auto parts from facing both those tariffs and the ones Trump had already implemented on foreign metals. The parts instead face the higher available rate per product. The administration is also allowing automakers to apply for 15% price offsets during the first year of the tariffs and a 10% offset during the second year to try to get companies to increase domestic production. The reductions will be phased out by the third year. United Auto Workers has declared support for Trump's auto tariffs to protect workers and U.S. industry, but the tariffs have added to financial difficulties facing auto companies, which already have been facing high costs.
All right, here. So yeah, layoffs coming could potentially spark the Fed lowering interest rates. Okay? An unemployment crisis is what will spark the lowering of interest rates. And I think it's possible we could see that maybe not in July, but in November possibly. Okay. So we can't promote the Cash App or Venmo, but it is in the chat. It is in the chat if you want to give. Also, if you do want to give and you don't know where to send it to, just send me a direct message and I will send you in the right direction. So just reach out to me after the show and we'll facilitate that. All right, let's watch this here.
$1 trillion worth of goods made in Mexico, Canada, and China. Products shipped from Mexico will see a 25% import tax. Canadian goods, except for energy products, will see a similar amount, while Chinese goods will be hit with an additional 10% tariff. These are all expected to kick in as of February 3rd. The president is warning Americans will feel a little short-term pain, but what he...
This didn't start last night. For months, Israelis and Jews have been demonized, threatened, hunted.
What does history suggest about what is likely to happen to the stock market in 2025?
I'm bullish. Post-election years used to be a negative year for the market. It used to be one of the worst ones. Since World War II, it's been one of the better ones. Since '85, it's been the best year of the 4-year cycle. All the different averages or seasonal patterns that I'm looking at for 2025 have me forecasting about 8 to 12% for the stock market in 2025. Probably a little bit of a dip in Q1 as the new policies, the new initiatives get digested and some disappointments with the new administration come through, and then usual weakness in the third quarter, August, September period.
Now, the benchmark is up about 20 or more percent in 2024. It was up 20 or more percent in 2023. What does history suggest about what is likely to happen in 2025 when you see such strong gains back to back?
Yeah, I mean, gains beget gains. We've got momentum here. The economic numbers, the technical numbers, yeah, things are a little bit overbought or had been. This weakness in early December is very seasonally typical. Probably some profit taking and setting up the year-end rally, but it doesn't suggest that the gains are over. Third years of bull markets, which is what we're in right now, usually a little bit stronger, a little bit weaker, not quite as strong. So that's what gets me in that high single-digit, low double-digit area. I think we've got room to run here. I'm worried about 2026, the midterm year, but for 25, I don't think being up 2 years in a row has any issues. I mean, we've seen lots of 3 years in a row of big gains.
So to you, what gets us there? in terms of this? I think you have low single digit return for 2025.
High single digit.
High single digit. What gets us there?
Several things. I mean, there's a book I did and a forecast I made based on something my father did called the super boom. Back in 2010, I predicted that when the Dow was about 10,000, I predicted we'd hit 38,820 by 2025 based upon history, inflation, and politics and that sort of thing, as well as what I call a culturally enabling paradigm shifting technology. AI fits that bill. We're at like the early middle innings in my book. I think that the tech boom is part of it. We're seeing some broadening. I'd like to see the Russell make a new high, confirm some of that broadening, even though there's a lot of selective small caps are doing well. The administration, pro-business policy is about to come in. The U.S. is strong, the economy is strong. I think the Fed kind of stuck the landing. So there's a lot of positives. A little geopolitical unrest is a risk, a little high valuations, but I think we can catch up to that with earnings and such.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel the sentiment. I'm starting to feel
This didn't start last.
The bullish sentiment, guys. I think we should have already dropped. And the fact that we haven't been moving down is an indicator to me that we could potentially start moving up. However, it's not the first of the month yet. I would give it a little bit of time. We are kind of moving down a little bit. We're trending down this way here. Hey, can you guys hear the airplanes right now? There's a massive airplane pulling in right now. I'm wondering if you guys can hear it or not. Perfect. Yeah, that means the studio, like I can feel the rumble of it, but I don't know if you can hear it or not. So here is the trend line. Okay. And it seems to be right here. I'm thinking it hits right here at 223 and comes back up. But if it drops to like 222, it's going to fall back down here and it'll be cooked. So we're still watching. I would say that the diamond bottom has broken structure as of today's new candle. If this candle does not turn green and pump up here to this blue line, or this one up here, I would say at 240-ish, that would be an indication of a break in structure. However, this is a bullish structure that it's forming, okay? We were forming bearish structures on top of bearish structures, and now we're starting to form bullish structures, okay? So it coming down here slowly like this is a descending channel, which is a bullish structure. Nothing else is showing this. Yeah, downwards channel. Nothing else is showing this stuff. Only XRP. Look at Algo. Algo is showing head and shoulders formation right here. Descending or ascending channel right here. That's a bearish structure and it's already breaking down, okay? But XRP, man, XRP is doing the opposite. XRP is looking like it's about to go bullish. HD Malicious with the heart me. Thank you very much. Send in those heart me's, guys. If you haven't sent a heart me yet, send one. Help us out. And also the gifts. There's one. It's called Hearts. It's just called Hearts. That's the best gift that you can give right now. Or the Cuddles one. It's like a dog and something else cuddling. That one is good for points. Was today a big day for XRP? What do you mean? I would say that XRP looks bullish. XRP looks like it's going to do awesome sauce. Rusty Spokes, glad to have you, buddy. Welcome to the team. Rusty Spokes is a new subscriber. Everybody welcome Rusty Spokes. Thank you for coming into the chat. Everything looks bearish except for XRP. But it's headed down. Yesterday's candle closed red. Today's candle opened red. But there's a nice bit of buy pressure here. Look at this green hammer. Look at this hammer candle right here. We should have opened another green candle and made a diamond bottom here. But it continued to go down. But I would say that the sentiment is bullish. Oh, yeah. Reese's Pieces gave up, man. He did follow, so hopefully he comes around and watches the show and understands where we're at, because everything he was saying I was in agreement with. Everything I said he was in agreement with, but I think that there's a lot of distrust in creators right now, because all these creators over the last several months have just been pumping the moon cheese down people's throats, man. And now that it's finally turned bullish, everyone's not buying it anymore. But luckily you're here watching this show. You know where the trust is at. Everyone's screaming 10K. Road King says XRP will drop. What makes you think that, Road King? I'm interested because it could go either way. If XRP falls below 222, I agree with you. But right now, I'm seeing a hammer candle, and I'm seeing a lot of wicks on the bottom pushing up. I'm seeing a descending channel, which is bullish. I don't see anything indicating downward movement. I mean, yes, it could go down in this channel, but that would indicate a bump up. You say 225? Well, I mean, it could be 225, but I'm more like, if 223, 222 is, if it hits those zones, it's cooked. Now, it could wick into those and recover up to 225, and I would say it still could be fine. But the candle would have to close at those levels. It would have to close. It would have to like wick into 221, 220 and close at 225. Yes, I agree with that. It will drop off if it drops below 225. I agree. But I try to set my price levels a little bit low to compensate for like lower or higher depending on what the sentiment is. I add a few cents because we don't want to get caught into bull or bear traps. We want confirmation. So I want to get clear confirmation that that's happening. But I do agree with you, Road King. I do agree with you. And let me tell you, we are inching close to that. But there is a high probability that we hit 223 here and bounce back up and break up out of this. So that is what I'm thinking, that it would be a move down like this and then up and out. And that would be this descending. It looks like we got A, B, C. So this would be A, B, C, right? Boom. So I'm looking for the bottom, but I kind of feel you, man. I'm worried. I'm scared. I'm afraid of XRP right now. XRP is terrifying to me. I want to buy things that are like this. Okay? This is flatlined at the bottom. It's bottomed out. I'm buying it anywhere between 11 and 10 cents. We got into this at 10.5. And this is SXT. Okay? And it's only been out on the market since May 8th. So I'm like, why would I throw my money into something that's already topped out? I'm looking for promising projects that are flatlined at the bottom, ready to go crazy. Road King says that's my next one. Yeah, bro. Dude, we bought it at 10.5, man. 10.5. Look at the chart. We started reading about this one for the pre-launch coming out. And I was going to buy the pre-launch, and we decided to wait. It launched, and I got a little TA from it, and I said, okay, it's going to fall somewhere between 10 and 11 cents. So we hit our price point at 10.5, and look at, we caught the wick of the very bottom right there. Beautiful, beautiful entry point. And then the very next day saw a massive return. So this was a great buy. We're already making money off of this one. We're already in profit, but it's so new. This is like buying Zebic before it got traction, and it has good utility. This has amazing utility, and I'm thinking about 50 cents on this one. I will take profits at 20. I will take profits at 25, and then I will take profits at 40, and then I will take profits at 45, and I will exit at 50. So that is my projection for this one, and it could take till November. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep, as it goes up, take a little bit of profits. Once it gets to 20 cents, I'll take my first profits. But as it's low and it's flatlined here, I'm going to continue to accumulate at between 10 and 11 cents. Okay? If it hits 11 cents, buy order goes in. If it drops lower than that and it hits 10.5, buy order goes in. If it hits 10 cents, buy order goes in. If it hits 9 cents, 8 cents, and all the way down, buy orders are going in. And that's where we're at. And I will, because this is where it's at now, I will DCA this all day. It is flatlined. DCA this, accumulate it while it's at the bottom, and wait for that moon candle up to 50 cents. You're waiting for a red candle? It could be bottomed out, brother. I think we're getting that red candle now. Look it. I think today's candle will close at 11.6 or just above it, which is where it was at, 11.65. And this is a double bottom. This is a double bottom. Are you talking SXT? Yes. Let me get rid of this. We had some rain clouds because we were dropping. Now we're doing different. I think it already kind of hit its bottom. And we're doing this double bottom, and it's coming back up to 13.5 minimum. So I think I'm going to wait because I already accumulated at 10.5. I will wait to see what it does. But if this drops down to 11.5, I'll probably buy some more. I'm trying to do anything between 11 and 10 because I know that that's its bottom. But if this starts looking like it's going to do something, I'm not going to wait. I'm going to keep getting into it. What's up, Pamela? Pamela is one of our new subscribers. Thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the live. Glad to have you. Welcome to our amazing community here where we all uplift each other and support each other, and we are making amazing moves. But I would say that SXT is even at 14 cents, guys. 14 cents is still a good buy on this one. It hasn't mooned yet. It hasn't done anything yet. What makes SXT so good? That is a great question. SXT has military potential. It has banking potential. Basically, what it does is it provides off-blockchain secure data storage. Glad to have you, Pamela. And yes, Zyzix, this is SXT. Viewer description, what's up? Yes, this is the random guy. Yeah, this one's going to be huge. I think this right here as far as blockchain technology for real world adoption use case, this is going to be better than Link. I mean, it's partnered with Chainlink, but this is what Link is missing. Okay? Off-chain, verifiable data storage that is impenetrable. This is military can use this for like intelligence. Random guy, aka Justin, turned. You're funny, man. I kind of want to ask ChatGPT again about this because this is huge, guys. Everyone's like talking about Zebic right now because Zebic's big, and Zebic could play a role, but Algo and Ondo, same thing kind of here. Real world asset kind of stuff. Zebic's cool, I get it. Can I put Zebic in Ethereum on Ledger? That's a good question. Let's pull up chat. Let's pull up our AI assistant. I do not have the fact checker in today because it's a holiday. So we are using ChatGPT. Not cat, chat. Can I put Zebic in Ethereum on Ledger?
According to Reddit, Ledger hardware wallets don't support Zebec tokens on the Solana network. However, Zebec Network announced support for Ledger wallets on their platform.
So the thing about SXT is it's supported on Ethereum and the Ledger. So it is part of the Ledger. You can you put it in Phantom, or I can put it in Phantom? Is it a question or a statement? For Zebic? NYC, thank you for the goat. TikTok seller, thank you for the 12 swords, the 11 roses, and then another 20 roses. Thank you very much. Let's ask ChatGPT. Can I put Zebic in Phantom?
Yes, you can store Zebec tokens in your Phantom wallet. According to the Zebec Network's documentation, you can connect your Phantom wallet to their platform to manage your tokens.
Look at this. Zebic is a bull flag right now and is about to break out. And I told you earlier what your buy point. We were at 004 and I said buy it, and it's already going up. I snagged some 2 hours ago. You're already in profits. I just bought 500K. 500K coins or 500K in Zebic? Because I'm about to put like 500K into SXT, baby. I can't buy SXT on my exchange. Yeah, you have to go through Ethereum, but you can buy SXT on like Coinbase and other platforms like that. 500K coins got you, bro. But I think Zebic is mostly hype. I think it's cool. It's real world assets. I don't think it's quite mooned yet, though. It's got more in the tank for sure. I think it's going to go to 1 cent. I think Zebic is going to 1 cent, which is amazing. It's just starting to creep up. SXT is on Uphold. Yeah, it's on a few places. Where can I buy SXT Space and Time?
Yes, you can purchase Space and Time's SXT token. According to Coinbase, you can buy SXT directly on their platform. Additionally, Binance and Bybit also support SXT trading.
Binance and Bybit as well. Oh, my neck. TikTok seller with the 15 roses. Thank you very much. And don't forget to send heart me's, guys. TikTok seller says, I love SXT. I can buy it on all my wallets. Yeah. That's another thing about it is ZBCN is not really listed on many platforms. It's not on any of the major platforms. So when it does get listed on those, it could potentially do more numbers, you know. But until then, I would say it's going to be locked in at around 1 cent. Whereas SXT is a mainstream. This is going to be huge. This is buying Zebic while it was flatlined. This is going to be the big one. I'm feeling hella bullish. I want to buy some right now. Every time I look at SXT, I'm like, I want to buy it. I want to buy it. SXT, baby. It's going to be huge. It's flatlined. All right, let's read some news. MERS says no restrictions on range limits for Ukraine arms as Kiev hit by record drone attacks as it happened. So here's a picture of some of the damage. The Russian army launched ballistic missiles and a 250 strike drones on Kiev. That's all I'm going to read about it. But yeah, that's still ongoing. And now Ukraine has no limit to where they can attack Russia. So they can actually attack Moscow if they want. Virtual, what's your thoughts on it? Let me get through the news and I got you, Seamont. And then here's another one. Is America sleepwalking into World War III? You know, I'm going to go do Seamont's question really quick, and then we're going to watch this video, okay? Let me get to it. What can you tell me about virtual cryptocurrency?
Virtual cryptocurrency refers to digital or virtual forms of money that exist only in electronic form. It is not issued by a central authority like traditional currency, fiat money, but instead operates on decentralized networks, typically using blockchain technology for security. The most well-known virtual cryptocurrencies are Bitcoin, Ethereum, and others like Litecoin, Cardano, or Solana. Virtual cryptocurrencies can be used for various purposes, including online purchases, investment, and transferring funds across borders without relying on banks. They can also be traded on crypto exchanges. One of the key features of virtual cryptocurrencies is their decentralization. This means no...
What's the ticker on this one? What can you tell me about virtual on the Kraken network?
Kraken is a cryptocurrency exchange that offers a...
No. What's the ticker on virtual? It's a protocol, right? What can you tell me about virtual protocol?
Virtuals Protocol is a decentralized infrastructure designed to enable AI agents to operate autonomously within blockchain networks. It allows for the creation, deployment, and management of AI agents that can interact with various blockchain protocols and perform complex tasks without human intervention. The protocol's primary innovation lies in its ability to create and manage autonomous AI agents that can own assets, execute transactions, and provide services within the decentralized ecosystem. These agents are powered by sophisticated AI models and operate within defined parameters while maintaining security and transparency through blockchain technology.
This is virtual. This looks hella bullish. This is an ascending triangle pattern, which is very bullish. When it pumps hard. So this one will definitely see $3. And I would imagine it flags there and goes all the way, getting close to $4 on this one. There's no ticker. It's just virtual protocol. XRP looks bullish. And that's more long-term. XRP is in a descending channel, which is bullish, which means it could pump to about 250 just based off of its pattern it's in now. It was a bit of a diamond bottom here, but it broke structure, and now it's in this descending channel. Either way, the XRP is turning bullish. Everything kind of looks bullish except for like certain ones, but they could definitely break structure if everything else breaks structure or is bullish and goes bullish. I'm leaning towards bullish right now, okay? I think people are desensitized to tariffs. I think they're desensitized to war. They're desensitized to everything. They don't care that the cost of living is up and groceries. They don't care about any of this stuff anymore. What they care about is they want the market to pump because they need the money. So it doesn't matter. They are feeding into the moon cheese right now. So I am bullish. You know what? We're going green. The green light's on. We're bullish, and I'm turning up the brightness. Full bright green right now. We're bullish. Everything's red today, but I'm feeling bullish as hell right now. You should be buying. If you're looking at XRP, I would imagine it could potentially go lower, but it could not. But I'd say it's in A, B, C. So it's probably going to move down a little lower. I think 223. I think 223 on this one. But it could potentially already have hit its bottom at 227. So, but yeah, I'm bullish, man. And if you're not into XRP, you haven't been watching the show long enough, you should have got in at 163. That was the entry point. We all know TikTok Seller got in there. Congratulations to you on sniping that price point at 163. I was screaming at the top of my lungs for months. 163 was it. That was the price to get in at. But yeah, everything looks bullish. Even SXT, baby. It's running flat and hasn't done anything. This is what you want to see. SXT. Zebic looks like a bull flag. Look, Zebic's about to break up right now. Hold on. Let me adjust this here. Okay. Zebic is breaking up out of it right now. I think Zebic's about to see some big green candles right now. Those long-term wicks is why we're here. Yes, this isn't about today or tomorrow. You know, this is about long-term, smart money buys, okay? If you're looking to make 30 trades a day to pick up, you know, whatever, you know, that's gambling. This ain't gambling. This is smart investment. We're investors here. How would the military incorporate SXT? That's a good question. How would the military use SXT, space and time?
SXT, space and time technology, which focuses on decentralized data storage and computational capabilities, could potentially be leveraged by military operations for various strategic purposes. Though the exact military applications would depend on how the technology is utilized, here are a few potential use cases. 1. Secure data storage. The military could use decentralized and secure data storage solutions like SXT to protect critical intelligence, reducing the risk of data breaches or cyber attacks that could target centralized systems. Blockchain technology ensures the integrity of the data, preventing unauthorized access or tampering. 2. Real-time data processing. Space and time's ability to process data efficiently and in real time could be applied to military intelligence operations, such as satellite imagery analysis or sensor data from drones and reconnaissance systems. This could improve decision-making and operational responses during missions. 3. Cross-agency collaboration. The decentralized nature of SXT could enable various military branches or allied nations to securely share intelligence, collaborate on operations, providing access to data without a central point of failure or vulnerability. 4. Predictive analytics. With its ability to process large data sets, SXT could be used to develop predictive models for military strategies, logistics, and operational effectiveness. This could aid in forecasting enemy movements, battlefield conditions, or supply chain needs. 5. Supply chain management. SXT's robust data management capabilities could be used to track and verify military supply chains, ensuring authenticity and transparency in the movement of critical resources, such as equipment, ammunition, or food supplies. The military would likely be interested in these capabilities to enhance security, speed, and operational effectiveness in complex environments. However, the specific adoption would depend on the integration of such technologies within their existing systems and on regulatory or security requirements.
So, it's a speculative thing about the military using it. Is this a baby planter? Yeah, Zebic broke out. Zebic's taken off. SXT has only been on the market since May 8th. It is a baby. It is flatlined, and it's going to do crazy. It's going to at least do 50 cents this bull run. This one is brand spanking new, and it's near its bottom. We're going to brag to everyone when it sends, yeah, agreed, SXT, baby. SXT has major potential. Major potential. The fact that it has military capability. Think about it like this, okay? SXT is decentralized information off blockchain. Think about that. It's partnered with Microsoft and Chainlink. This is huge. This is massive. Keep flatlining. I want to accumulate more. I agree. Look, it's already starting to turn green. I should have bought some. I should have just put the chat on hold. Man. This is about to take off too, guys. This is about to take off. Oh, good. It's going red. We want red right now because I want to buy at the low, and I was going to buy it at 11.7 when I told you guys. I was like, all right, I'm going to buy it at 11.7. I think it has potential to come back down. again. But look at that. That's beautiful. But this is a descending channel. This is going to pump. This is going to pump back up, man. Baby PLTR. It's a stock. I don't know what that is. Zyzix, what is that? Plantier. All right, I'll look into it. Let's look at it. Let me tell you right now, I just feel bullish about everything right now. I feel it. The green light is on. So it's a stock. What's the ticker on that one? PLTR. Oh. Planter Technologies Incorporated. I can't really tell if I don't think this is the right chart, and it's the only one that comes up. Let me try writing the whole name. It keeps coming up in crypto. I think TradingView. Yeah, this is the only one coming up, and the chart looks funky. Maybe it's because it's hella volatile. I gotta use like 4x or something for that. I'm gonna look into doing the show for stocks as well. But let me tell you right now, Lockheed Martin, LMT, you better be buying that one. You better be buying LMT. If you're in the stock market too, you better be buying LMT, guys. I cannot stress it. It is still at the bottom. These things are about to go crazy. I think the whole market's about to go crazy. Was this a bull trap? Maybe this is why. No. No, that would be right. I think it's just filling orders, that's all. It's still out. But let me tell you what, if this one doesn't break its all-time high, it'll double top and come down. It'll head and shoulders, and it'll come back down to the bottom. It could be losing its hype. Keep that in mind. I don't think so yet, though. I don't think this one's lost its hype yet. All right, let's see here. I think we had some news. Let's watch this video here.
I am Jacob Heilbrunn, the editor of the National Interest, and it's my great pleasure today to welcome our two speakers, Michael Kimmage and George Beebe, to our session on Is America Sleepwalking into World War III? I stole the title from a recent piece in the American Conservative by George O'Neill, who argued that America, in standing up for Ukraine, is in fact jeopardizing its own national security and replicating the very mistakes that led to World War I, when we were promised, in Europe at least, that the war would be over quickly, and then it devolved into a crusade for democracy by Woodrow Wilson, that created huge disillusionment in the United States and led to the rise of isolationism in the 1920s and the 1930s on both the
Keep
left
smashing
and
that
the
like
right
button,
in
guys.
America.
Double tap. We're at 88K. Let's get
Another
to 100K.
piece should serve as fodder as well, and somewhat in the same vein, the Quincy Institute, where
Everybody
George
double
is
tap.
Director of National Security
Double tap right
Studies,
now, guys.
features
Everybody
a piece
double
by
tap.
Robert W. Mary, my predecessor at the National Interest, who singles out Woodrow Wilson as the cause for America's lurch into the Iraq War and argues that Wilsonianism can again bring us to grief. The same kind of disillusionment that occurred after Iraq may well occur in Ukraine. And he ends with, beware the siren song of Wilsonism. Our other speaker today is Michael Kimmage of the Catholic University of America, where he is chairman of the history department. I would like to begin by querying George. Are Bob and